Ja, Leute, was geht? TJ's Qubit wieder mal hier und Entschuldigung für die Verspätung, aber ja, ich hatte einige technische Probleme. Das habe ich jetzt gefixt, jetzt sollte alles gut sein. Und so ist es Dummes, habe ich etwas Kleines falsch gemacht und dann ist es eben nicht gegangen. Und ja, zum Glück hatte ich noch ein Tutorial von genau dem, also wie es geht mit dem Cable Management auf meinem Kanal, sonst hätte ich es wahrscheinlich nicht geschafft. Aber wir sind da heute, Siegerehrungen. Wir schauen nur EU und NAC, nur die Regionen, die wirklich competitive-weise auf der höchsten Niveau sind. Also ich habe auch NA West gestern ein bisschen geschaut, aber habe nicht so gesehen. Und ich möchte eben nur Highest Level Gameplay schauen. Und wir haben ja auch schon, keine Ahnung, 13 Stunden gestreamt. Wie viele Views hatten wir da? 4 Views, das war auch crazy. Hier können wir ein bisschen fahren, oder? Amen, so, ja. So, es sollte so bald, also ja, die hatten auch Verspätung, aber eben, weil es schon das erste Game, also auch Fortnite Competitive hatte Verspätung nicht so viel wie ich, aber gestern hatte sie mehr. Und ja, Mann, es ist so nervig, dass, keine Ahnung, irgendwie, wenn man nur auch ein bisschen was wenig falsch macht, man checkt's nicht und dann bleiben manche halt Stunden dran, die eben nicht diese Infos wissen von jemandem. Also manches Wissen im Internet ist einfach zu wenig verbreitet. Aber egal, jetzt sind wir ja da mit den Casters.
I want to back Seti's team right now, though, because if we think back to the group stage, we had some questions about this new trio and whether it was going to work, whether Seti's best days were behind him. But yesterday, they looked like the most consistent team straight out the gate, 11.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at how these guys are playing, like Minnie said, I think it was a surprise to many people. When you look at the names on paper, it's a performance you could have expected. Right? Look at the trajectories of all three of these players. Yes, Seti's coming off of maybe a year and a half where people were doubting his ability, doubting whether his best.
Nach 4 Jahren haben sie sich gesplittet, Seti und Kami.
Things haven't been better for these guys in some time now. These guys are playing in their prime form, peak form, and we're
haben einfach deshalb auch ein bisschen ausgekriegt, muss ich ehrlich sagen. Ich hätte ihn fast verwechselt, nur die Locken trennen die fast, würde ich schon sagen. Vom Aussehen.
They were able just to get themselves out of there, which is absolutely great from these guys. I think also something that I'm a little bit sort of concerned about, I guess, or looking at today is that game 6. We just saw it. We saw what happened with Ferdoxie. We've sort of seen their weakness now. We didn't see it throughout the entire day. 5 games of pretty much perfect Fortnite got them into first place. Now we've seen where there could be some gaps in their strategy. So maybe some other teams might be looking to exploit that. Hopefully they've got plans to stop it.
Oh, I'm wondering now, are we going to see another Vino does Teeny on Lone Wolf Lair? We'll have to wait till Game 7 to see. Let's head over to our casters, though, Taco and Takata, to catch up with their thoughts on day 1.
The lights are very bright right now, Frankie, and I just cannot wait to see who's going to end up rising to the occasion.
Hat die bei der Pro gekostet.
So many opportunities, I think, here in day 2. 2-day formats, more games, more chances for players to try and overtake. And when I look at a team, I have to be direct. Pick Storm Demas. Spotlight on you guys right now. These guys are uncontested here today. For right now, at least is what the drop map is telling us, Takata. And they're coached by Sven, who I think you might want to fill in the audience what's going on right now with Sven's teams.
Yeah, well, there was a record that was actually broken, and it was by a trio that Sven is coaching on Asia, Coyote, Rise, and Yuma. They got 8 victory royales in the grand finals. of Asia FNCS, alongside, I think, what, 6 of them in a row, and maybe even 7 in a row, breaking back-to-back records. Also, shout out to Alex.
Ja, aber das ist auch, ja, das ist wirklich crazy und so.
On OC, and 1 hour later, it got broken again on Asia, but yes, it was by a trio that Sven is coaching.
Ja, okay, aber diese Regionen sind auch nicht so stark. Ich glaube sogar Mustache, nee. Also, wer war es? Sweezy, keine Ahnung. Irgendwer, ein Pro, er ist nach EU gezogen, aber das war auch in Asien. Der hatte auch irgend so was Probleme mit dem Visum, weil er aus Russland kam. Und wegen dem Krieg, ja. Sie sind nicht in Top 20. Reason einfach auf 17. Platz.
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, it is.
Und bei der All Top 20.
Because obviously, when you looked at the map and people saw contest and they were like, hold on a minute, this could be a tough day for Cam. We know how him and Hari have dealt with being contested in the past. But ultimately, they started really well, and I think
Mit wem spielt Trulex?
these guys understand how to play this season. They understand the meta. You see them here on your screens. Playing in the Storm is something that we associate with Cammy now over the years, something we know he's very comfortable doing. We saw them with some really nice ideas in terms of camping and catching people out who were surge basing. And so, again, it feels like they have a good pulse on the meta and how they need to play. It just comes down to the execution, Mini.
Yeah, they had an explosive start, didn't they, with that first game win. Massive 13 eliminations in that as well. And I think, yeah, you're right. They have got a really good read on the meta. My main question for this team going into the weekend was, how are they going to survive off Spawn? What's going to happen there? As you mentioned, Cammy hasn't had the best time. They've been really, really solid there. They haven't had any trouble off Spawn. They've actually been making it to these end games really consistently. It is just those final couple of a few eliminations, finding that little bit of a refresh, those later game surge damage as well for this trio, which is important. So I think that's where they're struggling right now, where they didn't have that problem in game number 1. So expecting big things from these guys. We've seen it already. Can they do it again?
I have to say that last weekend, watching Akira, Kurama and Werix, we'll see them on the leaderboard in a moment. They're in 14th position at the moment. Watching them last weekend, I was so surprised and pleased by how well they played. And so, Minimine, I'm confused as to why they're not able to bring this to this lobby. Is it just such a strong lobby they can't compete?
I mean, it's tough for them, right? I mean, we've had a lot of southwest zones, and I think that's ultimately going to be the reason that they're going to give as to why they didn't have a great day 1 here. Of course, they're landing towards that northeast side of the map, and they have had some glimpses of shining 11. They had a nice little 3rd place yesterday. Then they couldn't actually get into the single-digit placements after that. So it just seems to be consistently games and finding that pop-off moment that we associate with this trio. That's the main problem for them right now.
Das ist mehr als gestern, weißt du? Gestern waren es vielleicht 8000. Aber
because I think there is something there. We see players blame zones all the time, right? But I think there is something we need to highlight in that, look, we have all these zones pulling towards the sort of southwest, like you mentioned, Mini. And what ends up happening, especially this season with this meta, we understand how teams are playing for Surge. We understand how a lot of these mid games are playing out. I mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. When you look at the top 10, there's about 4 teams who literally did 0% of their damage with shotguns in the mid game, right? Teams are in bases, they are looking for these long distance tags. If you are a team who is nowhere near where the zone is pulling towards, you have less time to sit up in a base and get tags. Maybe you do have the time to get up in a base and have tags, but some of the other teams around you don't quite have the loot, don't feel confident, so they're not even thinking about that. They're trying to run to zone. It makes your game a lot more difficult, and I think we're seeing that problem for Akira's trio. Obviously, they're landing way up there in the northwest. I think it's the same for a team nearby them in Pink's trio, right? We obviously, you know, had today. We thought that they could be a team that calls for globals, and I still think they can be, but they were a team, I think, especially who struggled with zones today, being the team that lands the furthest northwest on the map. And so, again, you know, they were able to make it to a fair amount of end games, right? You're seeing them having to fight here in the Storm because, again, they can't play how they want. The zone is going so far. They need to get the damage here and now. But Miniminer, the key thing is, you know, they can play well enough to get to end games, but if you've just played the whole game playing on your back foot stretched, you're going to get to these end games and it just becomes so difficult to actually make plays to keep you pushing in it.
Yeah, you're just late at the end of the day, right? Everyone else is rotated in, they're all set up, they're all got good loot, and then teams like Pink, Nebs and Kiro, they've been fighting in the storm, they haven't been able to find that success, and I think that was a key reason why I think their best place was 10th in one of the games, so definitely not something that we'd associate with the level of this trio. I think for them, if they can get a few more of these zones now today, that'll be really good for them, but it's all about how they can manage those longer pulls now. Hopefully they've learned some strats.
So we talked about zones, but is that something that's impacting Savage's trio? Because we started to see them have a resurgence towards the end of the day yesterday, mini minor, but they don't have a time for a slow start today.
Yeah, again, it's one of those teams that have shown glimpses. They had a nice second place. We saw some clutches from Mr. Savage. We saw some moments where they have shined.
Mr. Champ.
But very similar to the previous two trios. The zones in their favor. I saw Reason posting on socials that I think this is 2 seasons in a row now where they land on one side of the map and the zones are on the complete other side on day one. So they have been unfortunate in that regard. But when it comes to the way that these guys play, I think they can qualify for globals still, Levin. And I don't think it's all about zones for them. I think they can avoid some of the problems that they had yesterday, but of course the zones aren't going to help.
Yeah, it's not, right? When you look at the percentage numbers I was talking about in terms of percentage of damage dealt with shotguns in mid-game, these guys were actually on the higher end of the top half of the leaderboard. I think about 14% of their mid-game damage was done with shotguns, and I felt like that was out of necessity for them. It's because, you know, they didn't have teams to take long-distance tags out. They had to get in people's faces and fight. And I think we'll probably see a bit more of that today. Hopefully they can get some favorable zones. It's always funny with Savage because obviously the pressure of the communities are there. You know, I'm sure he had thousands of people.
Okay, jetzt fängt bald das erste Spiel an.
Do things what they should do. I think these guys understand what they need to do. They just need a bit more luck on their side, I reckon, today.
So of the trios we've discussed then, who has the best chance of making it within those qualification spots for Leon Levin?
Oh, I think if let's assume we're getting some more North zones today, I feel really good about Pink's trio. I think even with how difficult the games were yesterday, they still are making it to end games and getting in decent enough positions that I think they can work with it.
Mini?
For me, it's Cammy. I think they've been playing really well getting to endgame, even though the zones haven't necessarily been in their favor either. They just need to make the most of it.
Well, there's no
Ich weiß nicht genau, wer alles gequalt ist. Die haben es gestern in LA Central getan.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, what's interesting is there are 4 trios that will qualify to the Global Championship, but that is currently 9th place on the leaderboard, Taco. So although only 4 qualify, right now it's pretty far down because there is a lot of trios that are already qualified to the Global Championship in that top end of the leaderboard. I believe the cutoff is 229 points. We got 6 more matches to be played out today. And let's get right into game number 7.
Gleich am Viertel ab. Das ist schon ein bisschen crazy.
Results, it really wouldn't surprise me for the expectations to kind of be set right now, Takata, that there will be some roll down positions for those 4 trios that are looking to lock in their battle bus seats for the Global Championship. But teams have had every opportunity to do all of their revisions last night. And now we get a chance to see whether or not some of those adaptations are going to play into whatever the outcome is on today's matches.
Who did their homework? Who put in the work behind the scenes? Time will tell as we kick things off. Right now, the top placing trio that has yet to qualify to the Global Championship is Seti, Yapko, Panzer in second. But one of the main topics of day 1 was obviously Demon's Domain, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash up against Malabuka's trio, but looks like they're not going to be contesting them this time around.
No, Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy have got to hit the drawing board for what their Surge strategy is going to look like outside of having that initial off-spawn contest, because Surge was definitely something that became a very immediate problem for so many of our teams, especially by the time we got to first moving. And so here today, the teams that are kind of pushed into these like outskirt positions on the map, I think that they've got to be on red alert for getting third party.
100%. This is a fight that has been going on since yesterday, so it's continuing once again.
No.
And Sato was actually leading the pack in terms of the leaderboard to kick things off, but getting dropped down instantly in this engagement, leaving Karma now to fall shortly after. Clown Gabix and Waze will take home game 7 and have a potential to get a comeback.
Smart to just go for the outright 50-50 though, and that seems to be the case over by the outpost too.
Mal schauen, was...
Deal, cringe. Handful of remarks exchanged back and forth between these two teams over social.
Aber der Aal hat gestern nicht so performt, also er schon...
It's really about if you win the off spawn, making sure that you translate it to a big performance in your endgame when you are one of these contested teams early on. Vidil, Cringe, Snazy still looking to see if they can maybe suppress back Icy and Clement. They want to be wary. Snazy still lurking. Might be able to find a good flank opportunity here. Ice gonna apply some pressure overhead. Vidil.
Yo.
Fall back a little bit. They're getting pushed pretty deep into this little enclave. But Snazy opens up with the first elimination onto Volko. Vidil and Cringe now left to try and scatter, but they're just so cornered. And Vidil will finally bail out the opposite direction. Tries to go from behind. Snazy gonna be taken out. 1 HP and a dream currently for Vidil here in game 7. Still trying to break through the floor underneath, but Clement, he's just so healthy. Cringe has to make an immediate wraparound. Cringe needs to alleviate some pressure here for Vidil. But Vidil, he's just stuck waiting. And this might be a revive, but Clement won't be able to secure it. Pressured one more time.
Yo.
Cringe. He's doing everything, but Vidil is going to be the one that could potentially settle the score here.
Seifen, weil... Komm schon.
Dragging out much longer than we would have anticipated, given how things kicked off.
No, that's good for Vidil though, because it's exactly what he needed to do. He was so low HP, he had to wait for those Siphon heals to come through.
Yo, ja, let's go. Ey, ich darf nicht zu laut sein, wegen meinen Eltern.
Big shots connecting.
Nice war der Aal. Mein Löwe, mein Sohn. Spaß, Spaß. Alle check.
Hopefully they can push that forwards now. Not the best start in day 1, but now with an early game like that, they have what it takes.
It's definitely going to help out with a lot of the early surge. So many teams kind of understanding that you need right around 800 damage dealt by the time you hit third zone. Otherwise, you are going to be in a world of trouble for those surge thresholds. A really nice clutch up though from Vidil and Cringe, but gotta tab in with action elsewhere on the map. Artist getting pressed right now by Kylie, Robin, and Timu. This is another one of our teams that's really looking to try and have some big performances. You don't really want to rock too close to that middle of the pack area, but Kylie, nice job chasing down Ifrozi. It's already going to be 2 eliminations here for Kylie, Timu, and Robin. And with another party lurking in the distance, probably best to just take your wins.
You don't want to push it too far, especially when you're starting things off from day 2. Cammy, Hari, iDrop. Now there's a trio that I think it was a mini minor, so he's got faith for them to qualify. They're currently sitting in 12th place, had a super strong start to the day yesterday. Things slowed down later on, but they're really only like 24 points behind the qualifying range for the Global Championship currently. So one good match here in Game 7 could be enough to put them into a spot.
This is another one of our fan favorite teams, Savage, Chap, and Reason. They're only about 8 placements, given the current standings of the leaderboard. And
das macht Reason.
The difference from making it to Lyon or not. I'll have to check back in to see what sort of developments take place for them, but right back over to where Robin, Kylie, and Timu are still based up at Kappa Kappa Factory. Haven't really been able to stray too far after that initial fight they took. Getting slightly held by that other trio, but it does look like they're failing out, so that's going to give some space now for Kylie, Robin, and Timu to begin making.
War das ein Fehler in der Übertragung oder?
1,200 damage. The average amount that you needed in Storm Surge throughout the day yesterday just shows the amount of tags.
This is bad.
That these trios are doing, but our number 1 trio, Pablo, was knocked on the ground. Shino Ferdoxie were able to pick him up. We know they tend to go extra aggressive off the start, or they're uncontested drop. As Supernova quickly rotate over to pump power or other surrounding areas, but without a single elimination yet, having one teammate knocked down, where did things potentially go wrong here? Our leaders of yesterday getting aggro with it once again, trading for country, but Pablo's gonna quickly get picked back up, so it looks like they have been successful here.
Unfortunate circumstance there. You can kind of just see Ferdoxie off in the distance. He wasn't close enough to provide that support, but pump power getting key by Ferdoxie's trio has been a hand-in-hand combination since yesterday, and that seems to be their intentions going through today now. But other teams that are just acquiring their surge through these bases, the big thing to really keep an eye out for today, Takada, is to see what teams are potentially looking to just start dropping on teams that they recognize as like setting up surge bases. In NA, I think we saw like a great example of teams kind of interrupting each other's like trading methods for surge strategy. And when a team's just getting pressed, it causes the entire map to shift.
Oh, this is big. Vico Venoflixi pushing onto Seti's trio. Seti's currently in second place. Taking them out this early could be detrimental to their spot on the leaderboard as they continue the pursuit. It's looking like it's in Vico Venoflixi's hands.
Yapko gonna alleviate a little bit of pressure there for Panzer, but Panzer is still trying to get close enough for Yapko to prevent Vico, but it's just Veno chopping them both out. Panzer isolated one more time, but Flixie just kind of waiting. The call to be made whether or not they want to give chase or forfeit it for right now, but they've claimed Lone Wolf at this point, Takada.
That they have. To go back to the, surge basing talks, I want to point back to what Levin was saying as well. It does depend a lot on where these zones do pull. It helps greatly if it pulls towards you and you kind of are looking to make one of those bases. It gives you a lot more time to make that, do that damage. But that's also going to cause the threshold to be even higher. So for the other trios that have to make that rotate, the world of difficulty. Robin, Timu now have lost Kylie. They were looking like the aggressors before this, but now the tables have turned.
Robin just really hoping, holding their
Robin
breath
Hood, man.
right now alongside Timu. They're not going to be spotted, but unfortunately their position is given away. Robin now recognizing the dangers.
Jetzt ist ja auch der Point-Multiplier aktiv, oder nicht?
Entirely. Ivan, Ifrozi, and Artist, they might decide to give chase here. It looks like they fully understand that Surge is not going to build itself these opportunities outside, deep inside of the storm. You need to make sure that you are capitalizing on them, especially when you're a healthy trio like this. But Ivan, one more time, pressuring two separate angles here. They're just pinching in onto Timu. Timu just barely still left standing here, but it's going to be Robin who actually is eliminated first. Still 3 eliminations now for Ifrozi, Artist, and Ivan. And that's definitely a tough break.
Good way to kick it off. We'll have to rotate the zone now. From Kappa Kappa, it is going to be a bit far, but they're good for now. See a quick replay of how Ivan was able to piece up Kylie, knock him down before that kind of disengagement did come through. Korarma, Werix, and Akira day 2. See if he lives up to his name here and make something happen for a qual. They are in qualifying range, to be fair. They're quite close to that 9th place cutoff on how the leaderboard currently stands. So maybe a bit more northeast zones could help them out. But if that's not the case, a performance will do enough.
Yeah, what we're really looking for, though, is to see whether or not
Ja,
this
wie sieht
major
das
is
aus?
going to confirm our first French native players to the global championship. I mean, it's in Lyon after all, Takada, so I know that France is definitely going to be getting loud for some of their players that are competing today. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they won out Major 2. Blade of Champion wielders still looking to just try and defend that title, but they have a lot of work cut out for them, Takada.
Oh my gosh.
That might help a bit.
Ladet ist am rein zu guter Dropspot.
That is a disturbing amount of
Aber
healing resources. resources, plenty of shield, plenty
Supernova
of
und
Flixie, Veno, Vico.
Siemens Domain
They're just gonna keep
sind auch
playing as
besser.
aggressively as they did yesterday,
Das
but
Ding
I
ist
think
halt,
I was looking at
Ferdoxie
Big
hatte,
Storm and Demas into
das
Nancy,
Team hat eben
Veno,
den
Vico,
Vorteil,
and
dass
Flixie
keiner
playing Spoiler.
sich sozusagen Albrecht so richtig,
Are also
also
just
Abspann
getting further and
fighten
further
möchte.
backed into a corner here. But they can still try to fight their way out of this.
Schon längst, weil das passiert mit Savage und so. Dieser Skandal.
Continuing to apply steady pressure here. They know they can take this apart, but Veno, it's going to be the
Bei dem war es eben,
he ends up losing. Fortunately for
bei
Veno, he's still got Vico and
Queasy und so war es
to
eben
rely on, and the supportive measures are there. They've got to be quick.
über dieses Demon Domain. Demon's Domain. Ja, wir sehen ja auch, dieser der Ort ist für den Wettkampf genauso wie er vor dem Live-Event war.
Want to play a bit more aggressive, though the perfect trio to do that, but when you have to go against Vico, Veno, Flixie, that is quite literally the top competition to go against. Seti seems to still be down. Yapko, Panzer
Ist die nächste Season die Invasion
waiting
oder?
it out right on top of the reboot van.
Wann ist eigentlich die Mini-Season? Ja, es müsste die große Season sein erstmal, weil also ein Grand in einer Mini-Season scheint nicht ganz so richtig.
Yapko and Panzer, they definitely are just trying to be cautious because they know even if they try and tackle Hyper and Ghost directly for the 2v2, it's just so likely where they're currently sitting that another trio will just roll on over and then clean up both of them. So they've just got to take their time with this.
They really do. Okay, where Exakira and Kararma again? I see like... Wasn't sure if they were on.
Das Ding ist so, also dieser
Supernova Academy rotate potentially, but
Geist, mit dem du
use this to drop on top of brutal box cars in the early game.
diese Shards zum Springen bekommst,
Going for
mit dem muss man ein bisschen vorsichtig beim Campen sein, weil es kann passieren, dass, also wenn man mal campt, es kann passieren, dass man eben
chilling for a bit.
gesehen wird, wenn man sich zu nah an eine Wand stellt und das dann außerhalb der Wand angezeigt wird.
A lot of sneak methods, a lot of new strategies, but one thing that stays the same is surge pacing. Still a big favorite here in
Listen-
EU. Pablo, though, just trying to be careful, doesn't want to
What happened to Ferdoxie?
get fully knocked in. Definitely
Ja, das frage ich mich auch.
seemingly an uphill battle here in Game 7 for Gina Pablo. Not sure when they ended up losing Ferdoxie along
Seti
the way,
tut die
but
contesten, weil
too many teams in the surrounding area for them
die
to be
möchten
able to look for a direct reboot just yet, and that's
nicht in der letzten Runde die contesten, dass es schlecht läuft oder so.
from Pablo and Chino.
There's not a lot of times you kind of hope for a far zone pull, but when you're looking for a reboot and the zone pulls back onto you, it means your opponents aren't going to leave anytime soon, so making it even more difficult to get that reboot off on the Ferdoxie.
Trouble in the
Replay.
tunnel, so at Boxy Floodgate 4 Mappy, we saw them
Diese
kinda kicking things up
Tunnelkämpfe
there
sind
at
auch
the end of
crazy.
Game 6 yesterday, so Game 7, it's really just about finding that spark that's going to ignite your team, really get that fire underneath them. And Frenek, Dinas, Geras, we are having the desk wishes be answered here, Takada, because this zone is continuing to pull in that northward direction. And that could pose a serious problem here for Dinas, Frenek, and Geras, notorious for playing very strongly through those south zones, but a north one could be a much different story.
We'll see how it does play out.
Reboot in Supernova.
Spot for globals.
Die haben ja auch jetzt den Loot
Too risky to kick things off
übrig,
today,
der
but it looks
da
like Ferdoxie
geblieben
will be
ist.
rebooted back into the match now. You have to go through a bit of a difficult rotate if Ferdoxie doesn't go down. Upple cracked. Does get out though, it seems, with literally
Get out.
might be at 1 HP, but he's still on his feet, which is what matters.
That south side of zone, though, is going to start to get real congested
Mixen.
real fast, and that's why Upple, Mixen, Focus, they're just
Also
trying
mit
to see if they
Reason
can beat these
passiert.
other teams towards the positional advantages.
Noch ein bisschen sad.
Phoenix V, Trulex, already made
Ja, was
their
sind
way
das für Schuhe?
into that south side edge of zone. And now teams having
into that south side edge of zone.
And now teams having
Andere Kooperation oder so, wie teuer sind die?
put down a dash sprite,
Weiß
make sure you're fully
nicht.
charged up.
Das ist echt crazy.
So many small forms of healing kind of just being littered everywhere at Takata. It's just a lot of small shield potions that players are relying on, but Up will definitely need some HP.
Squeezy da.
Team that is in this end has a desperate need is Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache. We saw them dominate a lot of matches yesterday.
It's got to be the
Now
most
that they
common
have-
tongue twister, right? The Quizzy
Yeah,
thing.
I always say Quizzy. I keep saying Quizzy, and I don't know why. I guess Swizzy. I'm doing it again. You know, I'm gonna leave that trio for now. Akira, quick pickup onto Fincheck.
Okay. Ja, die mussten alle auch rebooten oder so, glaube ich, oder? Also so.
With Queasy as the mastermind, but the way that
Ja,
Swizzy and
das war eine crazy
Mustache
Sache.
extensions, just their fragging capability is insane. And Karama, Akira,
Außerhalb von Supernova Academy.
to keep trying to find some of these refreshes, and they're not the only team that's feeling a little bit pressure
Alle
right
mit
now.
Spire-Gewehr.
Gino, Ferdoxie having to play for that super late reboot. Because of
Ferdoxie
where
hat den
all the
besten
traction
Hut.
was at. Just too many teams surrounding them for them to play for an earlier reboot on Supernova, and now they're kind of
Nee,
just
die
being
beste Art.
held by Pink, Nebs, Kyoto.
Ist episch, der Rest ist blau.
Performance as well from Pink, Nebs, and Kyoto, given that Game 7 is somewhat heading in their favor.
Ooh, Ferdoxie does get cracked. Crazy stat. I knew I wasn't losing my mind
wieso
yesterday
tut
when I was
man-
seeing the shots that Ferdoxie was hitting with those revolvers. 5 times more
Surge
damage than anyone
traden, wenn man
else. As now it looks like Bush
1600
might come through and
oberhalb
Anthony,
der
good job,
Threshold ist.
though. Trying to hold his opponents back. More than enough surge. They don't have to take the peaks here. They know if their opponents are desperate, they don't want to risk any.
Außer jemand hat
might just force his way in, overtaking their spot right now.
Surge-Probleme.
As Pink and
Selbst.
Nebs are put into a world of panic. If they end up getting focused here, it would be terrible for them.
They know Pablo, Gino, Ferdoxie, they are desperate and they are willing to key the moment that they were able to get that initial knock onto
Yo.
Kyoto. They wanted to see if they could find even more. Pink
Oha.
incredibly low, but Pablo loses his shield. Pablo's gonna get knocked, and now Gino, Ferdoxie left to try and see whether or not they can make a play for the revive, but Pink, Nebs, they come charging in. They don't want to allow that revive opportunity. Pablo's going to be eliminated. Chino, Ferdoxie, they'll be forced to use or their Menless grenades. And now Chino pulling back, Ferdoxie pulling back. They were able to at least get a little bit assets off of the body.
Ich check auch nicht, warum sie das gemacht haben, aber weiter ab, der Lodel.
tough for Pink, Nebs, and Kiro. They were in a prime position. Zone even pulled very close to them. They had the higher ground, and now they're in the mud without a teammate. A lot lower on mats and heals. But as a duo, I got confidence they can still make something happen. When you're the best of the best on the region, you got to be able to clutch up moments like these. As now, shots are going to be continuing to come through. Nebs almost getting cracked for Doxy. Forced to pop a big.
Seems like Nebs might be trying to re-spark that conversation with Ferdoxie, but Ferdoxie Chino definitely winning that last exchange.
Yo.
Now Nebs will finally look to just play into his chug jug, but Pink and Nebs, they're definitely just cornered by the lobby. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally, as Pink continues trying to see if there's some space he can look to retreat further back to. It's just so hard to play through the low ground when you've lost your fragger. And for Doxy Chino, they are feeling that similar pressure. The lobby has taken note of what's come up short for these teams that are stuck behind the congestion.
He's gonna go down. Red now. Peeking behind, seeing if he can find any opening, any players that are rotated in with not too much HP, and he might just find one. As the shots come through, a quick elimination for Fred, as he's gonna use the misform to get back to zone.
Wie finden sie die Pads mit dieser Cave außerhalb der Sode? Dass sie sich das Heckler einfach weggesucht. Nach Gefühl. Mit Mitte vom Gestern halt einfach.
Oh.
But trouble is on the horizon for plenty of our teams, even in the low ground. Still, Tayson and HFIS. It's looking like we're going to see a lot of duo action in these final zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
CS. I did see Cammy and his full trio up on height. If they're able to hold on to it, hopefully we can see them kick off the big game here. But Gyros, for NAC, Dinas want to hold on to that qualifying spot in a great position, actually. Yapko and Panzer have played this whole game out basically without SETI. Let's see how many points they can clutch up as a duo.
Yapko and Panzer trying not to draw too much attention, but Veno, Vico, Flixie have zero intentions of letting them actually roll towards this front side low position. They're making Yapko burn through so much material, just trying to hold these walls even, but Chaos on the high ground. Vanya, Pixie, Matias, they finally made their move, and Cammy, he's been eliminated. Matias gonna immediately fall right back to the high ground, and now Pixie just relentless, spraying underneath, and teams are definitely feeling that turnover of height.
I might have spoke too soon. Zone has pulled back onto main land as Chino picks up a quick elimination onto Dinas now. Alongside Ferdoxie, the duo is continuing to look quite strong, but over time, I think after this rotate, if they don't get another refresh, the mats are going to be incredibly low. The good news is they pulled zone, so they can play it slow.
Convenient medkit find there too for Ferdoxie. 3 eliminations, every little
Vanyak's
bit
team
helps.
of high ground.
Pixie still strongly overhead, but there are plenty of teams that are definitely looking to take it right back from them. Swizzy, Quizzy, Merstash, Prieta nearly bringing Ferdoxie down all the way, but Swizzy, he sees the opportunity slip through their fingers. Same might not happen though with Nebs here. He's lurking, he's wary, he knows there's a team playing through this frontside low, but Chino, Ferdoxie, they're also just trying to conserve as much material as they can, hoping to pick off another straggler that's coming through even more shambles than them. And Chino will find it in Nebs, but there's only so much that they can split between each other. Swizzy, Quizzy, now having to play low, and Swizzy comes up big time. Chap gonna be eliminated, but it's a short-lived victory there for Swizzy. Clean trio wipes, and Vanya, Medius, Pixie still strongly overhead.
So many duos continuing to hold on.
Das Ding ist, in diesen letzten Sachen, wenn man als ein Duo ist es vielleicht besser zu machen wie Ferdoxie und unter andere. Also einfach versuchen sicher zu spielen. Und darauf halt, wo man ist, also wenn man jetzt am Rand des Kreises ist, wo die Zone schließt halt, wo die Distanzverschließung größer ist, dann ja, ist es schon ein bisschen schwerer. Seitlich datieren oder was? Versuchen.
Height and low, and it looks like they might be forced to just take the battle underneath them with Teeny. Big shots though. These knocks and eliminations onto TD and Cringe now gonna mean that Tayson, Atreus, they might have a real shot at carrying through the low.
Yeah, it's a huge refresh. Risk got all of those mats. Hopefully it's enough to make a play, but Vico, Veno, Flixie looking like they want height. They see the duo up above. They know they have the advantage if they go for it. Marius getting incredibly low as they're just a couple shots away from breaking down the whole high ground. Chino, though, put into trouble, gets knocked out of the match as Vanya Marius continue to hold up above.
Ferdoxie and Chino did the damage on the lobby though. Marius, Vanya,
mit der Gun.
That shockwave pistol to make use of, and they are causing so much disruption for the teams underneath them. Akita all the way in Storm, just looking to try and play whatever heal-off placements he can manage. Veno, Flixie, Vico. Veno taking over height. Veno's got the medallion though. He's gonna jump. He's gonna provide a little bit of supportive measures here. Vanya's now been chopped.
Welches Medaillen?
To use that misform just yet. He's trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. Dropped all the way though to ultimate low, and Vanya dancing around, but he's been focused by all these solos kind of hanging nearby. He'll actually be able to find a chance for that make it play, but Deal also a solo with 5 eliminations in the low ground, causing so many issues, just playing spoiler, 3 HP, still rocking it, and he finds a gap to play his Chug Jug. So many of these players now looking to just opt for a heal-off opportunity here, but Flixie is tearing through. Flixie, Veno, and Vico, they are notorious for being day 2 players, and this is a big part of the reason why Takada, because Vanya, all by his own, won't have any answer.
141 Punkte, aber natürlich auch mit dem Punkte-Multiplier.
Ring, ring, the cleanup crew was called in.
Yo.
Flixie eliminating every player that was left on the low
Digga.
ground. They overtook height. They finished the rest of the match off, but they wanted more than just the victory royale. They wanted those extra eliminations, that cherry on top, and they got it.
They were just playing their pre-edit so well in those frontside low positions that every single one of those solos, duos that was coming up behind them, already a little bit scuffed with their loadouts, and you're just running into a relatively healthy team. They were stacked on eliminations by the end of this one too, Takata.
Oh yeah, they were looking good. Now this is a trio that you expect to be competing for that first place spot. They have the respect, they have the experience, but after day one, they were not that close to first place. They were down in 7th going into this 7th game of the grand finals, and now with that victory royale, they're gonna have more than enough points to boost themselves up in the standings. So let's see how.
Ich dachte, es wäre schon 1880p. Ja, ist verpixelt irgendwas so.
Thank you very much,
Vielleicht auch,
guys.
weil ich den
If you
Bildschirm
catch
nicht
your
auf
minds back
native
before
Auflösung
Game
habe.
7, I did question whether we were going to see Venno repeat the teeny strat and go to Lone Wolf Lair because of Seti being there and that potential vulnerability that Miniminer pointed out. And then what happened in Zone 2?
Ja, das war, glaube ich, schon seit Chapter 2 die Musik,
And they
nicht?
capitalize at the end as well.
Yeah, really nice to see these guys finally awaking.
Die Background-Musik, die ist cool. Also die überhaupt hört.
Go ahead.
No. This is so key because right there you can see they get that refresh. Zone 11 pullback. As soon as you see that pullback after the refresh, cash money. Game's done. Wrap it up from there. They have so much time with the loot they just pick up. They scout for height. We didn't see Venno's POV there, but Venno's instantly looking up at height. They chop it. They take it. Marius back to the lobby. Go home, brother. They take height. Game's done from there. We've seen these types of games from these three so many times this year. It's so readable. You see in that moment, you know exactly what they're trying to do, and they execute it perfectly. This is the Venno Vico Flixie we want to see.
Yeah, they're so good at that, aren't they? Just looking towards that front side, then looking back up towards height. I think they identified that Vanya's team were only a duo up there, so they just kept unrelenting pressure there going up on height. And then the way they close it out, absolutely perfect. I think that's 19 eliminations in that one game. Absolutely huge from these guys. And it's exactly the start they would have wanted to day 2 after a subpar day 1 for these guys' standards.
Okay, mich interessiert jetzt auch natürlich das Leaderboard. Wen denn nicht?
Snatched by Ferdoxie's cheering. It's 11-11. Hold on. We can frag still. Don't forget about us.
You're putting the cat amongst the pigeons here, Levin, and I'm loving it. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about the rest of Game 7.
Okay. Nee, eigentlich schon live und so Sachen, aber... Boah. Sollen wir mal bei Reason reinschauen? Raison.
Go, we're back. We're back in the room.
Er hat auch nur Musik. Wie 16 Punkte hat er gemacht. Das ist nicht so viel, sag ich ehrlich. Ah, egal. Bro, der Arme. Das ist ein Matchup mit Mr. Savage. Mr. Average. Ging nicht so wie geplant, Mann. Aber ja, Mr. Savage ist halt so ein alter Spieler, der war schon seit Anfang an dabei, also. Regal. Die Animation aber hier ist auch dope ein bisschen, ja. Jo. Was ist hier? Verpixelt. Ich check das nicht. Das ist ein Fehler in der Übertragung. Okay, diese zurück.
European competition in FNCS, and things are looking really tough at the top. Our day one leaderboard toppers, Ferdoxie, had to settle for 8th in game number 7, but of course they went down fighting, Miniminer.
Yeah, they did, and it was quite unfortunate they actually lost one of their members of their trio going into that end game, so they didn't quite have their full power, and I think this might be it right here. It was a real tough fight there with Pink at this current moment, and they still had a solid game, and I think that's what they'll need to do when it comes to these end games, Levin, is make sure they can have those solid games, consistently make them. I would have expected more, though, from this particular zone because of where it is. We saw so many south zones yesterday, so many people expecting teams that are landing at the north to get some more north zones. When we do, expected bigger and better things, but still not a terrible performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, the silver lining for these guys is that they had what some people, I guess, would argue is a bad game for them based off of momentum, and it was an 8 eliminate.
Yeah.
You know, so look, if this is how you're going to perform when one of your teammates is down and you guys have to duo clutch up, you're in a good spot to win.
I'm down.
Yes, and so hopefully, if they're in these types of positions again, they can
Nicht
play like
in-game, aber zu
spielen.
spielen.
A bad spot for sure.
It's interesting to see where Marius, Pixie and Vanya are. They haven't moved on the leaderboard despite a pretty high placement from those guys. The zone's in their favour. We know that they love to drop at Flooded Frogs. That hasn't changed the entire year. Why were they not able to hold on to that high ground, Levin?
Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. We had, you know, two sort of far pulls after this. 8th zone here, you see them up on height. Two far pulls that's investing in a lot of materials. I don't think we saw them really jump down. You see here, Marius jumps down and picks up some materials. I'm guessing, again, it just wasn't really too much. Maybe this is the play here. Pixie getting caught out on the 10th zone. I think that probably comes down to it, because then you see it's just Vanya and Marius left to defend high ground. So I guess, yeah, it would have just been Pixie sort of getting caught out there. I think was probably the main problem for them, really.
Yeah, and they also came up against one of the best, if not the best, teams at retaking height in Venovico and Flixie. They do that so often. So when you are a duo on height, you're in
down.
It's just completely easy for the teams down below to see that that's going to be an easy height for them. I thought they held on to it pretty well as a duo for a longer time than I would have expected. So props to them for that. And they managed to get a second, so it wasn't a terrible performance. But again, it would have been nice to see them get that win just to propel them at the top of the leaderboard here.
We have to give props to Tayson, Chicha and Chris as well. This is a trio that's already qualified for the Global Championships in Lyon, and yet we still don't talk about them very often, Levin, which is surprising given the consistency of their performances this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I remember watching them in the group stage last weekend, and I remember a lot of the games we were watching them, and they were playing mid-ground and they were low-ground, and they were playing really well. Like, they'd be on the side
Also ich sehe durch dieses grüne Blödchen fast gar nicht. Weiß nicht, wie die das tun, aber okay.
A lot of that so far today, and even here in this game, you see it where, you know, Tayson and Harissa are able to just control large areas of zone. Of course, eventually you get overrun when you are just a duo, and the zone's getting smaller and smaller, but really promising stuff we're seeing from these guys. Again, if they can perform like this come Globals time, they're going to be a team that's sneaking into that top 10 for sure.
Yeah, really exciting, because sort of historically we've sort of thought about Tayson as maybe a hype player, someone that is more prominent on that high ground, looking for it all the time. And it's really nice to see him sort of developing now that sort of low to mid ground style of play. And I feel like now, especially last season as well, it's finally coming to fruition, really finding himself at home and his trios at home in that position. So really excited to see what these guys can do at Globals as well.
Now, Queasy, Swizzy and Murstache, they haven't got any of the shenanigans that we saw from the likes of Malibu, Kawox and Pink today. They're finally unconned, but they didn't manage to make it inside the top 10 Miniminer. Should we be worried?
I don't think we should be too worried. Again, you know, speaking of how zones, this was a very long zone poll for them, completely the opposite side of the map. I think the pressure's not on them as much. It'll be a different challenge for them today as than what they had yesterday, although it wasn't much of a challenge off spawn against Malibuka's team. They'll have to adjust a few things, they'll have to fix some things, I'm sure, but still not in a bad position on the leaderboard.
Half of the lobby will be hating that question, Frankie. They'll be like, oh, Queasy gets one game where the zone's fine. We're already sympathizing for him. On your bike, son. You know how it feels now. And look, if I know one thing about Queasy, I'm sure he'll be complaining. If we keep getting zones like that now, I don't even want to check his Twitter after this, man. I know he's going to be complaining. So hopefully we see some zones that are fair for everyone, which is not possible. But yeah.
Well, 11, you've got about 30 seconds to go and stalk Queasy on Twitter because we are ready to get the Battle Pass loaded for Game 8.
Is always one of the favorite parts about a grand finals weekend, Takata, just kind of seeing the little social pop-offs. But I'm really looking forward to what other adjustments some of these teams are going to make between Game 7 and Game 8, because teams that might have come through with a brand new strategy thinking, okay, this is the one, and then it doesn't end up being. So I'm really just trying to see how they overcome that for Game 8.
Yeah, you don't get another night of homework after this. This is the last chance, and we're getting to Game 8, so let's head right on it.
Yeah, bro. Major die.
But yeah, I think kind of picking up on that conversation though, it's more so the fact that players don't want to wind up doing the exact same methods every single match to a T, because it's very easy for other teams to kind of take advantage of those sort of instances, and I think that's something that's going to be on everybody's mind for today.
Yeah,
also ich weiß nicht, wie sehr Ferdoxies Team jetzt das riskieren möchte gegen Steady ausfahren, falls Supernova wieder geht. Und wie viele Teams auch dort sein werden.
Native French trio to qualify to the global championship in France, so hopefully they can keep that position on the leaderboard. They're in 9th. They are the cutoff to qualify currently. Still a long ways to go, but it's getting started.
And it's looking like it's gonna be a rocky start for some of our teams tucked away on the southern edges of the map. The immediate off-spawn contest, though, I think because of the fact that we are in day 2 of our matches, Takata, you just need to make these off-spawn fights as decisive as quickly as possible. And you can't draw out the conclusions because third party will just ruin the day for everybody involved.
No, crazy drop.
So the fight down here is, there's not really time for a third party when you're going for the 50-50. It's a quick end to the fight. Whoever gets the first from the chest, it looks like Sato's gonna pick one up. Nice shots being connected onto waves. They were the trio that did go down in Game 7 in the last match, but now in the 2v1, this should be a quick cleanup for Karma, Splik, and Sato, and it looks like it was. Now they just have to make use of this early game success to get a solid match.
And they'll be sure to get an early reboot there onto Splik, Cringe, Volko, Vidil, Outpost, and Clay.
Sind die Ankon?
Ice, who's going to take it here in match number 8, and Volko actually kind of looking around, and Cringe, Vidil, yeah, we didn't get a chance to see it because they were so quick. I'm still like looking in the distance because keep in mind, Takata, we just touched ground. Battle bus and players are not wasting any chances. Vidil, Volko, and Cringe just roll through match 8 off spawn with the vengeance, man.
I could tell you were looking around, and I was like, yeah, they already have 3 eliminations. I don't know how they got it so quick, but looks like
aber komm jetzt.
And it worked out. Not only getting
das geil.
Now. This is a very quick and very good start for Vidil, Volko, and Cringe. We saw Vidil in the late game in the last match doing a great job clutching up some extra points, so hopefully that momentum carries on forward. It's a quick replay to how it actually went down.
Good team effort, just
Die haben gelernt von den Europäern.
Outright. And we all know Vidil definitely needs that. Cringe, Volko too.
Ist jetzt trotzdem hier unten oder was?
for the global championship. Major 3 finals, it's always sick to have a really high placement or even to wield the blade of champions, but everybody is so focused on making it to the global championship.
Yeah, that's the key to this major right now, being the last opportunity to kind of get that golden ticket. And one of our top contenders is Panzer, Seti, and Yapko, but they've been running into a world of trouble here at Lone Wolf. And once again, you talked about switching things up. You talked about predictions. Ferdoxie going right off the Panzer. Said,
Ich weiß nicht.
Power this time around. We're going to go right on over to Lone Wolf and see if we can pick something up, and that they did. Hyper goes Julie right below, looking for a sneak attack.
Die haben die einfach.
Don't get too excited, Gino. He's the only one left behind right now, but Hyper takes a big chunk out of his HP. Not sold that it came from Ferdoxie's team, but
I think it was.
It might have actually been the surge base that Ferdoxie's aiming at, but now Ferdoxie, Pablo, Gino, they are fully aware of this sneaky strategy that Ghost Hyper and Jewel were trying to employ. Pablo, Ferdoxie, Gino, they are more than happy to try and key these guys down. They've already taken care of one trio. Why not look to tackle another? But this is definitely very scrappy openings from Ferdoxie, and it's a method that they're just running with after their game 1 success or the day 1 success.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it scrappy. I like what they're doing. They don't want to be predicted, right? If they keep going pump power all 12 games, you know, eventually someone's gonna go for the perfectly timed third party or do something to stop them. But if they keep mixing it up, it's what we talked about earlier on. It's a lot more difficult to kind of disrupt them and their early game path. We can see oh, what actually happened. The whole surge base that Panzer had set up got dropped down, and the opposing surge team are the ones that disrupted the sneak attack from Hyper. Kind of unlucky, to be honest, a bit unfortunate, but it might have saved Ferdoxie a potential reboot. So.
Panzer defying some of the laws of gravity out there, but Venya and Pixie from Flying Frogs.
Das die einzige Konkurrenz ist, gibt's oder was?
Up against teams by Lone Wolf, probably a big part of the reason why Panzer was even so far up that ramp in the first place before he got chopped out. But Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, this has just been a very consistent play, but they're going to probably need to take some pretty big risks when you think about the way that Venovico and Flixie kind of just disrupted everything in Game 7. I mean, a big performance, huge points, surge up the leaderboard. That was 4 placements that they jumped.
Was machen die?
4 placements will definitely help out, but there's still a good amount of matches to go. You were talking about kind of countering these surge bases, right? If you keep doing it every single game, eventually a trio is going to try and disrupt it, and Ivan might be on the receiving end. Almost ready to knock it all down against Chop. Malabuka Ping Walks doing what they can to put their names back on the leaderboard. A quick cleanup. Double elimination from Malabuka Ping Walks. Could this be the start of a miracle? They're currently not looking too hot at all, but you know, if they end up popping off back-to-back, we saw it on Asia, 6 wins in a row.
Okay,
they can win everything. Stop
I will stop you right there, Takata. They're 450 points behind, bro.
Hey.
Today is ridiculous.
Bro, crazy, that's crazy, bro.
I am with it because I love to see that they're still fighting through it. Day 1 obviously did not go the way that they wanted it to, but that doesn't mean that they can still get a little bit more prizing, and they already have their global seat secured. So we give them a little benefit of doubt. You try things, swing and a miss, and we leave it at that.
We'll see. You never know what can happen here in FNCS. Vico Veno Flixie, great success in the first match of the day.
Vico kriegt die beste Pump, logisch.
From a trio of this caliber. Excited to see if they can continue with that momentum now. Good loot, good looks to kick off this second game.
Gotta be a little
That's
cautious
crazy.
there, though, for Bradage's trio. They've been having to deal with so many teams interrupting what would be their typical loot path. Yapko, Seti, they have found their moment, though, to bring Panzer back, and immediately trying to build up as high as they could to ensure
Das schlau, was sie gemacht
Panzer
haben,
had
da
been knocked out of the
unten.
air from the team surrounding.
Den Sprite einfach runter zu machen. Und das können sie jetzt editen.
Already looking to close in. Yepko, Panzer SETI. I mean, that reboot, man, is just sound the alarm. Let everybody know that we've got an injured trio here.
I feel like they can't catch a break. Still in second place, to be fair, SETI Yepko Panzer, but they're only a few points off of Vico Benoflixi. They got 28th, 10th in the last 2 matches, so...
Gibt's eine Marke, die Schwein macht und 6 Foot heißt? Ich weiß nicht, vielleicht 6. Ich dachte, es gibt sowas Ähnliches. Komm schon, Reason. Nice.
Though this is the trio that we saw closing in to try and key when SETI and Yako are trying to play for the reboot. SETI now paying the ultimate price. He has been exchanged, but Chap, that's not the outcome he would have hoped for against the likes of Yapko. Thankfully, though, with Savage, it's backed up, no problem. Panzer is still trying to be a bit of a nuisance here. He wants to prevent Savage from having anything go smoothly. If it's not going to be me, it won't be you either, but Panzer probably won't get that choice. Reason would have to stumble pretty heavily here. And Reason knows all he really has to do is show face.
Reason hit it.
Doesn't need to chase Panzer any further. He can just play through the rest of his teammates. They might still keep him solo.
Oh yeah, this is not looking good for Panzer. I can tell you that right now. Reason just has to hit a couple more DMR shots. I mean, we talked about them not being able to catch a break.
They pushed him.
Now 3 matches in a row where it's just not been a fun early to mid game for them.
Yo.
Something has to change, or they have to just have to be more prepared for these early engagements. But see if Panzer's able to do anything here. A 1v3. Nice shot connected.
Kommt jetzt die Rache.
Putting him to a bit of panic, but his teammates are close.
Oi, wir haben die. So. Let's go, Reason. Let's go.
Revenge when you think about some of the elim opportunities Panzer took against them.
Let's go, Chad. Let's go.
So,
David.
Return fire here, but Veno, Flixi, Vico, a lot of momentum carried off of that Game 7 win. It's almost like Veno's trying to announce to the rest of the lobby, hey, the king is home, and I'm coming to claim my throne. But Vico, Flixi, Veno, good elimination, start things off. And now trying to see if they can claim Akira. But it looks like he's managed to get a little bit of space.
Yeah,
I
literally was just gassing him up about now being in qualifying range to globals, and they get keyed by Vico, Benoflixi. Kira can still get the reboot and make something happen, but the difficulty just got increased to the highest possible, so hopefully we'll see them in the late game, but Vico and Flixi are on fire currently.
They are just sweeping through all of these teams, trying to make later rotations that were left in those positions because they just lost early fights. Kylie and Robin, they do have a few eliminations, but if it's a battle of attrition, that's something that Vico, Flixi, Veno definitely have the upper hand on right now. Really strong loadouts here, and just very consistent pressure. Veno gonna be the first one to get a little bit more up close. Kylie, Robin, Timu, Memnis grenades, gonna bring them back up to pretty healthy AP thresholds. Still stuck inside the storm for this long, Takata, and these drawn out fights. Storm sickness could definitely be a threat.
We saw the amount of heal offs that came through yesterday, so it's definitely important to try and avoid that storm sickness, but in terms of making it back to zone, you know, these trios have more than enough heals to do so they're comfortable for now, but Flixi getting quite low, forcing Vico and Veno to apply that pressure on their opponents, give them a bit of time to heal back up. Kylie, Robin doing what they can, but Veno's gonna get cracked as well now. Gonna need some support from his teammates. The pressure is kind of on here. You might want to consider playing it a bit slower.
You might want to consider just leaving. This fight has not been what they were initially after, and now
there we go.
The consequences have been applied, though, to Robin first, Timu, Kylie. They're now trying to go on the back foot, but Veno, okay, I apologize. I gotta remember that you guys are
not
still
a trio that likes to play it slow
with it, okay? It's just You can see the intention, and when it takes a little bit longer than you anticipate, it's very easy for that to go a different way in my eyes.
It's like they get fueled by the pressure. They're like, oh, I'm kind of low. Okay, let's take this a bit more seriously now. Instantly, double eliminations, puts it into a 3v1, finishes the fight off. Head back over to Ferdoxie, Chino, and Pablo now at Lone Wolf. And disrupting this whole area of the map with their quick pushes off the start of the match. So many options. Do they go to a surge base? Do they go directly to a POI? It's a very flexible.
Oha, was ist da bei der Treppe passiert? Da hat man gerade mal wieder Fortnite Engine-Probleme gesehen. Nee, eigentlich hat das nicht viel mit dem Engine zu tun, vielleicht schon, aber mit ihrer Anti-Aliasing-Implementation.
It just causes these rotates to be so chokeholded.
Es ist also wie diese Gitter, diese schwarze Wellenkreise haben, keine Ahnung, wie man das erklären könnte.
The more south zones they get, the more difficult it's going to be. Quick look at how Tayson was able to pick up the quick elimination here. Torres now hiding.
Yo.
But he was quickly found.
Happens to the best of us. Another reboot play coming into action though for Trexer.
Jetzt suchen die den Boss.
Will Cheatin be able to land, or will he be shot down from the skies? Only time will tell. I do think that they are deep enough though and away from enough of the action, Takada, that Cheatin shouldn't have any issues. At least not for right now. But as this team closes in to where the zone has pulled towards, they have so much ground to cover.
Not too worried about it yet, though. They're doing a great job staying up on the leaderboard. In 7th, they've been kind of holding on to that spot. They're able to do that for the rest of the day. It's enough to get that golden ticket.
In Prolex. Was ist mit
potential reboot having to come through here. You know, good news is they are
ich weiß nicht, wie der heißt.
on the uncongested side, so not too many trios in sight. Bad news, have they done enough damage? I would say hopefully so.
More towards that Outlaw Oasis side though. Curious to see.
Was ist das?
Seems like Swizzy versus Dash and Queasy.
Liegt das Problem bei mir oder?
Ruining surge bases for other people. Great shots. Swizzy is probably the last player you ever want to try and take a bloom battle with, or even just any sort of immediate fight. He has been on fire with some crazy eliminations throughout this finals.
Looking good. We didn't see them go for height in the last game. They were incredibly low on materials starting off that end game, so they definitely ran into a bit of trouble in the later half of the mid game to, you know, beginning of that end game. So I'm curious to see.
1300 above though.
Yeah, what went wrong previously? Now they're looking healthier than ever. Hopefully this time around, you know, a little bit less pressure going into it. Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino are. What are they waiting for here?
Yo.
Might be Marius. Don't knock on the wrong door, Marius. Shot comes through. No crack though. Bit of time to run away, but with the pressure from every single angle, Chino's gonna pick that up. And what a good refresh.
Just the wrong neighborhood there for Marius. But Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino, off that refresh, they know that they've got Vanya and Pixie split in front of them. And even if both of these teams have to tank a little bit of lobby focus, it's pretty unlikely just because of their position. They're using this natural cliff face as some good coverage from where the congestion is actually pulling both these teams much more, I think, separated from the lobby, and just having the luxury now of doing things like what Pixie and Vanya are, just shooting at teams.
In letzter Zeit gibt es irgendwelche so komische Lags in Fortnite. Man sieht die Waffe nicht oder der Waffensound ist falsch, also zum Beispiel wenn man eine Pump hat, kriegt man AR-Sound, oder eher wenn man eine AR hat, dann Pump-Sound-Animation, wenn man schießt.
The trouble encounter with Vico Benoflixi, they have made it to the end game.
These Memmis grenades just open up so many more opportunities for how long teams can afford to tank some of these storm ticks. Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino just crouching their way through. They're trying to conserve as much material as possible. They want to challenge Ghost, Hyper, and Yule. They're trying to reserve that Memmis grenade if they can, but play for right now. They've got a great front side position though.
Yeah, looking powerful, looking strong. Don't want to commit to any fights in this portion of the
Okay, die
match,
haben schon einen den Überraschungseffekt benutzt. Geschafft. Keine Ahnung, wie man dem sagt.
Things were looking so bright for this endgame, and now Queasy's at 37 HP, forced to use a med mist in the zone, just one tick away to going down, and they're out of the game.
For NAC, just barely hanging 281 above because of that fight with Queasy's trio. This was a team that was desperate for some surge, and unluckily for Queasy, they were just the team that get caught up in the crossfire. Kudos to NAC though. Making a heads-up play there. Big shutdown on the leaderboard there too for Queasy. They'll have to sit and wait.
Meistens setzt alle in eine ungute Position.
Are going to accrue towards Ghost, Jewel, Hyper. Ever since they got prevented from moving forward by Ferdoxie's team.
Also das Team, das es hat.
At this base of Crime City Mountain, and now finally gonna get a move on, but 30 above. Okay, good jump on the surge threshold, gonna buy them a little bit more time, but they really want to make sure they don't get stuck too far backside, because all those teams that are already based ahead of them are certainly going to be looking to clear out those late trail-ins.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. From a duo to a solo, he's got the damage, but solo v trios is a rough game to play when the moving zones haven't even begun. I got faith in Pixie though. Currently in zone, hopefully can make it happen here. Has more surge than Ferdoxie's whole trio.
A lot scarier though for Pixie, knowing that there's a whole healthy trio behind him, and it's probably a good inkling to Pixie too, that he knows that this is Ferdoxie's trio, given that they've been kind of trailing a little bit after him ever since that initial elimination onto Matias. But Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxie, they want to make sure that they are a fully intact team for this endgame. Even though it was an 8th place finish, getting 8 eliminations in that last lobby, and they're just looking to stack points, but Pixie knocks onto Ghost and Jewel.
Nice.
Er stärkt sich gut, obwohl ein Solo ist jetzt.
Pull for Vico Flixie. They were based up on this snowy mountain, and now they've pulled 8th zone. I mean, anywhere the moving zone goes to from here is going to be a huge benefit, as the teams down below are going to have a difficult rotate. Trulex, Teeny trying to see what they can do to kind of solidify a decent position, but Vico Flixie setting up with hard mats already. This is looking like a potential back-to-back.
And even if the material had looked a little bit thin there on Veno, no worries. Flixie's got it covered. This is a smart investment though, Takata. They know that these shifting elevations, teams are going to be burning through materials like no other. And when they have such a cemented position overseeing the rest of the lobby, Vico is bound to be a nightmare to deal with. And Flixie, Veno, fully understanding all they want to do is just suppress secondary height for as long as possible, and that's going to be very feasible with these current loadouts.
Yeah, there's not another height in sight other than the island. But if it pulls double east, I mean, it could run through it. They're already so high up, though.
Mixten.
We'll see how it does end up playing out. Mappy, Cheatin, a quick potential 3-2-1. They hear the shots. But now they see zone has pulled quite far. A little too risky to take a full-on engagement here. But it might be what they need to do.
Problem is, if they wait too long, it's just going to make it even easier for Height to pick them off instead.
Ja, gut, dass sie vorsichtig sind.
They've already made their move. Pablo, Chino, Ferdoxie.
Also ich werde einfach voll rein, Mann. Vinos Team holt sich High Ground. Wahrscheinlich weil Quiz's Team einfach nicht da ist.
Currently, Ferdoxie kind of spearheading the charge here, but spotted out Fincheck. He sees Upholm, makes in focus in front of him too. Doesn't want to find himself getting fully cut off here. They're going to need to challenge one of these fights. They want to jump into the box, but they're trying to make sure they don't get pre-edited in the process.
They are going to be the ones doing the pre-editing here, it seems. Nice little recycling of their opponent's tarp. They saw the full trio playing calm collected. This could be a huge opportunity. The 3-2-1 comes through. No, not coming from it yet, but there it is. That's one. Looking for the second. They've now claimed a huge position. Good amount of mats, good amount of damage. They can focus on getting ahead of zone now.
Wir könnten High Ground wächten sogar. Nein, Badal.
I'm more than happy to collect all that loot, all those elims, but Veno, Flixie, Vico, 7 eliminations already on height. Veno just continuing to tarp overhead. Flixie right by his side. Every single layer of want control over Flixie and Veno currently hold on to. And Vico just playing as much disruption as possible. Deathy's for Strokey, a little bit smothered right now by Flixie's suppressive fire, but Teeny, he'll just play for the medkit. Doesn't really have anything else going for him right now. Just solo Takada, and even worse still, player pulling up from behind. Big elimination to close out match 8 for him. But Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino, they're looking to try and run away with this low ground layer. They want to prevent anybody from challenging.
Be careful up above, though. The high ground retake has come through. They saw that they were in wood. No more harder or mats to be used to maintain onto that high ground, but the shots are being connected when they need to most. Veno with a quick pickup. Is it going to grant him enough materials, though? As now the builds are getting placed. 9 trios still up. It looks like they've held on to height.
Flixie's got it, at least right now, but
ja, okay, ich kann.
they might make some waves here. They might cause a lot of disruption.
Mino weiß, wie es geht. Ist also nicht nur einer der besten Spieler, sondern auch also einer der besten IGLs überhaupt. Ja, was ist das? Was ist diese Meta?
And Ferdoxie, he'll actually opt for these chug jugs. He just needs to play for placements.
Pablo doing what he can to get out. Heal off is going to begin. Picks Demon Storm looking like Piranhas in the Rodder, taking out any solo duo that's been left behind. Taking those shots, trying to secure a good spot to fight the 3v3 against Vico, Veno, Flixie, but it might just be too difficult. Demus is out of mats. He's doing what he can to connect the shot, but as eliminations come through, Darm uses up his last dashes. Veno with the final pickup. Inspiration from Coyote, Rise, and Yuma on Asia. They said
wieder im Grand.
on EU as well, back-to-back victory royale so far in day 2.
And just like that, Veno, Vico, and Flixie have certainly thrown that leaderboard for a loop here, Takada, because mad amount of eliminations, yet again a victory royale.
Yo, that's crazy.
Just fully sinking in for these guys. And if they keep replicating this kind of success, that lead that Ferdoxie and Pablo and Chino were looking at, it was already dwindling pretty rapidly with Sediapo and Panzer, and then even after the last match performance, Veno, Flixie, and Vico are in real contention for first.
No, they're looking like a whole new beast right now on day 2. They said, don't forget about us. There's a reason. We have to respect that we
Reason.
Ferdoxie was looking like too much of an advantage
Back to
after
back.
day 1, and now with that back-to-back victory royale, I want to know where that's going to place them, so let's head on over to
Ja, Bro, so ist er auf ersten Platz, Mann. Wie das bei Pollo auch war.
We've got to wait a little bit longer just for the leaderboard to be clarified, verified, and then we can see what that has changed, because that was quite the performance from Veno, Vico, and Flixie. They have clearly had a tough conversation overnight, and it's really worked, Levin.
Hey, I think they saw what was going on over in Asia and OCE and said we want a piece of that. You know, it's too late now. You can't quite get, 7 or 8 Veno and them, but maybe you can try and match your 6 out of 6 or 6 out of 12. So look, another good game, a different type of win on height, right? Another height win, but a different type of win. They held it a lot longer, right? And they were able to ward off threats. Mini. These guys are heating up now. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, really nice game from these guys. As you mentioned, they played for height a little bit earlier there. Of course, they were holding on to it. They had a little bit of a contestation in the mid of that end game right there, and they managed to hold on to it really, really well, which I was really impressed with. And yeah, they're sort of playing a lot different to what we saw yesterday. I know you're talking about sort of the shotgun percentages at the beginning of the show. These guys didn't really have shotgun damage in that mid game, so now they're going for more fights. We saw them early game trying to find their surge that way, and it's setting them up for success. And this is the moment right here. Really nicely done from Flixie actually to chop down the teams that were up on high and trying to actually contest on that high ground. It was Lixium's team, and they regained control of that high ground, which is absolutely crucial. Gave them all the materials that they needed to close on out, and I think it's a huge moment for them as well, because a lot of the top teams, Setti's team, Tayson's team, Vanya Pixie Maris, they didn't have a good game here, so absolutely huge for them in their push for that first place.
Let me correct you a tiny bit there a minute. Yesterday, it's not they didn't really have shotgun damage. Yesterday, they did 0 damage with their shotguns in zone 1 to 5 across all 6 games, which is mental to think about in the context of that trio. Today, they've been way more aggressive in the mid game. We've seen them fighting a lot more. It's leading to success later on in the game. Long may it continue.
It's like they've been taking a leaf out of Ferdoxie's book, and I can't wait to see this story conclude. Let's head into a break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down more from Game.
Okay. Wir wissen immer, welche Lobbymusik gut ist. Warte, ist Vino am Stream? Nimmt es tatsächlich ernster. Riesen. Ja, okay.
One club that rose above the rest.
Oh, was ist das?
When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. Only one can become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Ja, Bro. Twitch Premium oder was? Er loggt sich in ein Game, was schaue ich überhaupt bei denen vielleicht so aus? Abwechslung, dass man Dings im Spiel, ja, und auch mich ein bisschen nicht zu langweilen, aber crazy, wer hätte das gedacht? Also Vino, Vico, Flixie, VR Back-to-Back. Das ist die Dominanz, die wir schon seit den wir schon seit langem nicht gesehen haben, oder? Also voll Peterbot und so, versteht sich natürlich. Aber ja, das Team ist auch einfach crazy. Also Vico, der ist so passionate über das Spiel. Und jetzt mit Trios, also die konnten sich einfach mit Vino zusammenschließen, und das ist crazy. Muss ich euch ehrlich so sagen. Also ich finde, die hätten echt eine Chance, das Globals zu gewinnen.
Flixie are on fire. A 19 elimination victory royale to start the day.
Ja, Bro.
Levin giving me the face.
No, sorry, I thought you said Vino, Veno, and Flixie.
I
was
did.
like, what happened to Vika?
I did.
Aha, Digga.
Wow, the 20th elimination was actually me eliminating.
Was?
Vika,
Okay,
but
sie
in
sind
the second game
Zweite.
as well, multiple eliminations to their name, and now
dachte, die
there's
sind
just over
Erste.
30 points between them and our leaderboard leaders Tino, Pablo, and Ferdoxie. It looks like Ferdoxie's trio, they're gonna know that this target's on their back, and they're probably just gonna up their game as a result. Levin.
Absolutely, and I love this, right? Because obviously we saw Chino's trio in a battle last major.
Seid ihr ein bisschen am
Vanya's
Struggle?
trio. But it was such like a friendly thing. It was such a friendly rivalry. You know, you sort of had, Ferdoxie trio going, yeah, like if we don't win it, we'd love Marius to win it and be the first Danish player. Like, no, like that's not what I want to see. I want to see beef. I want to see tension. And I feel like there's a bit more of that with this trio, right? Because obviously Ferdoxie in the sort of, Star Wars season we had was playing with Queasy and Veno, right? So we know that they're somewhat mates, but in the past, we've seen Veno have some choice words about what he thought Ferdoxie's ability to win FNCSs was. And so now is his chance to actually stop that from happening, right? The comeback potential between these two teams, I feel like there's an interesting story there that we're going to try and cook up. But all in all, they need to perform because the way Veno and them are playing, they can't slip up. And it's good to see them
Wieso ist er
big into
raufgeflogen?
these final moments, Mini.
Yeah, and what I love about the way that this is shaping up right now, I love that you bring back to last season as well.
Gerade werde ich geflogen,
Mann.
Mann.
Marius' team were landing on the opposite side of the map. They were all over the north, and the Ferdoxie's team were down the south. We never really saw them interacting. These guys, Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino, and Vico, Veno, and Flixie, they're landing very, very similar areas of the map. So we could see this sort of engagement happening depending
Brutal
on how
Boxcar
things go.
scheint auch nicht ein schlechter Landespot zu sein. Vor allem wegen dieser Spire. Jo, dieses Spire ist, glaube ich, auch auf diesem Spire AR-Gewehr. Auch, also eingraviert, oder? Also einfach, es ist aus einer Spire gemacht. Einfach ein bisschen umschmeckt und so, aber ich check, was ich meinte. Das merkte ich jetzt.
Day 2 is when they caught a light, and now they are working their way up after a fantastic second place finish in that last game, Levin.
I love this. This was so resourceful here. At this point in the game, it's so difficult, right? Because it's pulling across water. Everyone's investing a bunch of mats to try and make it. They don't have much mats to work with. So what do? They sit with their med miss, spray people. Just, we're going to play the time we have, use the timing we have. And again, it's just what you expect from these guys. Incredibly resourceful players, incredibly intuitive. They know how to play situations the right way when you
Ja, das ist gut, dass sie das...
The most day 2 players I think we have in EU right now, Mini. You just know they're going to perform on day 2.
Yeah, really nice performance from these guys so far.
Ja, das haben sie schlau gemacht. Die haben die anderen einfach sich rummetzeln lassen, nicht zu hohes Risiko eingehen. Und ja, es sieht irgendwie auch scheiße aus ein bisschen, wenn jeder gegen jeden so auf einem Fleck sich kaputt schlachtet. Optisch auch.
Globals, so really nicely done from these guys. They just got to keep it up.
Let's have a look then at the leaderboard and discuss the trios that are trying to get themselves a spot, because a number of the trios in the top 10 have already qualified. So we look at Seti's trio, Cheatin's trio, Focus's trio, and Trulex's trio. These are the trios that want to get those 4 spots, and they're in a pretty good position right now. Let's talk about Trulex, because yes, he needs to remain consistent. In fact, he needs to pop off Mini Minor.
Yeah, this is important for these guys. I think they're performing a lot better than I would have expected going into this, just based on their performances so far.
Man fängt die Übertragung für das...
nice position to actually qualify for Globals. We mentioned it a lot yesterday as well, Levin, about how this team, they really have to be at Globals. We all want to see them at Globals. We want to see Trulex on LAN again. We want to see Teeny on LAN again, doing what he does best. And the same for Skivvy. It's really exciting to see these guys doing very well. Can they get over the line, though? That's going to be the question for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. When you have such good teams sort of creeping up behind you in Dima, Stam, and Pix, it definitely is not easy for them. Because, again, they're not having these, fantastic games. They're hanging in there. But a couple more games to hang in there is going to be really difficult for them.
Well, let's head into game number 9, because I want to see if Flixie's trio can do a back-to-back-to-back.
That's going to be tough, Frankie, but not impossible. Look, that kind of head-to-head race we're seeing right now on the leaderboard. I mean, in Major 2, Ferdoxie ended in 2nd. Hopefully this time around, they can take home the top spot, but we still have 4 more matches to be played out. We're just getting started here on day 2, but so far with the back-to-back wins from Vico, Veno, Flixi, Taco, we are just non-stop momentum.
Would never put it past them, though, to build just another Victor Royale. Levin hit the nail on the head. I don't think that Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino, they can't afford any more hiccups. They've got to make sure that they are polishing through every single one of these late games. And so far, so good. But game 9, we'll see if anything changes.
Major 3 finals.
Performance so far from Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxie
Ich sag das immer.
games. The thing is, it could definitely go wrong. It's been going very well so far, but they are taking those kind of minor risks. They're playing extra aggressive, they're pushing very quickly out of their top spot at Supernova Academy. They go Lone Wolf, Pump Power. It's kind of the back and forth, and all it takes is matches to get eliminated off spawn. They cannot let that happen if they don't want Vico, Veno, Flixi to overthrow their spot on the leaderboard.
Oder Digga, eigentlich auch so, diese 12-Stunden-Streams sind auch risky für die Gesundheit, nicht? Also, oh.
Karma, Split, Sato, a little bit tagged up. And for once, it's not the immediate 50-50 challenge inside of the Glacier Cove. Instead, it's going to be Sato, Split, and Karma touching down first, but Gabix, Clown, Wise, highly doubt.
Kann man das Eis auch abbrechen? Ja, was soll es geben? Wasser. Stein, ja, man kann nicht. Das neue Movement ist manchmal wirklich nützlich. In einigen seltenen Fällen. Oh, was ist da los?
What's gone wrong? Where are your teammates? Is that the whole trio out already? Are they fully eliminated? Malabuka, Ping Walks. Getting a blast to Major 1, where they took first place in the finals, and now they might just take first place from them once again in a different way.
Hey, ist ihr ganzes Team da?
3 eliminations, yeah, they're gone.
A taste of their own medicine, maybe, from Major 2. That surprise contest out of Malabuka, Ping, and Walks. Doesn't matter if demons
Yo! Diese Abwehrmann, weil sie Letzte sind, machen sie so.
And Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino have got to be cheesing right now, Takata, if they were looking at that elimination feed.
Das Ding ist so, die haben es wahrscheinlich nicht erwartet. Sonst hätten sie es vielleicht gewonnen.
In this current moment, but hey, the job's just beginning. They got the whole match ahead of them. Imagine they both get eliminated now. Ferdoxie's team somehow goes down. Quick replay of how it actually happened. Well, that was quick.
They just were not anticipating Malabuka, Walks, and Ping to actually send it, and now Ferdoxie, Chino, Pablo actually ran smack dab center into Malabuka being a Walks, but it's Walks going to be eliminated first. Chino now giving chase alongside Pablo. For a moment there, it looked like they were very interested in just trying to secure those additional eliminations, and maybe the chase isn't fully done just yet, taking separate positions to maybe try and hold Malabuka at bay and just kind of keep this smooth transition playing between Brutal now and basically just holding teams that are north side of the map.
Yeah, quite an eventful start. Curious to see how this plays out, but for now, Ferdoxie, Chino, Pablo, they're feeling good. They got their elimination. They're continuing to go back to their drop spot and loot up. We can see how Chino actually pick this up. Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of wild to think. Malabuka, Walks, and Ping probably.
But
for Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino, high odds. The moment that they saw the elimination feed light up with Veno's name, that immediately drew their attention to want to make an even earlier rotate. That green
musste die 1 auf das L machen.
And that's a big part of the reason why they were able.
Statt L ist es jetzt die Nummer 1. Checkt ihr?
Out in the open.
They really are playing so well, if you think about it. They have a lot of options and they're capitalizing on the best ones.
Und jetzt schaut welche Lead sich Dings.
Shots here drop down to 6 HP. Kylie's been taken out. CZB doing what he can to maintain that spot for the global championship. Quick elimination is gonna come through on team.
Welche Lied, keine Ahnung, mach. Scheiße. Das ist ja auf Monte-Prinzip, egal. Welche Lied sich Ferdoxies Team jetzt holen kann. Weil Wirkungs Team down ist und die anderen jetzt im höheren Bereich der 300 Punkte sind. Und die schon bei Mitte 5, so keine Ahnung, 540, also so im mittleren Bereich der 500 Punkte einfach. Yo.
He's struggling, but he's surviving, and sometimes that's all it takes. Akira, though, no backup. Pradaj, Fincheck, just refusing to let Akira escape. They want to take every single one of their opportunities, and Akira's just too far away from the rest of his team. 2 eliminations now, though, for Pradaj, Fincheck, and Kantry. Karama's just gonna be stuck.
Was macht Pink da alleine?
It's gonna be a dragged out process to get that reboot ban.
The first zone pulled a bit north too. The one game.
No.
Back-to-back matches where Akira, Kororma, and Werix now have had 2 teammates eliminated at the start of the match, forced to play the reboot. When the early games mean everything in this current Surge meta, you need to capitalize like Vanya, Ferdoxie, and the rest of this trifecta, or how many people are even part of this now? 4 or 5 trios.
Es war zuerst für Pixel, aber Vico ist in Big jetzt, zu Big gewechselt. Ovation hat den Fortnite-Roster aufgelöst. Schade, Marmelade. Er sagt, es war eigentlich ein gutes Team. Aber keine Ahnung, vielleicht sehen sie in Fortnite nicht die Zukunft oder die finanziellen Mittel oder die Sponsorenfelden. Es ist ja sehr schwer, eine Gaming-Org profitabel zu machen. Müsste man fast schon starke Content Creator und Pros im Team haben.
They are just hammering through every single one of these builds. It almost just feels like it's a delay of the inevitable, but they'll give it up for right now, kind of recognizing they don't want to find themselves getting trapped and held by another team.
Those risks so early
it's easier to just play the spider.
100%. They've had a bit rough start here today too. They've been going down before a majority of the placement points come through, and it's not even looking too great here once again. I mean, in terms of loot, materials, and damage, they had more than enough in the last game. It was just kind of like a risky fight that ended poorly for them. 4 more matches to make it up, though.
Acquiring the Spire is always going to be a nice exchange. A big part of the reason, too, why they kind of just rushed down for Holland's team. They just don't want to give them that opportunity to challenge them on it. They're just making sure to stay boxed up because it's very easy for other teams to try and build up their own surge damage against you. But some very poppin' loadouts right now. Excited to see what Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache can convert this to.
Exciting back and forth.
Heißt der Chicho oder Chico?
Over at the Crime City.
We're really just trying to focus in for Tayson, Chicho, and Atris at Crime City, Takata. I think
ja, man sieht manchmal auch, habe ich so das Gefühl, wie die Hände der Pros auch zittern, wenn sie sich so schnell ducken. Vielleicht, weil sie eben diese Hall-Effekt-Keyboards haben. Also, ja, keine Ahnung, wer auf MKB und wer auf Controller ist. Alle gefühlt natürlich auf PC.
Yeah, I mean, they're the cutoff right now to qualify. 9th place is where it's been throughout the day, and that's the position they're in right now at 275 points. And Kidoi actually taking down Splik here. Big elimination. Fight's not done, though. as another 2 shots get connected. Now it seems to be a 3 versus 1, but I'm not sure where that last player actually is. Looking at the minimap, he's nowhere to be seen.
Petty's Ferdoxie and Enkidoi though, 4 eliminations, but deep inside of the storm right now, very far south from the rest of society. It's going to be a bit of a scenic route, but they'll eventually be able to catch up towards the rest of the lobby. It's nice getting those confidence fights early on though, when you win these opening box fight moments, and all of these teams are definitely trying to implement new methods to just make sure that they stay above that surge damage threshold. That has been the huge focus over this weekend.
Huge focus is how focused the Apco City and fans are getting. It's not even by the same teams every time. I feel like they're always in a world of pressure. That Lone Wolf still doing a good job. I mean, they have 378 points. The cutoff is currently 275, so they're over 100 points above it. Very good chance of qualifying, but they've had some rough matches. 26th, 28th, 10th in their last 3. They need to get a good one here. Cheat and Trex or Mappy in an engagement.
But this has been a big performance weekend out of Mappy, Cheatin, and Trexer so far, and they just want to keep the ball rolling here. Gabix, a little bit held off, but Mappy incredibly low.
Ja, was geht ab in Demons Domain? Ist Queasy's Team immer noch da?
So an elimination in response towards Mappy's
trio. Now
Mappy, Trexer trying to see if they can find a good line of sight to apply return fire towards Bevies and Keto and Ferdoxie, but it's just not going to be enough. And with another team now rolling into the area, this could be bad news bears for everybody involved.
Yeah, it looks like some disengagement is actually going to come through. They sense the danger, the fear, but it might not be worth it. The Trexer is definitely feeling that pressure, being right on the borderline right now, and not afford to go down here.
Well, Mappy's got a med kit, but Trexer did not, so just kind of trying to scavenge some bandages, anything, any sort of white heals to extend their chance in this match. But those odds are dwindling right now for Venus. Problematic focus, Uppel and Mixon. We're gonna find one elimination on the Pollo trio. Now Gieres, Fernek, trying to see if they can bite back. Uppel, incredibly low. But he's got his teammates, and there's just strength in numbers here. Focus now gonna take over since he is the healthiest member of his trio. He'll lead the aggressive measures against the likes of Gieres and Fernek. But Gieres, Fernek, even with the odds stacked against them, one good shot could be the difference. Focus, Mixon, Uppel still keeping the angle split. 2 pairs of eyes aren't going to be able to keep track of that third player. Uppel, Mixon, and Focus have every opportunity here to make this surge play deep inside of the storm pan out heavily in their favor. But they need this elimination to happen a little bit faster.
Yeah, over at Outlaw Oasis, it's quite a ways away as Uppel's gonna get dropped down. Giros now gonna try and finish that knock. But with both of his teammates out of the play now, the 2v1, the amount of HP he has, it's definitely possible. Doesn't want to let another teammate get fully eliminated though.
Focus is trying to prevent Gieres from playing for the revive, but Focus, Mixon, they both know if Fernek is back up and running, we've already delayed this entirely too much, but Gieres, he's holding, and Gieres actually manages to get Fernek back from the revive, but Focus will knock Fernek one more time, and the conclusion has been settled. Mixon and Focus ultimately win out with this Outlaw Oasis exchange, but
ich dachte, das wäre Setty's Team.
That newly acquired surge, with how far out they are and how long they've spent inside of this storm.
Yeah.
That endgame heal off, it's going to be rough.
Hey, if they can make it that far though, that's going to be a good match. So they definitely got a shot at it. I'm just more impressed that Giros held on to that res for that long.
Jo, was hat der Ferdoxie gebaut? Das ist gefühlt ein Creative Parkour.
So not the exact same rotated was seen before, but with the zone pulling towards Supernova, they have the kind of luxury of just building up a base on the POI and waiting for their opponents to come on through.
We've seen Ferdoxie, Pablo, Gino consistently choose to keep Pump Power or Lone Wolf Flare, but I think that early damage by Malibuca's team in eliminating Veno has now just made it so Ferdoxie's team, they'd rather just play a much more safe and structured match. Why take an unnecessary risk? Is the key difference for them. So they'll bide their time at Supernova Academy. No real rush just yet. Reason Chap Savage though, they gotta get a hustle on. They need eliminations and they need good placements. They have intentions of continuing to try and leapfrog over some of the other teams ahead of them on that leaderboard.
Ja, jeder weiß, dass das Reason ist mit diesem Skin gefüllt. Und die anderen in den Skin nicht. Dass das Reason Team ist, meinte ich.
They've been on the borderline here in these matches. Recently dropped down low, so one good match is more than enough. Like I was alluding to, Vanya, Pixie, Marius with the zone pulling right on their POI. They have not had to move much. Been sitting in their surge base all game. And it's hopefully going to work out for them.
Marius, Pixie, and Vanya have I don't want to say avoided the spotlight, but it's just, we're all so focused on what's happening between Ferdoxie and Veno's teams, but we have to remember, these are our major two champions. They are the current Blade of Champions wielders, and even though we know that they've locked in their spot for the Global Championship later on this year, third place on the leaderboard, and still within striking distance of first place. So it's not like Ferdoxie's team can afford to let up on the gas pedal by any
Verliert man die
means.
Pickaxe, wenn man
They've got to constantly be watching their back.
wenn man nicht mehr Champion
Because
ist.
teams like True Legs, Teeny, Svi, always looking to try and jump and prevent other teams from, you know, overcoming them, overtaking them. And I love that for True Legs, Teeny, and Svi. But they gotta be really cautious about this approach into Flooded. It is very reinforced right now by Vanya and Pixie.
1,000 above. But you can never have too much surge. We saw the average 2,200 is what you need to not take damage from yesterday. He's doing what he can to look around, but it looks like a player jumps right on into his box. No problem for Teeny though. Upple gets knocked down once again. A quick refresh, almost like a walk-in loot llama right into his box. But the pressure might just be on him. Has to hold off for Trulex. Cannot get knocked here, or the pressure will multiply by 3.
The lobby's already recognized that this is a trio under duress, but they'll be able to pull back just far enough. Double revive is a success on Trulex. Talk about a jump scare and a half there, though. Upple literally appearing out of nowhere. Impressive stuff from Teeny to keep his composure for the most part. Well enough to at least prevent himself from getting knocked or eliminated. And now this team has a real fighting chance. They were potentially looking at getting held in zone if that elimination had gone a different way.
Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache. Rough start to day 2, but if any trio's able to bring it back, it's this trio right here. In a good position to have a solid match here. Looking above, seeing, okay, what are our options depending on where this 7th, 8th zone goes. But so far, I'm sure they don't want to take much more risks, because this is the exact section of the match where they have gone down. They don't want to repeat that.
Queasy was really just looking up at height. He knows that Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino are currently in control of it. And
Surge basing.
since the zone has pulled towards Supernova Academy, this is practically their backyard. Pablo Chino doing a great job at just controlling the rotates.
1.5 above now. You can tell that they know, Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino, they know a good performance here could mean everything. Having their main competitors gone down with 0 points this match, being Vico, Benoflixi in second. One big game could give them that advantage they need to close this tournament out. But if they go down here, it could be detrimental as Pablo gets quickly pushed. Chino on the support angle takes down Bellry with a quick knock. And now, from what looked like a problem, has came or turned into a bonus. Ferdoxie has to be careful though, getting tracked. Pollo as well. Shino doing what he
Jo,
can.
was für ein Engel, Mann.
They cannot get knocked down here.
That was such a clear desperation move out of Leches, Valerie. They didn't really have any other options to resort to though. They just had to challenge the first team they found. They were already getting kicked away by Surge. And unluckily enough for them, it's one of our leading contenders on the day, right? The first place team on the leaderboard currently. Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino just handle that fight very solidly. And that doesn't give any openings for Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache to try and overtake height. For the moment, they're content to just stick to that secondary height measure and see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna take height, you don't really want to do it against a trio that's over 220 points above you. They're gonna have more than enough confidence, but I mean, Queasy's the type of team to do it. They play height better than anyone, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it here once again. Casey, Chicho, Haris. Nice big shots getting connected on the chat, but Haris has gone fully down. Chicho's just one shot away from getting knocked. The pressure is on from Mr. Savage's trio, but all of them looking incredibly low as well.
Savage's team is hurting, but Reason, Chap, and Savage still forcibly breaking through, preventing themselves from getting caught in the congestion. Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, though, they found their opener. They've taken height away from Ferdoxie, and they'll have the opportunity now to heal up a bit. Plenty of mats, though, in story here, Takada. This is
Ja, okay, aber die,
battle now.
also Queasy ist sowieso der High Grandmaster.
For height. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache. Swizzy just trying to get the ultimate overhead view. Figure out who he wants to try and collapse first.
Just 12 above now. That fight was incredibly successful for them, but as they get dropped down to 2 below, now just looking for that single shot to connect. Come on, Mustache. One quick shot. Yapko Panzer Seti looking to have their first breakout match of the day.
Also, ich sage euch ehrlich, das Ding war vor Thomas HD und Queasy, ja, ein Typ war das Gute. Thomas HD war einfach, dass er einen guten Long Range, also ein Laser Aim hatte auf Long Range und Middle Range. Und das konnten sie in ihre Search-Strategie einbauen. Und die anderen sind bessere Fighter, aber jetzt nicht so nicht so richtig OP Snipe Aim oder was weiß ich, DMR Aim oder allgemein Aim. Manchmal ist es ja auch unterbewusst. Dieses Laser Aim, ja oftmals eigentlich. Und eben auch nicht durch Übung, denn durch Übung wird das, also würde das zu lang dauern. Nicht.
100%. They don't need high ground. They haven't needed it to be where they are right now. Playing incredibly consistent on the mid to low. Swizzy gets cracked now. Over peaking a little, but an elimination came from it. I'd say that's worth it in my books. 4 on the board so far. As they were looking like they were in trouble for Surge, to now 306 above. Prime position to hold on to height if they've pulled the first moving. This is looking extremely bright for this trio.
Hero rank up was also rather convenient right then and there, but Panzer, Yapko, Seti trying to see if they can push a little bit further towards that direct front side low. Marius, Vanya caught a little bit more action than what they would have bargained for, but Panzer doing a great job. They just skip all of that action and take front side.
Es geht ab, manchmal verstehe ich selber nicht.
As a duo here.
Man träume mich einfach nur noch rum. Digga.
181 above though, the pressure's gonna be on this rotate. 28 seconds. The numbers quickly rising as Tayson starts to rotate. A big pump shot during this could be exactly what they need. He finds his teammate grouped up now as Pablo Ferdoxie Chino might look for a drop. Anything they can really find here. No need to take any risks with the amount of damage they have. The triple spray comes through. No drop found yet.
Oh. Taking a little peek though towards Vanya, Medius, and Pixie. Opposite ends of front side low. Vanya, Medius, Pixie, they'll be forced to use one of their mid-miss grenades. Might be able to chop out the floor though from Seti Panzer and Yapko, but Tayson, Chicho also disruptors towards the teams that are overhead. They need damage, and they need it now. They can't pick and choose. They just have to take a fight. They're gonna hope that they can clean something up in the low ground, but they're getting stuck behind teams that are already doing super well and teams that are in a similar situation, desperate for that damage. For Stash, left as a solo, but he finds Axe-Force overhead.
Solo.
That is a big refresh. Now you can play the Siphon, hidden away in the bush, Metamist Grenade also, and Mustache from the backside of Storm, just taking open shots. Nathan not gonna be able to play for heal up, and one more knock just means another lifeline here for Mustache. Now has a medkit and a chug jug and just playing for a little bit of heal off placements here, but he's being a real menace from the backside of zone.
Huge pickups as he makes it into zone once again.
30 Pilz hatte.
It's gonna get ahead. High ground though, be careful. It's Malavuka, Ping walks in the skies. Look at the overthrow it. Mustache dropped down to 9 HP, forced to pop a medkit. Has a chug for the shield after.
Und jetzt hat er keine Pilz.
He's gonna do what he can to secure as many placements as possible. Marius left alone as well. It's looking like a whole world of solos currently, but Malavuka and Ping are the ones maintaining height.
And you have to remember, Malavuka, Ping, and Walks, they had that early skirmish with Ferdoxie's team, and Ferdoxie, they're looking to finish the conversation that they started at the beginning of this match. Ferdoxie,
Hans ist schon einen epischen Sieg.
also got that medallion running around Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxie, they are your new height over.
Die haben High Ground, absolute OP-Position. Absolute Siegerposition jetzt im Moment.
They need to keep that third place position. They want to keep pushing forward on that leaderboard, but Marius, he's got all
Sankt
eyes
Rafa.
on him, building for
Jetzt
his life right now, Takada, and he just can't escape the spotlight.
Every point counts with Ferdoxie in the clouds doing what they can to close this out.
Pablo Wingo.
Surrounded by 3-4 knocked
Keine
players,
Mats.
picking one after another. The issue is no more mats. He's forced
No.
to take the engagement, goes down. Ferdoxie's left alone, but he picks up Marius. Could be exactly what he needed to continue that control on height. It's all up to Ferdoxie now. Teeny going for the high ground play, unable to get the box. Everything is on the line here. He's forced to drop down. Just 6 materials left.
It doesn't matter what Ferdoxie is doing though. Seti, Yapko, Panzer, they're a healthy trio underneath. Finally, we'll see the conclusion, but Yapko, Seti, Panzer, they have so much HP to work with right now. In comparison, they've just got to lock down where this final player is at. Yapko, Teeny, trying to create some space. Panzer's got the heal off under his belt just in case, but the Siphon, that might ruin it. Panzer does have a med kit, but he has to prevent himself from being taken out. Panzer gonna go all the way up to the top of the hill. Teeny following, but Teeny doesn't have the HP for it. Panzer doing the
Yo.
dash. If it works, it
Ist
works.
das ihr erster
It's a
Sieg?
victory royale, all the same, and with that, Takada, Seti, Yapko, Panzer reminding everybody that they are still here and trying to overtake first.
What a way to close out that match. Almost too close for
That's
comfort
crazy,
there,
man.
Where Seti, Yapko, and Panzer looked like they had every advantage possible, but giving Teeny the double siphon, the extra lifeline to close it out, and got too close for comfort. But in the end, that is exactly what Seti, Yapko, and Panzer needed. Their last 3 matches were 28th.
Hatten sie einen Sieg auf B-Rank? Welche Heldenrang waren die anderen?
Missing the eliminations after looking so strong in day 1, but now they finally got what they needed. This is the push to continue with that potential golden ticket to the global championships.
Das ist so verwirrend, das ist auch nicht dort geplatzt. Es buggt die Anzeige, wie es aussieht. Also 100% bin ich mir nicht sicher.
So Seti didn't need the high ground, he just needed the heal off for his trio, and also a lovely calm landing at Lone Wolf Lair. These guys were hanging out there until at least Zone 3, completely unbothered in their element and back on top with the Victory Royale 11.
Hey, they needed that. They might not necessarily be in that two-horse race we were bigging up before this game for the championship, but they are still in a race to try and qualify for the global championships. And a game like that is the kind of game that can solidify it for you. I love what I'm seeing. It was a nail-biter towards the end, but when Yapko's making plays like this, dropping front-side low, just smacking people about, you're going to give yourself a good chance to make it to globals. These guys have played very, very well this weekend so far, Minnie.
Yeah, they had a really good start, of course, yesterday. Performance of a lifetime for these guys. And then not the greatest start to day 2 here. And I definitely had questions about, are they going to be able to do it? Is this now the end of that run that we saw from yesterday? Are they going to sort of be hanging on to that global spot and just about maybe sneaking in? But this is a statement performance, just showing exactly why they put themselves in that position after that first day yesterday. And it's nice to see them in this position. It shows that they are capable of doing it. And what they're capable of doing is so, so good in these end games. Really excited to see what they can do now the rest of the games.
I mean, I'm already getting excited for global championships, as if I wasn't already excited enough, but we've still got a few more games to go of the major 3 finals, so let's have a few minutes to regroup. And then we've got to talk about what happened between Venom and Balabuka. Oh my goodness, I can't take it. I need TT.
Some tea and coffee, bro. Boah, ne. Dings, Invasionsseason kommt jetzt als nächstes. Nächsten Donnerstag, 8. August. Genau. Okay, bald sind wir wieder back bei den Kommentatoren. Ja, das sieht auch crazy aus. So. The goat.
Europe Major 3 Finals. If you've just joined us, congratulations. You've joined us at the right time. Any later, it would have been too late because we have got to break down some very hot action from the last game. But we also talk about Ferdoxie because his trio is now looking so like the front horse race winner, I should say. The trio that might take this major.
Okay, ne, sind solche...
Because right now they are solidifying.
Ist es angebracht sozusagen?
Yeah, a huge performance from these guys. I mean, it was a game that they had to do well, and of course,
keine Ahnung.
I'm sure we'll go into later
Ich
on.
glaube nicht, dass sie sich das mal auf Deutsch anschaut. Oder? Aber ja, keine Ahnung, Mann. Ey, aber das Ding ist so, ich check, manchmal checkt man auch nicht, was genau Six mit Belästigung ist. Checkt ihr so? Okay, ne, man weiß schon etwa, ja, aber... Ja, nee, das soll jetzt nicht diese Tat
So we're looking at
begründen und solche Sachen.
Oh my goodness,
Weil das eigentlich, also rechtfertigen meinte ich, weil das ist echt was Schlimmes, aber das Ding ist so, manchmal fühlt man nicht, was andere so fühlt, ob es ihm nicht so gut geht. Und ja, manchmal weiß man auch nicht, wo genau die Grenze ist, auch vor allem bei Leuten, die man nicht kennt, aber es ist irgendwie voll das Problem, auch, also auch in der Schweiz vor allem. Es wird höher und höher irgendwie, jedes Jahr. Also, da muss, es wäre gut, dass mal wir was gemeinsam dagegen tun können und uns bilden lassen. Lernen muss man immer, obwohl also die Schule uns gelernt hat, lernen zu hassen. Ist eigentlich nicht richtig, eigentlich tut das Gehirn gerne lernen. Nur wenn es auf die falsche Weise gemacht wird, ja dann. Und schaut euch mal diesen Lied an. 118 Punkte habe ich jetzt, ja, 118 Punkte. Also das ist gefühlt ein ganzes Spiel mit dem Sieg. Also die müssen mal down gehen am Anfang.
But yeah, can you remember what it said, Levin?
Not so kurz.
Well, yeah, we did it to win.
Yes.
They're doing it for us to lose, and that's the statement from Flixie right there. Clearly feeling like this is not an ideal situation for them. Of course, Malibuca doing it for not the right reasons, but ultimately, I think Malibuca's team have to do something to change up, right? They're at the lower end of the leaderboard. They need to try and find something. They had a solid game in that particular game.
Das ist von einer halben Stunde gewesen etwa. 36 Minuten etwa. Ja, aber solches Verhalten ist doch also echt feige. Und das hat jetzt nichts mit Nationalität zu tun, das lassen wir jetzt mal ganz klar aus. Sondern mit
Just kidding, Minnie. I love you both the same, and I love these guys too. Let's head back.
Mit der Fairness und eben auch wie gut das Herz der Leute ist.
After that Game 9 performance and outcome, tensions are rising, and that's exactly what you want.
Rise.
You want to see all of this kind of messiness, because it just makes it fun.
Hub ist auch crazy, man. Es wurde so, dieses englische Wort wurde so umgedreht. So berühmt dargestellt, also für die, die nicht Englisch reden. Ui. Okay, solche Sachen, die ich überhaupt reden, man. Ich glaube, wir sind hier auf YouTube. Stell dir vor, hier könnte so ein Kind, also okay, nee. Bildung ist sehr wichtig, auch im kleinen Alter, oder darüber offen zu reden, nicht? Ich glaube jetzt nicht, dass, nein, keine Ahnung, ja, keine Ahnung, heutzutage ist alles möglich, aber ja, das ist dann nicht mein Problem, echt. Ich nehme da die Verantwortung weg. Okay,
things might potentially be.
die haben jetzt ihren Drops oder ein bisschen gechanged. Die möchten den Sieg sicher machen von diesem Grind. Oder haben sie schon immer hier oben gelandet? Sind sie immer schon oben hier gelandet?
Devil's advocate here, the Takada. I know a lot of people usually say, hey, yeah, you just never contest a team that's already qualified to the global championship. What happens when it's two teams that are already qualified to the global championship, right? It's just, we know that there's prize pool money on the line, but at the same time, sometimes you just gotta get a little bit of revenge in for some fun.
No, that's a good point. And hey, you never know what's going to happen at the global championship, right? You don't want to, continue fueling the fire on these battles when the biggest event of the year is coming soon.
Ja, diese Landespot ist nicht so gut.
Looks like Kappa Factory is where they have decided to land.
Jo.
They're kind of forcing
Diese welche Drops haben sie sich überhaupt angeschaut, man?
On that outskirt portion, the eastern side of the map, but Ping Malabuka walks.
Das würden sie hier vielleicht gar nicht landen, aber wer weiß. Was? Digga, das hätte jetzt ganz sass sein können. Wie einige andere Dinge in Fortnite. Ja, das ist gut für die.
They are going to be looking for a big match here because they need to lock in their spot for the global championship.
Yeah, I mean, currently not in qualifying range. 13th place is what
Mein Ding.
To be fair, they're only
Ich spiele vielleicht zu riskant. Mein Damage.
Qualifying threshold, so not too far at all. Doesn't even need to be a win. It could just be
Du Health Ratio, wie das heißt, ist nicht sehr gut. Vielleicht spiele ich zu risky, vielleicht will mir das sagen. Also, das habe ich auf der Arena Peace Control Map gesehen.
Gotta be careful as Chino's been cracked. Ferdoxie looking quite low,
Yeah.
Connecting nice shots. Will this play out as a full engagement, or are they going to be happy with the damage that has been done? Pablo though, getting right into it.
Vico just getting pressured, sandwiched between two members out of Ferdoxie's trio. Be forced to fall back entirely, but Pablo still looking to apply a little bit more of a threatening presence here. Vico finally misform out. And he is just clearing as much space as he can. Regather with Veno, but Flixie still stuck a little bit overhead. Brutal boxcars, Chino, Ferdoxie, Pablo.
Chino ist einfach.
Seems like Veno's team is the one who decided to take matters into their own hands in Game 10 here, Takada. This has got to be Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino looking to get the jump on them one more time, but Veno, Vico, and Flixie, they were ready. They were ready to defend this kind of early contest challenge.
Yeah, they're not going to make it easy for them. This could be a game, well, tournament-winning fight for Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxie. They're able to clean up their second-place trio again.
Hey, wieso machen sie so Risiko, Mann? Die haben schon 100 Punkte Abstand. Fühlen sie sich so confident, Mann. Ja, Bro. Also ich check nicht, was sie machen.
But that's all that Veno, Vico, Flixie needed. That one elimination onto Ferdoxie. They can afford to camp his reboot card for as long as they want, because they'll have ample amounts of heals too to tank up early storm. And with the control of the Spire, Vico, Veno, Flixie. I mean, the world is their oyster right now. They're just trying to, keep ears to the ground, want to make sure that Pablo can't escape too freely, but Pablo, he might just be out of here. The surf cube. Good for mobility and nobody looking back. He picked his moment, and that might help out. If they can reboot Ferdoxie, there's always a chance for recovery.
100%. I don't know if that was I'm trying to think. Pablo, Ferdoxie, Chino, they already have such an advantage. I mean, obviously it would help significantly to knock out Vico, Veno, Flixie in the early game. But on the other hand, if they end up going down in the early game, it's almost outweighs how worth it actually is, because if they both make endgame and both do a decent job, Ferdoxie will still end up winning that long kind of battle for first. So definitely a risky play that they went for and did not quite go their way, but it could have been worse.
It's also kind of tough scenes there for Ferdoxie. Vico winning that exchange with the twin fire shotgun is just tough.
No.
Happens to the best of us though. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, Flooded Frogs. A little bit of a bloom battle. Good tags by Pixie, but Pixie also loses all of his shield immediately. Frogs and Lone Wolf Lair though, bound to just continue staring each other down. But the zone means that Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, they can definitely afford to just hang out at their starting point, and they've already
Ja, aber die Zone moved in 30.
healing resource into the center of their POI.
Now they're ready to go.
Unten.
Just like they have been in every single match. We talked about the importance of this match for Fadil, Volko, and Cringe. 18 points off that cutoff currently. All they really need is a solid endgame here. But for that, they're going to need enough damage, enough loot. They've already got a decent zone pull so far, but
Was?
long ways to go.
Was sucht Malibukas Team hin?
Stranded there. The Void, Malabuka also off in the distance, but looking back into the action with Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy.
Yeah.
Rift Island. Saw the action right now. Mappy, Cheat, and Trexer just looking to prevent Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy from having their way up on top of the Rift Island, but Merstash might just pounce in a moment here. He sees Queasy trying to take that challenge up against Trexer, but dropping a little bit of a flank here onto Trexer and Mappy. And Mappy incredibly low now. Lost all of his shield, and Swizzy just steady application, spraying down these walls. Trexer's still holding it for Mappy to try and pop that small shield potion, but this is not looking the best currently for Trexer, Mappy, and Cheatin', and given their position on the leaderboard, they may be better suited at just looking to retreat here. But Swizzy, that's a big shot that just connected, and he will immediately fall back. The hero rank up is going to be a little bit of a bailout, and now Merstash, that's his time to shine. He needs to give that coverage for Swizzy. So Merstash spearheading the charge there. It's going to mean that Cheatin', Mappy, Trexer still playing the defensive.
I'm not sure how I feel about this fight, though. You said it yourself. The last match knocked them out of qualifying range from the Global Championships. They're now 6 points away. So going down here will definitely be detrimental. Good shots have been connected on both sides, but is it really worth the risk? As Trexer gets knocked down, Sheeta now put into panic. His teammates been fully eliminated. Mappy gets cracked as well, as Queasy's looking to close this fight off.
It's all just crumbling right now for Mappy, Trexer, and Cheatin'. If at least one of them can manage to survive, but that's not going to be the case. Only Mappy has the chance to potentially scurry out of here, but it won't be presented to him. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, overwhelming. And the Battle of Rift Island now confidently in their favor, which means Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, keep an eye out for them, Takata, because they'll have control of that medallion.
Oh yeah.
Macht der Vico.
Not looking so good. Flixie gets almost knocked down, but does pick up that elimination. Siphon alongside it. Now bumped up to 3 elims.
Yo.
Looking strong as ever. We talked about it, the riskier the fight gets, the lower the HP they have, the more fuel it almost looks like they're running on. The stronger they get like a confidence buff.
Das ist schon Hixes, aber ist er?
But now at the 3v1, it should be a quick cleanup
Die
here.
versuchen,
Get that last elimination. 4 on the board.
jo,
Looking
die
good for
versuchen,
Flixie.
Tough break there for Dandapuzo's team, but Flixie, Miko, and Venno here at the heart of Supernova Academy, they've basically infiltrated Ferdoxie's starting point ever since they got that early elimination.
und wo ist Ferdoxie?
Probably knew that they could just keep kind of trailing teams that might be looking to play stormside positions. And Flixie, actually a monster, the way that he's just directly tackling Howley inside of the box. It's just
A stroke da.
of a fighter of their caliber, a player of their caliber, but
Baby.
very, very obvious intentions out of Vico, Venno, Flixie that they don't want to allow Ferdoxie's team to have an opportunity to fall back to Supernova, even if they get the reboot.
Also da finde ich, na, check ich's komplett, wenn die so aggro reingehen, um bei Ferdoxie aufzuholen und ihn versuchen dort zu finden und zu knocken. Aber was hat denn Ferdoxies Team gemacht? Und ich frage mich, also ja, die hatten die Reboot Card, die haben also nicht die Reboot Card abgecampt, aber die Entscheidung von ihnen, die haben ihn gefüllt mit ihrer Aggressivität. Hätten die gewartet, wäre das nicht passiert einfach. Und einfach ihren Lead gehalten und sicher gespielt.
To basically be sidelined in this lobby. They are at the mercy of teams that have had the luxury of being able to rotate before them, have had the luxury of being able to reboot before them, and just constantly playing a man down is going to make it so hard for them.
Digga, leckt die Übertragung, oder wie kann man das nicht unten abbauen?
Especially considering that Vico and Flix are having a stellar performance right now. Already a good amount of elims and loot, even positioning, so you gotta be careful when they're competing. Kind of second place trio is looking as strong as they are, and with Zangi now wanting to play aggressive, it could get even worse for them. No big crack gonna come through yet, but Zangi not scared to jump right on in.
Zangi nearly got knocked, a little bit stuck on that edit, but we'll manage to lap back around. Now Belusi and Rax gonna take over here. There has to be a conclusion now, though, for Pablo and Chino. They've used the bulk of their material. They are left with practically nothing, and Pablo just trying to disengage even further into Storm, but it's going to be of no use. Only Chino left. The odds of him making it towards Pablo's body, impossible. He's already been eliminated, and Chino hiding underneath stairs here from Zangi and Rax, Belusi.
Wo findest du dein Heal, Mann?
Trying to see if they can get Chino to just pop out, but Chino, he only has about 5 seconds left. He has to try and take a shot here. His HP is not going to last otherwise, but he won't even be able to make it in. Just been held for entirely too long, and Zangi, Rax, Belusi, well played.
Sneaky play, dropping the shields before running up and getting eliminated. Do it. Everything you can now.
Ein Lead wird sich jetzt verkleinern.
Little more than 100 points difference from Vico and Flixie, but one big win, just like they got in the first 2 matches back-to-back, will be more than enough to put them head-to-head with Ferdoxie once again. This is gonna
Was geht da ab?
Ooh, focus. Not gonna win that left side peak exchange, but Uppel might still be able to carry through. Uppel can't get the job done for Strokey and Enkidoi. Hold fast at Shogun's Solitude. But one more time, Takada, these are teams that are very deep in Storm. And Storm Sickness, if that's not enough of a threat, you always have to worry about the teams that are already based up in better positions. And Vanya, Pixie, Matias, they are one of those teams coming out of Lone Wolf Lair.
Okay, ja, schlagen das jetzt erst im Boss besiegen und dann rebooten, weil wir könnten Heals bekommen.
They're doing a good job constantly making it to those end games, but they've also had pretty good zones throughout the day, to be fair, especially on day 2. Just closing out on those big matches in the end is kind of what they're lacking. They got a second today,
also diese Shots,
one little hurdle with still definitely en route for a solid performance here.
Werdet sie hören und weiter bei der Show an, aber was?
Right now. For jumping into the top 5 here, Takada. There is ample opportunity to strike, and so many of these teams really trying to elevate their position as much as possible. We still have Game 11 and 12 to work with.
2 kann man tatsächlich noch, wo dieser Punkte-Multiplier hinzugefügt wurde. Also man kann da wirklich noch was
Blade of Champions title.
Aufholen.
I'm kind of hoping it happens. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of hoping it's gonna make things very interesting for the final matches. We'll see though. We're still so early on. 5th zone, closing around Foxy, Floodgates, Island.
Aber what the heck ist die Blade of Champions?
Coming here shortly.
Die zeigen nie ein Bild davon.
Our top trios. A lot of shakeups have come through. Yapko Panzer said he had finally got that breakout match they were looking for here in day 2. Making it a lot more comfortable.
Oh.
Nothing to worry about though.
Sometimes you just, I was gonna be surprised.
Gotta give it a second.
I swear they'd be getting way more active than that, but yeah, no, this team has definitely done an excellent job at tackling their search thresholds. But Benno, Vico, Flixie not too far behind from where Panzer, Yapko, and Seti are currently rotating through. And this is going to be tough with the way the zone is pulling, Takada, because anytime you get these natural elevation shifts, anytime it starts to pull a little bit more over that dam too, it gets very scary with teams trying to make it over the water as well as over some of those structures.
Mustache Swizzy have been on this island for a majority of the match so far, especially with kind of the success of those quick 3 eliminations on Trexer's trio earlier on. But unfortunately for them, the zone is going to pull away, and they no longer have the luxury of the island zone.
Yo.
But they still have the perks of having overtaken the Rift Island in the first place. They'll already make their rotate. Find a way to wrap around, stay out of sight, out of mind. Flixium, Izzy, Fozzy, they were trying to prevent catching the attention here from Vico, Venno, Flixie, but this is an experience, I think, for first time finalist
Gingen nicht auf Search, sie gehen sogar auf Kill.
To kind of get your toes in the water and get a little bit of a taste of what a set lobby looks like in a finals like EU. But Vico, Venno, Flixie, probably so happy about getting that refresh. That was a lot of material and everything else they could possibly want for this dead side push.
Yeah, a quick lesson for the up-and-coming talent from Vico, Venno, and Flixie. What you're really up against. Going against the best of the best.
Wir haben in den Heats nicht so schlecht performt.
Those 6 eliminations, they are more than
Hatte ich so das Gefühl.
to have a solid match here and get closer and closer to overthrowing that first place spot.
Wann waren das Scrims? Ich weiß es echt nicht.
A solid performance on the leaderboard is a chance to compete at a global stage. And that's what Volko, Cringe, and Vidil are looking for.
Cutting it a little bit too close for comfort in more ways than one. Surge, not as healthy as they would like it to be. Go for a big creative play onto Artis, but Artis will barely manage to escape. And too many eyes on Cringe, now a victim of the lobby. Fortunately, he still got Volko and Vidil. Throw his body backwards, but Waves immediately tried to jump on the opportunity. Instead, Gabix getting shut down forward alongside his teammate. Gabix just gonna roll right through instead, but Volko, he's gonna be the main one to hold strong here. Maciak knows that this team is just to her and Vidil over the last match.
Yo, Vidil, come.
To confirm this fight, that tree just getting in everybody's way at the same time. They lost Cringe, but Vidil, what a finish. He'll at least have Volko to try and play through this endgame with.
It's still doable, but I think an even bigger problem is the rotate they're gonna have to do late now. Quite literally the last trio that's gonna make it in. All eyes will be on them.
Ja.
Very unfortunate.
Ja, die haben schon Probleme mit ihrer Search Strategy gehabt. Hat der Mara auch gestern drüber geredet, als einziges Team fast schon. Da haben sie die Kiste tatsächlich geöffnet. Ich frage mich, ob sich diese Kiste überhaupt lohnt, können wir nachher mal schauen. Aber die ist einfach am Wolf, man muss so viele Mets verschwenden. Nur wenn man Heal finden möchte. Fürs Endgame, keine Ahnung. Nicht hat. Und braucht, keine Ahnung, vielleicht sowas. Und das ist auch risky, weil jemand schon geschossen hat. Ich weiß es nicht, mal schauen.
Or take advantage of pre-edits playing through your back tart, but at least for right now, willing to sit tight. 355 above still, so not an immediate pressure rush necessarily on their damage metrics, but they want to stay out of the heat of the battle, and that's something that
Die 24 waren.
stuck between. Although they look to be on the winning
So easy, einfach sprayen.
Two different teams looking at them. They'll try to fall back, but I fear they're just getting lobbied at this point, Takada.
Threw Swizzy like a sacrifice there for a moment. Said, take out him, not me. Queasy and Mustache now left as a duo. This is a common occurrence for this trio. They are going down right before the moving zones. Right before it, when it matters most in terms of placement points, but they've got a high position. They've got a good amount of damage, and despite being a duo, they definitely won't have what it takes. One shot is all it took for Volko to go down as well. What a clean connect.
And it's not even just that. Vadil's now looking to try and play for the revive, but Vadil is underneath, just getting ticked away by Surge. The last small shield potion, the last med miss grenade. He does still have a med kit, and he's been bailed out at these final moments, but he's just too much on the cusp. He's trying to get ahead now. Surge is about to start taking away at his life.
Kill.
But if he can find a little bit of breathing room, he might be able to pull something crazy together.
With the 6 metal
Crazy.
Built, I think it's gonna be enough.
Junge, er benutzt
for
das.
at least a few more seconds. Vico, Benno, Flixie now looking to get the performance they need to take that first place spot. The deal needs some tags.
Noch einige Schüsse, Mann.
Only a few minis and a med kit left.
Fake it till you make it.
Digga, aber der alte Schachas.
As if he's not a solo. He doesn't really have any other options. He's trying to get ahead to see if he can find a big pump connection. A refresh would be everything right
komm
now
schon.
from his current standing.
Badal.
Get those additional placement points. But Vanya and Marius Pixie, they're going to make that journey all the more difficult. They've got control of height right now, Takada, and they have
Das ist mit Queasy und Mustache passiert. Sehr nice. Aber es ist schon wieder so viel below. So schade, fast. Nee, er hat es geschafft. Ja. Mann, so schade.
Underneath. Gotta watch and make sure that those floors don't suddenly disappear.
Great job holding it out as a duo, though. No longer playing for hype, and Kido is gonna go down. Bevy's left alone. 10 builds, and it's all wood.
Bevy's
just 11 shields left, forced to pop a couple minis, but unfortunately, from down under is gonna get eliminated. Marius, Pixie, Vanya looking healthier than ever above. Vico, Benno, Flixie choosing more of a mid-ground route here. Actually gets the knock onto iDrop. Parry Cami now put into a world of pressure as they've got a massive elimination, putting them 1,800 above, and now with Zone pulling back, they're gonna recycle that tarp.
Vika, Benno, Flixie, though, they want more than just to recycle their old builds. They want to take control of the front side of Zone. They beat everybody else to the punch, have a chance to heal up a little bit, and now they just look back, they control their backside target. They can play through 3 edits. They have so much space claimed, though, in this front side low position. Another team just ahead of them, CZB, Axe Force, Nathan, they don't know that these are their builds. Vika opens up with some big shots, and CZB will be the first to fall. Nathan now trying to see if he can escape the clutches of Vika, Benno, and Flixie, but it's just not enough here, Takada. It's so many eliminations already for this team.
They haven't even been hit. The chemistry is looking like an all-time high from Vico, Benno, Flixie. Yapko left alone, doing what he can to maintain that momentum from the previous win they just got in the last match, down to just a couple med mists. Now has a bit of time to breathe in the zone. Pixie, Marius, Vanya still without a single ounce of pressure up above, just raining down on the trios below them. Yapko now gonna make his way onto zone. Last med mist is gonna be used, has to find the angle here, kind of opening a path that he can later go through. I don't even know if he's gonna make it, though. He might hear Akira behind him. An opportunity for a quick siphon, but without the connection, he's not gonna get it. Falls to zone.
just doesn't make it in time. The lobby is so stifling right now for Queasy, who's just barely managed to go undetected from the team on high. Marius, Vanya, Pixie, this is going to be a battle of high versus low. Veno, Vico, Flixie, one of the few teams that could be in a realistic chance of taking the high ground, but with the way that Marius, Veno are currently in control.
Yo!
Will get stopped though, and Vico, he's gonna barge right in with that knock. The elimination, siphon the materials, but more importantly, Vanya and Marius are now a duo in comparison to this trio. 9 eliminations, make it 11. Flixie just waiting to see whether it'll be Vanya or Marius who drops first. Marius loses all of his shields. Flixie doesn't have any either. Cammy now wanting to join the party though, and it's Vico, Veno. They're gonna pay the ultimate price with their lives. Marius and Vanya somehow, some way
Mr. Savage.
managed to hold on to height. Cammy and Adi though, talk about a menace situation. They just ruined it for Veno, Vico, and Flixie. Now Cammy gonna try and ruin it for Marius on height, but he can't make it up. The misform doesn't take him high enough. Chicho, Adrius, and Payson all the while. They might not have materials, but they have each other. And that could be the deciding outcome here. Vanya falling back, has a little bit of HP still left in the Chug Jug. Chicho, similar mentality, but Vanya, he's got nothing else left. He has to actually chase after Chicho, but they're just too far away. Chicho still has his misform too. Chicho's still getting tagged up from behind. Vanya might just be able to close the gap. Vanya makes it happen. Marius, Pixie and Vanya steal this.
Es ist immer ein B-Rank auf dieser Position, wenn das Game vorbei ist.
You can't hide! Vanya, Pixie, Marius closing it out, securing themselves a top 3 placement back on that leaderboard. They were waiting for the win to come through. They were so close throughout the day.
Weiß ich, ob ich Copyright-Strikes bekomme wegen dem.
Now finally, they've gotten the victory royale.
Sometimes it's just crazy enough until it works, and Vanya completely out of options. The only choice to be made in that instance, Takata, was to try and chase down that final elimination, at least keep them in the line of sight to apply that pressure. But the high ground hold here was so impressive. Maybe a slight bailout though from Cammy and Hadi, because they did kind of sandwich Veno, Vico, and Flixie in the process, but still, Marius had to keep his cool collected.
And that is exactly what he did, counting on Vanya in those last moments to chase Chicho down for the final pump shot. 24 HP is what he had left when he connected the shot, and that is definitely...
Das ist crazy, aber hat er Heals dabei? Keine Ahnung mehr. Hab das nicht gesehen. Ja, nicht so richtig.
Thank you very much, guys. That is the
Knapp war
Vanya
es
we have
trotzdem.
loved watching in
Nur wie sehen.
FNCS for the past couple of years. It
Man
feels
sieht nicht
like
den
despite their
Fujiyama,
fourth
oder wie
place
das
in
heißt,
the league
dieser
going into
Vulkan
Game
in
10,
Japan.
they've slightly
Den sieht
been
man nicht.
missing in action so far this major, but now we've seen them finally take a victory royale.
Der normalerweise auf der Map ist im Hintergrund bei der Startlobby. Oder auch im Spiel. Ich dachte, wir hätten den Fuji auf der Map, aber danach haben wir nicht bekommen. Als ich zum ersten Mal reingesprungen bin. Das war mir komisch zuerst. Ja, hä? Da ist der Fuji und... Nee. Da dachte ich...
Flixie thought to look up as well, and they decided to spray them out. And again, they're a really good team at doing that. But Leven, they were able to just bat them away really effectively. And I think a couple of other trios definitely helped them in that push. But a huge win for these guys.
Hey Leute.
I love the drone shot there of their height, right? The connection points, just how solid it looks. Anybody looking up is thinking, yeah, no chance for us at all. This is what we've been waiting to see. Like you guys have both said so well.
Reason.
And a perfect time to see it, right? So many of their top competitors high up there in the leaderboards didn't have quite the best of games. First place in particular, Ferdoxie's trio had gone down, and so if there was ever going to be a time to push for a comeback, it was now. But even with that being said, I didn't think they were going to win this game. Like, at the final moments, I'm looking down, and I sort of was getting ready to come in here and be like, hey man, Tayson with a win. Hey, big win for Tayson. But I guess these guys said, No. Don't count us out too early. Marius with some huge shots there. Vanya catching it with the perfect timing. I mean, you know, I know a lot of us in that situation.
Atreusens Team ein VR.
Missed that shot. So, you know, the best of the best, they don't miss in those situations, and that's exactly what Vanya is.
This is the key thing about this trio. Not only are they at their most comfortable in the high ground, they are also fighters, but can they fight for the top spot? We will see if they can continue with a back-to-back major win after the next couple of games. So let's go to a break and we'll go onwards with the tournament.
Okay.
There are just 2 more games of the FNCS Europe competitive season, and they are going to be absolute bangers. Judging by how the gaps on the leaderboard are closing, it's very tough at the top. But it was a good showing for one of those contenders in the last game. Vico, Venno and Flixie, they managed 11 eliminations and a 5th place, and when they are making it to these end games 11, they do tend to be picking up a lot of names.
Look, very good game to close the gap even more. Potentially a missed opportunity, right? You know, you don't know how many of those games you're going to get where Chino and them do absolutely nothing. And so, you know, they want to maybe squeeze a bit more out of that game, right? That was a game I was, you know, hoping that they could win again to maybe take 1st place. Regardless of that though, Mini Miner, I know these next couple games are about to get freaky, man. So something crazy is gonna happen. It's just guaranteed. With how close it is now, I saw, you know, Ferdoxie tweeting about needing free for off-spawn practice. I don't know what's gonna happen these next 2 games, but I know it's gonna blow my mind.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be really, really exciting. But yeah, Vico Venoflix, they needed to have some sort of a solid game here. We were sort of speaking in the back whether they would have known that Ferdoxie's team would have gone down, and they probably would have. So they knew they needed a solid game. Again, it's one of those sort of games where, as you mentioned, they could have done a little bit better, but it keeps them in it. It keeps them up on the top of the leaderboard. There's even a potential for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius to squeak in there as well. So we've still got a very, very close race at the top of the leaderboard. It's just about now, what's Ferdoxie going to do? Is he going to continue that sort of W key? We're going to see a little bit more reserved game plan from them. Are they going to stick to what works? I'm not too sure yet.
There were difficult moments for quite a few of the trios in the top 10 in that last game. However, Tayson, Chicho, and Haris, they are constantly there at the end game right now, Mini Minor. It's no surprise to see them still in 5th position. They are definitely looking comfortable for global championships. I'm not so sure about them managing to make it to the #1 spot, however.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll be really happy with how they're doing today. Of course, they are already qualified from last major as well, so they already have that sort of, you know, flexibility, that little bit of freedom, right? But I think what I'm expecting from these guys is just more of the same. They seem to do really, really well when it comes to these end games, playing that low ground, as we mentioned before. And Chicho in particular has been clutching up so many points for this team, and the way that they were able to sort of stay alive as a trio here in the end game was really strong too. So they've been keeping up their level. They've been keeping in that position.
Yeah, honestly, at this stage, I'm at the point with these guys where I'm very chuffed, right? You know, when you look at Tayson and sort of the year and a half he's had, there were a lot of washed allegations, you know? There was a lot of people saying he needs to pack it up. He's done, and now, you know, assuming they close it out similar to this position, you know, around that 5th spot, that's going to be 2 back-to-back majors where Tayson's had a good result, and that's, you know, a very good sign going into the global championships. It's good to see him, Haris, and Chicho performing.
But with that in mind as well, I mean, you could have said that about Seti.
So, ja, bin da, aber bin ein bisschen am Essen. Bin wieder da. Ja, musste gerade mein Mauspad wegmachen und so. Aber man hört mich auch gut aus der Ferne, wegen der Balance. Also, habe so eingestellt, dass es und die Schwelle halt, also auch wenn ich leise rede, und wenn ich lauter reden würde es nicht lauter hören wegen der Schwelle, die eine begrenzt ist. Und das die Geräte nicht können. Also die Hardware, die ich habe, ist eigentlich ganz gut für das. Vom Sound. Zumindest für das, was wir jetzt schauen. Eigentlich ja. So Reaktionen übertragen.
It's going to turn into an ultimate brawl fest between some of our top-end teams in EU. I am all for it, Takada, because
natürlich lasse ich mein Mikrofon auch da. Und tue es nicht ausziehen, einfach weg ein bisschen, dass es nicht zum Messen gestört wird.
A lot is on the line here for these final 2 matches. Cammy's done a great job to push himself into currently the borderline, the cutoff to qualify to the global championship is 330 points. Mr. Savage, CZB, Nathan, these are 2 trios that are right below them, right below that cutoff. And if you look at the top end of the leaderboard, Ferdoxie at 614 points, Vico Venoflixi 580, a lot closer now to that 1st place spot.
But one point of pressure that's definitely been a little bit alleviated is Outpost, Enclave, Vadil, Cringe, Volko, no longer being immediately 50-50 contested at this drop, and right now sitting just on the outskirts of the
weil das andere Team nicht so viel Erfolg hatte.
They are in that 12th place position. So
nice für die, gönn ich ihnen.
definitely not out of this fight just yet for globals. But some teams might be out of the lobby pretty early on here at Supernova Academy.
Müssen es wirklich schaffen noch. Ja, das andere Team auch. Einfach haben sie jetzt nicht so den die gute Loot-Route oder was.
But sometimes you never know the way the cookie's gonna crumble.
I feel like they knew they were getting dropped on too, with, you know, Ferdoxie posted on socials 3 for 3 off spawn. Wanted to get a, you know, quick bit of practice in before it started. Looks like it was Robin, Kylie, and Co.
Chino's not convinced. He knows someone is lurking. And he's trying to outlurk them. Ferdoxie and Pollo.
Nanibuka nicht mehr auf
can take care of
33.
the other affairs,
Platz.
but Chino's sick of the wait. He's ready to get a move on. Get a little bit more involved, but Robin silent as a mouse, just tucked away inside of the buildings at Supernova Academy, and Chino isn't careful. Could find himself getting knocked, and that would leave them in a pretty awkward position. But Robin as a solo, even if he gets one, he still has to deal with the other two.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a battle from, you know, opposite ends of the leaderboard. It's almost been a blessing for Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino. Some quick eliminations off the start, but the issue is, you know, you can get the good elims, but the whole point, the whole play style from Ferdoxie, Chino, and Pablo is to be very quick in the early game and get out of there as fast as possible and start disrupting the players around you. So it's going to be tough that they can't do that anymore. Looks like for Cammy, Drop and Hari though, huge start, especially considering the place they are right now in the standings. This is exactly what they wanted.
It's not only that, but it seems like that earlier, somewhat of a gentleman's agreement where both teams had initially been splitting Shining Span, and Cammy Hardy, they got sick of it. They're like, what are we giving these guys half our POI for? So early fights, early outcomes just mean more stealth opportunities. Foxy Floodgate could start getting a little bit of motion here from Maciak, Perhala, Kaisers, all depends. Are they going to be able to find a big opening shot here onto Trexer or Mappy? They are so patient. The discipline right now, Takata. They want to be fully convinced that it's over for Trexer.
Ach komm, James Bond, Mann.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
It's right there, but Trexer might just get far enough. Still, Maciak, Kaiser, Perhala.
Little quicker, come on now.
I'm more amazed at the fact that someone in a surge base that's at like
Ist das Copyright, wenn ich das einfach so singe?
What's going down here, though? Maybe it's just a little bit too early. They're not done with building the ramps just yet, but
one gray AR. Not sure what the teammates are looking like. This is a good opportunity, though. Trexer is a bit split up now at the vending machine. If they want to make a play, and I guess they're banking on them heading over here.
They're just far enough away that if they don't connect with the 3-2-1 immediately, they're probably cooked because Maciak only has a gray spire rifle. These guys are just hoping that they can finish this.
Oh no!
But Trexer throws up the wall. They don't even get the chance to take a shot. They were scouted out before. Still, Trexer on the run. Dropping all the way to the bottom of Foxy Floodgate. Sound the alarms though. Rest of his team knows this is a mayday situation. They're trying to catch up, but Trexer. Connection out of Perhala. But here are the troops. Mappy. Reinforcements have arrived. Perhala, Maciak, Kaisers. Maciak incredibly hurt. He needs Perhala and Kaisers to give some supportive measures here. But now they're playing a little bit more split than what they had initially been after. Mappy. Trexer cheating. They might actually be able to 180 this into their favor.
It's a tough spot to be in though. Stuck without anywhere to go. Perhala.
Ich habe mir einfach mal
hit a big shot here. Make something happen. Trexer looking for an angle. There's no potential third parties in sight. If you look at the bottom right in the mini-map.
Dosenfutter, ja, keine Ahnung, wie sagt man denn? Einen Eintopf gegessen in der Dose mit Bohnen und keine Ahnung was so. Ohne es zu erwärmen. Ich hatte keine Zeit, Mann. Ist nicht schlimm. Es stand erwärmt, dass man es am besten erwärmt so bei mittlerer Hitze und ja, dann ist es nicht schlimm, wenn ich das einfach so nicht nachkoche. Aber wäre es so komplett roh, das wäre dann nicht so gut, weil also diese Bohnen-Sachen, das sind giftig und so. Die müssen, so keine Ahnung, kommt drauf an, welche, ob es Bohnen oder Erbsen oder was auch immer sind, muss man sie meistens so 10 Minuten unter kochendem Wasser kochen, bis das Gift eben da rauskommt, aus dem verschwindet.
worst situation, stuck down below.
Keine Ahnung.
Still got one more match though to make something happen. Snazy on the other
Hitzt hot wird.
escaping with that mist form right on into the bush, but when you got Queasy and Swizzy chasing after you, it's only a matter of time. No big shots coming through yet. Seems like a whole other trio actually playing. Yeah, a whole other trio close by. Queasy has to be careful of potential 3-2-1 to come onto him.
Queasy's got red in his eyes. It's actually Swizzy that's going to be the first one knocked from Ivan Artis and Ferdoxie intervening. Queasy just hoping that he can make some form of escape, but that is not going to be an option. He'll have to wait for the final lobby, and they're going to need a big performance because right now they were just sitting outside of that top 5 threshold on the leaderboard, Takada, and this early spill is going to be very disastrous for that leaderboard.
Yeah, that's tough. It's incredibly close in the top 5 currently, so going down in 6th place now is definitely not what you want. Ivan gonna go help his teammate now. I don't think they know Snazy is in that bush.
This is copyright music.
That's fine. They don't need to know. That's what Snazy is kind of banking on, that these guys have no idea. But Ivan's a little bit quicker than that, and Snazy, it's just a lot of delays. I like the fact that, you know, there's still some life left in the fight, but Snazy knows his time is up in match 11. Ivan, Ferdoxie, and Artis just picked the perfect time to strike. And that's a big part of the problem spread across the map here, Takada, is that teams that weren't anticipating these early fights, you just don't know what's going to happen at your drop because so many different elements are just shifting at once.
Rulex left as a solo. Not the spot you want to be in, being kind of on, not the literal borderline, but pretty close to it for qualifying to globals. So going down here, not a good look. The good news is no pursuit onto him, so a bit of time to kind of play it slow here, wait for the zone to pull on in, and then go for that reboot in the zone when it's less likely that there's players around you.
Just having to wait, though, for those teams in the surge base to actually rotate out, because a trio could very easily, even if they don't get that elimination, they just hold you for so long. Pablo, Chino, Ferdoxie, now opting, try and apply some pressure against Pixie and Vanya in their surge base. And Vanya, Pixie, we know that they love stockpiling.
Wir haben eine schlechtere Sicht aus der Zone her.
Deal, Cringe. They are just getting collapsed on right now. And Cringe. It's Artis, Ferdoxie, and Ivan that they took the challenge with. Cringe might be able to ultimately win this battle, though, and that would be massive for Vadil and Volko. And Artis definitely feeling the pressure. He's gonna try to run away. He wants to at least play spoiler. He's trying to make it to Cringe's teammates' bodies. He wants to eliminate them fully. Just make this lobby all the more difficult for Vadil's trio. But Cringe closing in. Takada, he might be able to just play for the revive and just draw Artis in closer to him. But he has to start going for a revive because he needs to heal his teammates before they get knocked by the storm.
So much pressure on Cringe's shoulders here. Is able to pick up the deal, though. Now, upper hand in the 2v1. The pursuit's gonna come through, but I was gonna say go for Volko, but a little too late. Volko goes down. The good news is, now they're able to
Gibt 50 neben Schild, oder?
If Cringe ended up going down, but Vico Veno Flixie getting a bit of movement in.
Veno, see if you can get the opening shot onto Atris, but gotta choose your battles wisely. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they know. Whether they get these knocks or pure eliminations, they wanna lock down their surge damage. Vico, Veno, Flixie from overhead. A little bit of smothering taking place now for Tassig's trio. They're definitely feeling the pressure. And Vico not willing to budge either on Atris's wall. Veno from overhead trying to open up a separate angle to try and get a little bit of additional pressure in. But Chicho and Tayson, they are boxed up tight. They do not want to allow for any small openings, any cracks to slip through. but they're constantly on the back foot here, just getting pushed further and further back into Storm.
Another full trio too, getting closer and closer, sneaking on up. The danger levels are rising and they know this. Chicho doing what he can to back up a little further. Clixie, Vico, and Veno know how important it can be to finish these off. These fights off quickly. As Tayson gets knocked, it's exactly what they're gonna end up doing. Medmist gonna come through. Vico now looking for an angle, a potential full box onto Haris here. He gets it, he connects, and that's another knock for the trio. But now the third party is very close, and this could be detrimental.
This is where that Spire Control really comes into play. Vico, Veno, and Flixie made.
Irgendwie beruhigt mich, so ein gutes Team zuzuschauen, das nicht sofort down geht, muss ich ehrlich so sagen.
This might be more than what Lieutenant and the Freezy have bargained for. They'll probably just be happy to take the leftovers of Chicho. But one more time, Takata, we're looking at teams in that top 5 threshold of the leaderboard that are just encountering
Nächster View, geil.
problems, some early departures. And now to Freezy, Sined, they might just need to take that victory and try and bail out of here, because Veno, Flixie, and Vico are knocking down the doors, and they might just force Sined into a fight that he doesn't want at all, just continuing to try and run away. But Veno refusing to let this one go.
I mean, it was looking for a moment like a dangerous third party, but Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're all for it. They said, come on over. We'll invite you to the party, actually, if you want. As now the aggression's onto them. Sined, Wheat, and Frizzy doing what they can to escape. Turned into Predator to prey quite quickly, but Vico, Veno, Flixie now, they're going to take the safe route. They got their eliminations, they got their damage. They're running a bit low on materials here, so...
Yo, crazy, sie haben an diesem Tag einfach 400 Punkte gemacht. Am letzten weiß ich nicht wie viel. Aber mit einem Back-to-Back-Sieg halt.
Maybe they're not even done pushing these players.
Veno, Vico, and Flixie are just cutting
Was
off so many
abgestützt?
separate teams. Chap, Reese, and Savage.
Yo, Chap, Digga.
Fight for survival at Resistance base. Get a little bit of a look back. Savage, nice knock onto Jewel. Savage and Chap looking to secure this fight, which just means that Reason very likely going to be brought back into this one. But continuing what was taking place with Vico, Veno, Flixie, Upple, and Focus. Now trying to see if they can disengage, but they are completely trapped right now in the clutches of Veno team. But Veno, he's gonna be the one knocked. Vico follows shortly after, and Flixie, last man standing now for Veno's team. But a huge refresh for Focus, Upple, and Mixon. Catastrophic results there, though, for Veno's team. And that is going to completely put their plans to a halt in Game 11.
Were they feeling too confident? Just gifted Upple, Mixon, and Focus, some of the best loot in the game. I'm pretty sure Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxie are looking quite strong in this game. They're kind of just doing the safer Surge Tower, Surge ramping strategy early on, and now Flixie forced to play it alone. It's gonna be late. The end game, not as good loot. I mean, if any trio is gonna make a comeback though, Flixie gets the reboot. Wouldn't be surprised if we see them fight once again, and all it takes is one trio wipe to kind of get what you lost. You can see a little bit of how it went down. Quick shot onto Veno.
Just the perfect split approach.
Ja, sie müssen auch aber ein bisschen Risiko eingehen, sonst können die das FNCS nicht gewinnen.
Towards his teammate and ended up working against
Also sie könnten einfach
we did get a chance to preview Savage, Chap, and Reason.
versuchen es mit der Konsistenz zu gewinnen, aber
They were able to play for the reboot.
ja.
Reason is back in the match. And you have to remember, these have been some pretty big swings for teams that are just hugging that qualifying range.
It's getting nerve-wracking. The pressure is definitely on here. Just like a match and a half left. One match after this. We can take a look now at how Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino are looking. 3 elims on the board. Spare shields now just waiting for a bit of extra damage on the trios are hitting. Definitely a lot healthier than Vico, Veno, Flixie at the moment. Right when the gap was closed, they could potentially get put further once again. But the reboot's gonna come through, and the comeback begins.
They still have to recover all of that lost surge. They still have to try and make the rotate in. And they still have to try and deal with Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino, where the ball's basically in their court, Takada. All they have to do is play consistent. And if there's one thing that this team has been through the course of this weekend, it is consistent at making it both into those endgames and absolutely fragging out in the process.
Yeah, I don't think you can be more dead center in a zone. You saw them marking the section of the zone that's in Storm as well, that they'll quickly be the first to rotate to. They are honestly primed up in terms of positioning and ready to make it happen, but... And Kidoi, Pastrokey, Bevies. Big match is what we want to see come from this trio. 8th place on the leaderboard, 15 above the cutoff currently to qualify 2 globals. And they can secure that spot quickly here with a good match.
Ooh. Little friendly tag from Bevies. He knows the direction that it came from, though. Take a little bit of refuge inside the buildings. In the process of this rotate, slight fall damage, but there's a little bit of wiggle room for error here. It's not like it's anything that's going to compromise him just yet, but Pablo, Ingo, Ferdoxie, Chino, another team in their midst. And they could care less. They'd rather focus exclusively on positioning.
Ist das jetzt die erste Zone, die
and set up in an elevated position? Any other teams that are looking to challenge them in the surrounding area are going to have
überhaupt vom
so
Turnier?
much difficulty with just getting to
Die
where
sich
they're
mit
at.
der mit dem Sturm überlebt.
Approaching from the dead side of zone. And they're gonna be the first ones.
I know.
Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino. No, this is actually our spot, not yours.
One step ahead. What you tend to see with SETI.
Ja, komplett am Rand.
In the last major, when a new meta
Und die nicht im Regen.
when there's a new start, the pros
No.
you look at was Cami SETI, but I mean now with the new trios being formed.
Ja, lieber nicht die Zipline,
you can
die
always
ist
count on
gefährlich.
them. Unfortunately though, the zone has pulled to quite literally the opposite side of the map from them. Would have been an insane position to play the match out from, but they're quick on the rotate here.
Boah, wie groß das ist. So wie ein Stadion, wie in eine Arena, Mann. Sieht das aus.
Definitely a handful of teams slightly positioned to blockade them a little bit at the crest of that hill peak. Eco Venoflixie though on the underbelly of the low ground, just looking around. I mean, you can tell that they're trying to set up for the pre-edit, and they've got enough space to work with.
3 Bullets da rein
It's
und
really just going to boil down to, are there any teams in desperate
schon
need of
50
surge?
Schuss oder was?
They might have just given away their position though. Soon as
Ja, in der Animation sind 3 Bullets drin.
looking to fight their way back into this one. 261 above that surge threshold. But they want every refresh
Aber was
possible.
auch immer
They're
das
gonna need
ist,
some
was
heals
pink ist.
if they want to work through this
Keine Ahnung.
They always play aggressive, but they're gonna have to play a bit extra aggressive here to come back from the hiccup that they ran into.
Nico hat die besser.
Almost getting knocked down there. All 3 players still up though. Cami, Hurry, iDrop. A lot on the line for this trio. Being in that 9th place spot, you saw from the quick stat, there's 4 trios that will qualify today to the Global Championship, but with 5 of the trios already on the top end of that leaderboard, it's top 9 is what you
Nee,
need
das glaube ich
to get a
nicht.
spot in the Globals, and Cami's literally
Ich
the
dachte,
cutoff
es
for
wären...
that. Yapko, Seti, Panzer in a much more
Hä?
comfortable positioning on the standings.
Also im ersten Major sind es 2, im zweiten 4 und dann wieder 2.
Matches to go, they cannot go down this early.
But on the other end of that spectrum, SETI versus Cami, that narrative, it isn't just going to disappear overnight. And Yapko with a big shot onto Hizix. That is a huge body tag to find. And it is now
Refresh.
forced everyone else
Hä?
to just immediately
Die
pull
sind
back.
ja
They do not wish to try
in
and
einer
challenge
blöden
Yapko, SETI,
Position für
and
die.
Panzer.
Also mit so vielen Matches wieder konnte er Han auf seine Teammates, würde ich sofort versuchen, Hyde Switch nach oben. Die Situation sehen und ausnutzen. Ja, wieso springt der Mann? Okay.
trying to see if they can
Muss echt nicht bringen raus und Tags zulassen.
team holding frontside low. That's going to be a real problem for them unless somebody else can intervene here. Vico, Flixie, Veno, a little bit hurt.
Yeah, talk about problems, just 12 above, no shield to work with. Vico's literally one good pump shot away from getting eliminated. Veno now cracked as well. Flixie, the last player of the trio with shield still, but that knock is going to grant them
130 above.
as the shots continue to connect. They might just have to go all in for this. They need the loot. They need the refresh. And this is the start.
Ja, wie schnell er den Loot auch in sein Inventar macht.
Veno just trying to make it towards his body to see if he can gather the loot from his teammate. Good amount of builds though. That's something for Veno and Vico. It's all about whether or not Ferdoxie, Pablo and Chino are in a similar
Schnell sein.
position.
Wenn man eine Sekunde rein ist, kommen schon die Ticks.
But Pink, Nebs and Kiro,
Jede Sekunde.
they're looking to try and have a monumental setup here. And they need this, Takada. They want
Die
to
ist die
try
Nachschlag.
and find their way into that leaderboard
Pink jetzt,
for the World Championship, and they're so close.
Ja, so viele wollen nach dieser Globals und es gibt einfach nur 2 Spots. Oder gibt's 4? Ich bin jetzt verwirrt. Egal. Dann juckt's.
For a spot in France. Pablo now for Doxy Chino forced to go down below, staying ahead of zone, but be careful as Chino gets cracked, put into panic, but his teammates have his back.
Was trying to figure out whether or not Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino look just as scuffed as Veno and Vico, but slightly better position since they actually have all 3 teammates running. Veno and Vico still looking to try and maneuver their way. They're just one layer above ultimate low.
Ja, schätze ich das mal an oben.
And they'll have the opportunity to heal up from the chug jug, but they don't have heals to actually outlast the lobby. Nice little body collection. If Veno can actually hold the wall here, Vico will find those final tags just to make sure that they can claim all the loot, but Veno dashing forward immediately. Without the misform available, he's going to have to fight his way through the lobby. And he's got Vico right next to him. Chino, Ferdoxie, Pablo, similar fashion. And Pink, Nebs, and Kiro are going to be the ones causing destruction towards these lower layers, just spraying down from height.
A crucial zone pull back for Pink on height, allowing them to conserve so many materials, but Vico's got to be careful now. He's out of mats. He's dropped to 23 HP. Veno is cracked as well. It's looking much brighter for Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino in this match as Vico, Veno, Flixie go down.
No.
Yapko Seti, they might be the ones that Pablo, Ferdoxie, and Chino can thank later on, but Chino, job's not finished. They've still got to work with what they've been given. They're going to try to continue to hold their spot on that front side low, but Seti and Panzer on the other fold of it might look to try and sandwich them along the way. Pink, Nebs, Kiro still posing so much of a threat. They see the Menmis grenades. They're just trying to apply pressure onto teams that are looking to heal up. Heavies now has fallen. Pixie might be able to take advantage.
Jo. Ja, jetzt das sind die letzten 2 Games, also im Endgame. Man sieht schon, die Leute riskieren halt einfach für die Global und vergessen alles andere. Wenn sie denken, in Globals bekommen sie mehr Earnings.
Pixie will get the knock, full elim now, but he's left alone.
Ferdoxie's Team ist auch ein Solo, oder nicht? Ja.
I buy him a little bit more time. Upple focus mixing toward high. Pink has been knocked. Pink has been eliminated. Kiro trying to hold it down. They needed such a strong performance, Takada, to surge their way up the leaderboard.
Ich denke eigentlich ein Innenmann, aber das läuft nicht so bei ihm. In letzter Zeit.
Closes in the perfect 2-play shots, those double eliminations. That might be the answer that Ferdoxie needed. And he's looking to cause even more problems for the teams on high. Ferdoxie with the misform might have been a little bit too greedy with his positioning though, Takada. He's drawn the attention of the high ground team.
Has to be careful. Pixie knocking on his door. Gets eliminated. Pixie with a quick elimination.
Ja, ich check die Taktik nicht von ihm.
Forced to drop down. They want the refresh, but Pixie looking potentially unstoppable here as the pressure's onto him. He has the heals, but not the time. Gets eliminated by Focus. Uppel now forced down below with the mist form, trying to group up with his teammate. It's a
Aber das Lied war ja schon da am ersten Tag von
Focus with the 10 eliminations secures the win for his team.
Just needed to connect the one, knew that the storm would
Ferdoxie
take care
team.
of the rest, but that was getting really topsy-turvy for a moment there, Takata, between high and low. There were so many solos just sprinkled throughout our top end of the leaderboard, and teams also just outside of that qualifying range for the Global Championship.
No, this is huge for Uppel as well. Focus and Mix.
Es ist tatsächlich ein A, aber ich weiß nicht, ob ein B da war. Okay, es ist das S, dann A, dann B. Es lag nicht. Ich dachte, B wäre was Schlechtes wie... Keine Ahnung. Aber ich habe einfach gedacht, es wäre so... Irgendwas wie F oder so. Also, es gibt gar kein F, oder ich dachte B wäre schlecht, aber es gibt C, B, A und S. Naja, B, aber wenn man ins Endgame kommt, dann nur wenn man nicht viele Kills hat, hat man B oder was weiß ich.
Thank you so much. Yes, the pressure is on a lot of these trios right now. Even the ones inside the top 10 who
Okay,
are already
und jetzt
qualified for
danach
Leon are feeling the heat. And there are several trios we've got to talk about.
Heat.
But first of all, let's talk about the victory
Nein, das sind nicht
royale
Heats.
for Mixon's trio, because they managed to capitalize on the height that Pink's trio sadly left behind in their wake. But obviously it was a good thing for these guys, Mini Miner.
Yeah, great performance from these guys. Haven't seen too much of them in terms of the end game. They've been in and around that position, but no massive pop-off performances. And what better
Ja,
time
der war
than to
Controllerspieler.
right now when they're trying
Ich
to
hatte
make
so
that
das Gefühl,
last-minute push for the global
wie er
championship spots.
geaimt hat und so.
For these guys to make it to this point, and now this is all about them. Can they clutch up in this final game?
I mean, if they can keep hitting shots like this, if Focus can keep playing at this level. In the previous game, right, he was the one that obviously took down Vico and Venno in that fight, and I was like, hold on a minute, Focus is hitting some shots here, man, alright, he's feeling it.
Focus, aber
To come through in this game and
Focus
pop
ist auch ein
that is a player who is
E-Sport-Team.
hungry
Wurde das
and determined to
aufgelöst?
make it to the Global Championships.
Don't forget, Uppel missed out on a spot in Global Championships by 1 place in Major 2, but he looks to be getting even further up the leaderboard in Major
Yeah.
3, so maybe we'll see him in Lyon, but there is just one more game to go. Let's take a break, and then we'll be taking a look at the leaderboard, because everything is on the line.
Okay. Stell mal einfach das Teller zurück und so hin, wo noch die Pause ist und so. So. Digga, Riesen, Mann. Wir könnten jetzt schauen. Ich glaube, wir haben wieder 1 Stunde oder so. Ja, aber ja, das habe ich schon gesehen. Ja, das war crazy da. 6,3 Millionen Aufrufe vor 6 Jahren. Sie haben geswitcht eigentlich. Wäre wohl 10. Ja. Das würde eigentlich fast mal schauen. Ja. 38. Ja, nee, das stimmt nicht, aber. Was? Wir haben die OG Cup aufs. Achso, der OG Cup ist vorbei, ja. Habe ich vorher noch vor dem Video gespielt, um abzusaven. Damit ich so früh es geht Divisional Cups spielen könnte und so, aber ich weiß nicht, wie es mit Fortnite geht. Es ist ein totes Spiel und ja, also das Ding ist, ich habe mir schon immer gewünscht, irgendwas bei einem E-Sports, also bei E-Sports-Eventen teilzunehmen und so, und das war mein Traum. Und ja, ich weiß nicht, vielleicht haben viele, also ich glaube, weiß nicht, vielleicht haben viele Jungen diesen Traum, aber ja, ich wollte das schon immer, aber ja, keine Ahnung, ich war egal.
Has thrown into the works throughout these games, but what these guys have shown is that they will make things happen. Look at this from Ferdoxie. This is just ridiculous.
Fortnite ist halt leider tot und mal schauen, ob was sich tut, aber deshalb mache ich das nur zur Sicherheit, aber und die Earnings sind auch nicht das, was es mal war, und die Zuschauerzahlen und auch die Einnahmen jetzt nicht vom Streamen, weil also ich meine die Einnahmen außerhalb von Fortnite, zum Beispiel Streamen, hängen auch darüber ab, oder auch Geschäfte und Kooperationen mit den Zuschauerzahlen.
Place. Oh no, sorry, not a 4th place, an 11th place here. But it's surprising because Flixie was left solo very early at the start of the game.
Yeah, at this point here, you know, you have the chasers trying to close in. They're trying to find some eliminations early on. They're trying to get their storm surge done, but oh no, what's happened? Veno and Vico both gone down, leaving Flixie as a solo. And at this point, I thought, yeah, it's got to be Raps now, right? But the way that Flixie was able to get these guys back up, and not only that, be able to make their way into the end game, and of course, find some storm surge tags, find some elims to pick up refreshes. And this is the moment right here, trying to find
ja, und das ist dann auch nicht so leicht.
Wasn't a problem for these guys at all. So the fact that they were able to get some points from this game 11 was a
das ist dann immer das Problem mit diesen Reboots, und eigentlich haben sie solide ausgespielt, obwohl sie dieses Risiko eingegangen sind.
Is that good isn't good enough, right? They have to do enough, and to be enough, you have to be better than good. If you catch what I'm saying right now, Mini, look.
Ja, das wird auch sehr schwierig, Peterbots Team jetzt auf NA Central aufzuholen. Aber sie haben aufgeholt.
As we have a number of trios have already qualified for global championships, we do know the amount of positions we have, right? 4 left, and as we already have, I'm just doing the maths here, so we already have 5 trios that have qualified in the top 10. We can see those positions and who's currently sitting in a spot to go to France. So obviously we can see Bevies, Ferdoxie and but I really want to talk about 2 trios here, and they are
Mr. Savage
and Cammy's trio. Who would have thought it at the start of this tournament that we'd see both of them now in a spot? And Seti's trio, they pretty much already guaranteed 11.
Yeah, Seti's trio sitting very comfortably right now. They won't be stressing. They just need to make sure, again, they hold on, they don't do anything too silly. But I think they will be good. It's the teams below them that really starting to worry. And because you mentioned the teams in position, right? Some of the teams just behind that, right? In 10th, Mr. Savage's trio, they are right behind. They have a real opportunity here to do something special, to make the dream happen, keep the dreams alive.
Yeah, this is the fan favorite team, right? This is the team that I'm sure everyone at home will be egging on to get into the global championships. Everyone wants to see Mr. Savage. Everyone wants to see Reason on LAN in France, EU home LAN. It's got to happen for them. And it all comes down to this. They're not that far behind. What are they, 20 points or so behind? So that can definitely be turned around in this last game. Of course, they need the teams above them to not do so well. But what we've seen from these guys all weekend is their ability to clutch up an endgame, their ability to make these games happen. So if there's any chance for them to do it right now, I think they're in a really good state to do it.
They have to do everything. There is no barking up the wrong tree for these guys. Do what it takes to make it happen.
But when you look at the names on that team, when you look at the potential of Chap, when you look at the experience of Reason and of Savage, you know that these are 3 names that could be very much booking a spot in the Global Championships. We're going to head now into Game 12, and after this, we'll find out who will be representing us in Lyon.
Und den Sieger.
The final hour is finally upon us, Takada.
Yo!
On the battle bus for the Major 3 Grand Finals.
Wie sieht das aus? Dieses Mikrofon.
Game 12.
Wie eine Atombombe. Ja, mit Armen zu grün und so.
Pablo, Ferdoxie, Chino leading the pack with Vico, Veno, Flixie close behind them. In Major 2, Pablo, Ferdoxie and Chino, like Evan was talking about, got
Ja, das wird ein crazy 12. Game. Ich bin ein bisschen aufgeregt. Hey, der Tomatenkopf ist da. Was ist das denn?
Global Championship, but not as teammates. This time as competitors. Each player looking to go 4 for 4 for these in-person events. They played together invitational. They qualified the last 2 global championships, and all that's left now for them in the path ahead is to qualify to this upcoming one. Can both of them do it? As we kick things off.
Ferdoxie.
Can't have one without the other.
Yo.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Kein Korn?
Whether
Okay.
Miami gets the job done. Seti Panzer likely did more than enough homework to lock in, but Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxie clearly uncontested this time at Supernova Academy. And it's the same story for Veno, Flixie, and Vico. No surprises waiting for them at their drop.
Haben die so gut gespielt gegeneinander?
So, despite some of the tensions that have kind of been driven up throughout the course of today's games, Takada, we are seeing everybody kind of get their fair shot at
Blur Battle Animation gefällt mir aber beim Zerschlagen, also auf dem maximalen Einstellen. Auf den blauen sieht es irgendwie wässrig aus. Ja, wie das aussieht. Einfach mal durch die Toilette schnell durch die Rohre.
Spot is 9th on the leaderboard, so a top 9 currently will put you in the global championship.
Stell dir vor, man würde dann wirklich dreckig werden. Und, also im Game, so Animation. Und dann würde man sehen, wer. Low ist oder vielleicht wer. Die Toilette genommen hat. Erstmal dann auch ein Typ sein, der auch in feuchten Konditionen eben auch die Luft unter Flüssigkeit lange anhalten kann. Und dann, wenn man wieder ins Wasser geht, dann wird man sauber, wenn man abtaucht, wenn man reinkommt zum Sprinten. Double pump. Braggers.
They are definitely kitted out for this last match.
Sometimes it almost comes across in the world of Fortnite where it just really feels like a team might have plot armor.
Und was jetzt?
Ferdoxie, Chino, Pablo.
Jetzt sind sie eine Surf Base machen.
First place position on the leaderboard. They want those Blades of Champions in their locker. And it might be a little bit of an issue maybe in terms of hesitancy, but with the way that they played, the confidence that they've had throughout all 12 games to this point, I don't think that I would ever anticipate them to play scared. And that's why I think so many people have had a lot of kind of confidence in the type of performance that Ferdoxie's team might be able to pull off this LAN or this event.
See how close it is from the quick stat, but hold my thought, Ferdoxie. You were talking about it, not a trio that's going to be scared to get aggressive here, even if it's the last match of the last major before the global championship. Picking up that quick elimination, good way to kick it off.
It's hard not to want to autopilot and start fantasizing about wielding that Blade of Champions too. If you are in Ferdoxie, Chino, and Pablo Wino's position, you're making every single endgame. Even if you're not a fully intact trio during those endgames, you're still converting eliminations into winning opportunities. And now Ferdoxie chasing out. Not even sold that he realizes Howley is still on the beachfront with him, but Ferdoxie thinks that he might have gone further up the hill. As soon as he wraps around this rock, he'll realize Howley nowhere left to run. Misform's gonna come out, but Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxie, they're all just simultaneously thinking, bro, please just go down already. Ferdoxie will find himself being knocked too, but Pablo and Chino, they can play for the double revive. That's a nice set of eliminations to grab there, though.
Yeah, no
Vino in Lone Wolf.
Does Vico, Veno, Flexi, does Seti know? Does Seti know there's a full trio in the same building as him as he continues farming, matting up? This would be catastrophic.
Weil sie Ausbahn nicht so gut sind.
Seti, Panzer's on track to qualify for his first ever FNCS LAN. And like I mentioned earlier, Seti looking to go 4 for 4, but it looks like the shots have come through. Veno's gonna try and knock out Panzer from the sky. Unable to connect, the Seti's done what he can to escape from the building. The trap, as not a single player has been knocked yet, but it might just be a matter of time.
Another player even further away, but this has been settled down to the low ground. Seti is going to be knocked. Seti eliminated here. Vico, Veno, Flixie closing in now onto Panzer and Yapko. They're just too hurt after getting chopped out. A little bit of panic now ensuing, but Yapko trying to keep his wits about him. He watches as Panzer gets eliminated right next to him. Veno, Vico, Flixie standing tall here at Lone Wolf Lair, but a third party could ruin the fun here as Vico, Veno, Flixie.
Ja, ich bin gerade ein bisschen sprachlos.
And Ned have now jumped into the dog pile. But
Aber ist Setis Team da?
they're just content to take their
Ist
wins here.
Setis Team raus
Get
jetzt?
silly. And Seti and Panzer, they weren't being silly. They just
Ja, doch.
were casualties of not keeping enough of a lookout. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they just wanted it more.
Yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate end, but hey, the good news is I think they have more than enough points to qualify to the global championship. So unfortunately, they won't get a very, high top 3, top 2 placement, but they will be in France. So we'll see how that performance ends up coming through. And hey, hopefully Cammy can get a good performance here to join Seti. It'll be 4 for 4 as well.
It's all about seeing who are going to be those four trios headed towards the global championship. Mixin, Uppo, Focus. After that last game, they know that this is the closest that they have been this entire weekend to locking down the global championship. And you've really got to keep your mental fortitude going strong here, because any sort of hiccup could be all it takes.
Wiesen. Digga, Wiesen.
Underneath you. So they're probably going to play it safe, and they're not the only teams looking to do so.
Patience can be key, especially in these final matches, but from our perspective, we can see on the mini-map, no trios in sight.
Wiesen, ich bitte dich doch.
Mr. Savage, Chap Reason now. This could be it.
Ja.
This is going to be the fight that determines whether or not Chap, Savage, and Reason are going to be able to set up for the end game. Teeny eliminated. Chap, Savage, Reason still trying to see.
Digga, ich dachte schon, kriegt Fallschaden.
Anymore. little bit of a halt here, though. Tayson, Trulex, Chicho, all these other teams are going to be an issue, but the starting point is that Chap, Savage, Reason, the way that they just collapsed so quickly onto Teeny, Trulegs is lucky to still be alive right now. Had it not been for Tayson, Acerus, and Chicho showing face, this could have gone a completely different way for him.
Trulegs up am Campen.
Stuck.
That's a big elimination, though, for Mr. Savage, Region, and Chap. I mean, they're in 10th place, and the trio in 11th is Teeny, Skavi, and Trulex. They're literally one placement behind them. So being able to eliminate them this early on could be what qualifies them if they get a good enough performance here in this lab.
And the worst part about it still is Trulex knowing what type of performances he's had on the global stage for the past couple of years now, Takata. To miss out on this first time ever would be if Trulex doesn't make it here today. And that would just be so tough to walk away from. But they can still look to bring this one back. Storm methods have clearly panned out very well for so many teams. Ferdoxie, Chino, Pablo, definitely one of them. And Kurama, be really careful.
Das Einzige, was gefühlt von Items in Fortnite von Anfang an geblieben ist und immer da war, waren Medkits, Minis und Big Pots. Das war gefühlt immer da.
At a different trio, this time it's CZB, Nathan, Axe Force.
Diese drei Dinge einfach. Man sagt, alle gute Dinge sind drei. Weiß nicht. Oh.
Savage, Chap, Reason. They don't want it to end here. Not now, not yet. They still have more fight left in them. That's why we see both ends of this engagement. Listening out somewhat, Chap trying to see if Chap gets his knock onto CZB. That might be the determining factor here for whether or not Savage's team decides to fully commit onto this fight. A bit more brawl, but Chap comes up big time. Axe Force knocked, Axe Force eliminated. Odds are in Savage's favor, and they have fully botched on Nathan. He just barely managed to get his way out, but Savage, Chap, and Reason.
That's crazy.
The next, that's all it takes at times. Chino, Pablo, they might have a lead, but that doesn't mean that they want to find themselves with an early departure from the final lobby of the day. The less chances of Venom catching up, the better. Double revive, though. And Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxie. Now they're just left to duke it out with the Frenchies. Ferdoxie and Kurama off in the distance, trying to run away.
This is not where you want to go down, being the first place trio. Luckily enough, despite Ferdoxie getting
haben sie überhaupt? Okay, sie haben diese Wolke.
A little bit of pressure, but now feeling even better.
Still a little bit lower on the material count than what they would probably want to be. But they had more than enough time to make up for it. Just a replay of how exactly they managed to overcome that exchange, and just really well monitored by Chino and Pablo. Picking the better angles.
Sangild.
Veno. Sangild lurking. But
kämpft es ab.
And I don't think that this is the fight he's looking for. But granted, if Vico gets pushed back into him, Sangild might just ruin everything for Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
They cannot afford to go down here. Nice shot coming through, but it's not enough for a knock. Veno completely cracked. The good news is they've regrouped and they have time to heal.
It's another one of our first through third teams, though. Pixie. Oh, excuse me. Pigstorm Demas are the ones looking to get involved, but this is still very troublesome for Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
Utopia City.
Are no foreigners to a good box fight here, Takata.
Not at all, but looks like they were pretty quick to kind of keep on moving towards the
Versuchen sich da jetzt so zu sneaken.
Now, seems like he'll slow down here for a bit.
It's almost like time just stood still there for a moment. Inside of Utopia City.
Ja, aber man muss sagen, egal, ihr könnt sagen, was ihr wollt, aber Vico, Quino und Flix, die haben einfach EU dominiert. Egal wie es jetzt da endet.
Ari and Cammy though, This matches everything.
Und das gab's nicht.
Close to as comfortable as a lot of the trios in the top 3, top 5.
Es gab nicht sowas wie... Okay, bei NA Central ist es glaube ich auch erst ab Featurebot. Obwohl NA West war ja auch eine lange Zeit eben nicht mehr auf den Server.
Here at Utopia, Vico Evento Flixie on one end, Ferdoxie,
Yo.
Pablo, first and second, might actually just clash head on here, Takata. And now Ferdoxie, Pablo, Chino, they have to sit through a miss grenade.
Okay, warte mal. Alle Top 5 sind schon Qualt.
A little bit of a gap here though, and just overtake building tops, and they're ready to bail. They don't need to stick around for this fight. Positioning just means so much more.
Oh, Teeny though, on the ground once again. Chaprice and Savage hunting them down. Already 4 eliminations on the board. This is how you want to start off the last match of the day if you're in qualifying range. But it's
Trulex kämpft weiter.
Trying to do anything he can to stay up here.
Trulex is just going to have to wait. Everything that lies ahead of them right now. And that's only if Savage, Chap, and Reason even let Trulex escape Crime City. He's trying to keep a low profile. But the problem right now, Takata, is that even if he does bring back Svi and Teeny with the reboot, even if Reason, Chap, and Savage decide not to turn around and key him for it, there's so much surge that they're going to need to compile. And they're just going to be so much further, like, they're going to be 10 steps behind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's playing on expert mode. Clix Team is Storm. Quick replay to what they've been doing. Nice elimination. Bevies.
Ja. Sind die qualifiziert für LAN?
Eliminated, sadly. Lone Bevies. Couple of players that he can recognize in the distance, but Bevies is a little bit... Everybody's just been looking kind of stuck in these solo and duo spots, Takata.
Yeah, I mean, could be the first LAN for Enkido, but...
Jo, die Aufregung ist crazy, wer sich Qualt für Globals, weil, also es sind so viele Bekannte und Namen dabei und auch von sehr guten Spielern und ja, das, ja, die Aufregung, also es ist nicht so die gleiche Aufregung wie vor einer Bühne selber zu stehen, aber Digga,
Crazy
accomplishment
for these guys, and they're definitely looking forward to it. They've just got to play to the standard that is this set lobby. But match 12, you can just tell so many of these teams are just being very cautious on how they proceed, Takata.
That they are. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, they push themselves into the top 3. With the performance here on day 2, it's been very consistent. The past few matches, they're just less than 10 points away behind Vico and Benno going into this match, but now with those eliminations, the gap has extended itself a bit.
Everyone in this lobby knows that this is just
die jagen sich einfach herum.
opportunity if you're not qualified to the global championship. And with that in the back of their minds, it's likely a huge reason as to why these teams are looking to just try and slow play through this. But eventually, once we get to the moving zones, Takata, these teams are going to be forced to tangle with each other just because of the fact that Surge is very likely going to come into effect. It's been a nuisance for a handful of our teams that have been kind of struggling inside of that 8th through 13th position on the leaderboard.
I'm even feeling it. Last game of the last major before Globals, and getting closer and closer now to the end game, where it's all going to unfold.
No.
But you don't want it to end before that. Cammy's little tower gets taken down, being 6 zone. A potential for a massive pull here. They did not have the odds in their favor in the last match, but hopefully this time around they can. Trulex though, hold on. Is he back in business now? Making it into the zone. Gonna be looking for that surge desperately, most likely, and Cammy might be on the receiving end.
Cammy, Hottie, eye drop. They're trying to be cautious, but Trulex, he is severely hurt. He needs Teeny and Skv to buy him a little bit of time. And Teeny, kind of just staring down. Mason's team now spots out Venno. But you can never peek for too long. They're in a slightly isolated position right now.
Das wäre runtergedroppt.
Above that search damage threshold. They know that they're going to need damage, but also they just need refreshes. They need material.
Einfach gleichzeitig die Minis geschossen.
What a zone pull though. 7 right beside them. Also very good for Cammy. I drop on Hari here. You want a good zone, it's on the last match.
Das ist das Panzerglas, deshalb geht es nicht kaputt, wenn man es auf den Boden schießt. Dieses Glas ist unbrechbar. Check dir.
It's right in their grasp. Their qualifying position towards that global championship. They don't want to let it slip through their fingers. Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxie.
Das schaffen ist auch nicht ganz genau. Ray Tracing Noise. Egal.
But the focus has shifted elsewhere. Teeny, Trulex, V still continue to stare down. Upple, Mixin and focus, but Teeny, more pressure.
Ja, bauen, irgendwie erinnert mich bauen irgendwie auf Rette die Welt. Wie es aussah, ganz am Anfang auch, aber...
The only option they really have left over, but Mixin was too ready for it. Trulex is gonna take the next stumble here and fully eliminated. A heartbreaking outcome for Trulex, Teeny, and Speed. But their downfall might be the come up for some of these other teams here. Mixin, Upple. They've still got a little bit more left in the tank, Takata. It doesn't take much, but they've got to just barely get over that hill.
Only wood for Mixin. No brick, no metal. Could that be a little refresh? Not looking incredible for them, but definitely possible. As Cammy's gone and gotten ahead of zone here. Mr. Savage now looking back. More than enough damage as Robin on the receiving end. Or Mistform being used.
Savage is gonna need to summon all of the willpower from the Bear Army.
Yo! Der Kampf um die ersten Plätze ist auch crazy.
Wild for reason. And Chap too, Chap looking to make waves. They're so close to Kata to making it towards the global championship. It would be an absolutely Cinderella story there for Savage too. But I drop Hottie, Cammy. Very similar circumstance. They want that globals qual. And I drop Hottie, Cammy. Decent amount of surge above. And with the way that the elevation is going to potentially draw everybody's material count to be so incredibly low, they might not be that pressed on their builds.
They have to be careful though. A lot of high ground retakes could come through here. Marius, Vanya, Pixie, eyes are on them. Cammy, Hari, and iDrop cannot go down here. Seti's already made it to the global championship. Cammy looking to go 4 for 4. If they get eliminated now, they might not make it. Cammy's been knocked. It's up to Harry to protect them or choose to play it out as a duo with iDrop, and that's the only option they're gonna have.
iDrop looking to beat the odds, to beat the allegations. He's wanting to overcome and find himself at that global championship. Fortunately for them, they're still managing to just stay holed up and wait for the lobby focus to kind of dissipate off of them. Pacino, Pablo, Ferdoxie. 4 eliminations. They pinpointed Bevy's location. Hyper goes Jewel. They just decide, okay, let's not go right into the center of all this crossfire. Gonna try and take a different position. Chap, Reason, Savage pulling up though onto Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino, and they knock Pablo. This is catastrophic right now for Ferdoxie's team in that first place position on the leaderboard. They're gonna have to leave Pablo behind. It now is entirely up to Ferdoxie and Chino to close this one out.
Ich dachte schon, einer aus Reasons Team ist angegangen. Das raus. Ich dachte so, Ferdoxie's Team ist witten geworden, und wollten dann Reasons Team downen.
He's forced to play it out as a solo. He's gonna have to ride the storm here. A pullback would be ideal. A med kit has been found, but high ground gets chopped. Marius gets cracked, knocked down, quick enough. Pixie Vanya.
Jo, wie chaotisch.
But Pixie still able to apply a little bit of pressure onto the teams underneath. They're going to wind up dropping as a duo. It's going to be hard to try and hold height, and they want to look for that double revive. But the lobby just chopping out the force from underneath them. Vanya is going to have to leave the rest of his team behind. Whether or not Pixie catches up to him, he's looking to play his own life. And sure enough, Pixie trying to hold down the back top, but Pixie gets chopped out. Pixie is eliminated. Vanya, hardly any HP.
Vico alleine. Okay, das ist vielleicht nicht mal so schlecht.
Leading teams on the leaderboard right now. Takata, Vico also a solo from Veno's trio. Vico versus Vanya now to see who can try and really lock it out for that top 3 in the leaderboard. Watch Malabuka ping.
Vico versteckt sich hier hinten.
Telling everyone that this is their chance to step up, but they are pushing down all these teams from the hill, trying to see if they can find any sort of escape from the pressure of height. And
Was?
crazy elimination onto Chap. That's going to be everything when it comes to material. The siphon as well. He's just trying to tunnel his way through, but the lights are too bright, and Vico has been eliminated. Chino and Ferdoxie. We are looking at our major 3 played.
Ja, komm, sag das noch nicht jetzt.
They just need to close this out.
One final end game to finish it, and they're just a second away from wielding that blade of champions. Ferdoxie's gonna use that miss for him. He wants to close it out strong, but you can see the excitement. He saw the feed. The dance comes through. He knows what has been done as Chino looking to finish with a couple eliminations. Hyper gonna get pickaxed as now just 4 eliminations built up, but Ferdoxie's left alone. 2 more builds on the board, and Tayson on the other end of the build.
It's close enough for a victory lap. Ferdoxie already knew that they had confirmed this major 3 grand finals Blade of Champions position. He is just having fun with it.
Top 5, was passiert da?
Trying to see who he can disrupt, just running around. Doesn't even matter what he does. Inevitably get eliminated. Ferdoxie still looking to ruin the fun for others. Tayson will be dropped. That's going to put Chicho and Atris now into a position where they have to try and hold it down, but Atris has fallen.
Das ist ein Chaos, Mann. Bold Knight, der Meta ist crazy. Gab's das mal überhaupt?
He sees Mappy directly behind him, trying to close the gap. Mappy trying to
Gestern Trios, aber sogar in Duos, also in Chapter 5 war das Beste, meiner Meinung nach.
They look so healthy, Takata. This is an insane finish right now. Malabuka emptying off the top rope, chasing down whatever's left of Chicho's HP. But it's all about Ferdoxie, Pavlo, and Chino for me. They weren't content with letting Marius be the only Dane holding that title. The fact that now Ferdoxie gets to join the mix, it is just absolutely cinema here. And they earned this win the whole way through.
You know it feels good.
Trotz des Hates von Mr. Savage.
Not that long ago, they were in 2nd place after the finals.
Sich Savage entschuldigt.
That first place finish, that Blade of Champions more than ever, and with the performance we've seen from them today, they rightfully deserve not only
Ja, Bro, am Schluss das auch. Nicht böse gemeint, aber das ist am Schluss auch Savages Problem. Und nicht Ferdoxie.
Going to be looking like who has qualified to the global championship. Let's head over shortly, but it has been an amazing 12
es wird werden.
Incredibly exciting to close out this last major of the year. That is going to be it for Taco and myself here in the casting booth. We're going to have to head over to the desk to crown our champions.
Ich dachte schon, mal albanischen Antwort.
Thank you so much to Taco and Takata for their fantastic commentating all season. And it is official. Your FNCS Europe major
Also nicht, dass ich Albaner bin oder so.
Ferdoxie, Pablo Wingo,
oh, Digga!
Deserved win, fiercely fought for, making good on their promise to go one better.
Und dann sehen wir auch, wie Ferdoxie aussieht. Haben wir das richtig schon? Ich glaube, er sieht so ein bisschen ähnlich aus wie Tfue. Nicht? Keine Ahnung. Haben wir ein Bild von ihm schon mal gesehen oder keine Ahnung? kamen nicht zum Shooting. Die haben vor allem Day 1 haben sie gut performt. Day 2 waren sie nicht schlecht. Day 2 waren allerdings ja, ne, nicht unbedingt Wirkung so besser. Doch, eigentlich schon, ja. Aber das, ja, im Vergleich zum ersten Tag, ich weiß nicht, weil es gibt diesen 1,5 mal Multiplier, so wie ich denke, glaube ich.
Upon us, and these guys performed incredibly well last major. Just about missing out on their title. Now they've managed to clutch it.
Ja, das war nicht viel, oder?
Champions as well all weekend long. We talk about the domination, but the way that they were able to come back, bounce back after a less than positive start to the weekend for them. They would have hoped that would have gone a little bit better, but the way that they clutched up that record-breaking game, the way that they kept that momentum going across days, having to have
Schade, fragt vielleicht wegen ein frischer Glück. Keine Ahnung.
They had all the elements of an FNCS winning team. I don't think anyone else could have deserved it more.
It's been such an impressive performance from these guys, as you guys have just put it so well, and it makes me so excited for global championships.
Ich habe schon mal Frösche gegessen, das war crazy.
American region because they have some of the best
Egal.
players in the world. Obviously, we're going to be looking at Peterbot come September. However, when you look at the leaderboard, the names that we have here, not just Ferdoxie, Pablo, and Chino, the names we have here are world class, and they're going to be putting up an epic fight when we come to that international
Aber wer ist qualifiziert?
Wow. And you can see there, look at that 1 to 9 positions. We're going to be seeing Seti performing again. We're going to be seeing Cami, these two united on land but rivals, and we are going to see Mr. Savage Levin.
Oh shit, yeah, let's go.
Focus's trio in sick. Focus, Mix, and Upple, they clutched up towards the back end there. But of course, the team, the final team to qualify for the Global Championships from EU, chat Mr. Savage Reason. Oh
Ja, das war knapp.
I'm so happy, Minnie.
Auch hinter Dings, Gruppenphase.
We wanted to see Mr. Savage back on land, getting a chance to perform. We wanted to
Yo,
see
chat
back on land after the year he had last year. Reason representing Germany. This is, I couldn't ask for anything more, man. The script, wow.
The chat's going wild right now.
That's okay.
We all love Mr. Savage, we all love Reason, so lots of fans are going to be super excited now.
Na, show off.
And even
Mr. Savage gegen Ferdoxie.
In the same team, super excited about that as well when we get to the FNCS Global Championships. I think lots of comparisons were made between these guys. Who's going to outplace who's going to do better than who when it comes to them splitting. Cami definitely took the hard route. He took the long road towards this spot, but that team in particular, super proud of them for making it through. And of course, Seti all weekend just deserved to be in that Global Championship squad.
And
unbelievable.
Yeah. Cast your eyes, guys, to Focus, Mixon, and Upple as well. Focus and Upple, this will be their first LAN, their first Global Championships in Lyon. The pressure is gonna be on, but they have an experienced voice in
Und kein französisches Trio, warte mal.
Yeah, this is gonna be really good for these guys. I mean, this is a trio that we didn't necessarily talk about at the beginning of the weekend as maybe a team that might be able to qualify for the Global Championships, but the way that they closed out today, that beautiful first place
Das ist so schade.
this last game as well, that game 11 first place was fantastic. Just set them up, and to be able to carry that momentum.
Nachher kommt Emmanuel Macron da schauen, den Spaß.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for these boys, right? Especially when you look at Upple and you look at Panja and Seti's trio, because they obviously were one spot away from qualifying for globals in Major 2, and it was looking, you know, really rough at times, but they finally are able to make it in, and again, with some great games towards the back end of the day, it really goes to show.
Okay, also. Digga, wir haben jetzt 1 Stunde und 45 Minuten, bis wir zurückgehen können.
Sometimes you might not.
Was machen wir jetzt? Ich würde sagen, wir schauen Reasons Reaktion an.
Oh mein Gott!
Oh
Oh mein Gott!
Oh mein Gott,
Bruder.
Digga. Let's go, Digga.
Ich glaube, das Einzige, als ich mit dem Turnier geheult habe, haben wir die anderen Star, jetzt, dass wir uns Globals called haben, jetzt wieder, Digga.
Mr. Selbst hat es letztes Jahr nicht geschafft, jetzt schon.
I went to the gym. I had like 8 PRs, no trolling, all full triggered. I actually felt like I had 20 kg muscle mass more.
DJ, keine Ahnung, Digga. Holy
shit, boys.
No, dann let's go. Wir haben sich nun. Es war nicht in den Top 10. Das andere Team. Ja, Malibu Konso. Okay. Das W, ja. Ui. What the fuck? Weiß nicht, wie viele Leute zugeschaut haben. Ist jetzt auch egal. Crazy W. Was ein Abend, Mann. Warte, ich muss noch hier schnell. Nemoj, molim te, mislim, ne želim tebe da uvređujem, ali nemoj ti mene da uvređuješ, molim. Kakvim stvarima da pričam. Ne da pričam. Und sind wir da? Digga. Ja, Bro. Normal. Wieso höre ich jetzt nicht? Was los? Nee. Nee, ich wollte es nicht. Egal. Es hat geswitcht, ich weiß nicht warum. Alles gut. Keine Issues in Voice Meter, wie es scheint. Okay, das ist gute Lautstärke, würde ich mal sagen. Vielleicht so, ein bisschen leiser, aber ja, jetzt passt. Okay, warte mal. Hier. Ah, mal schauen, wie es geht. Gestern ging es auch so, lala. Ach shit, ich habe meinen Maus bis jetzt nicht diese Runde da. Das ist auch crazy. Ich muss unbedingt den Gleiter ändern. Elektrische Kiste, wo denn? Hey Digga, was? Infanteriegewehr, was? Whatever. Haben nicht, kannst du mir mal, ist ja nice. Ja nice. Lass lieber zuerst noch ein bisschen Match spannen. Ja komm, egal. Wie schießt das? Ja, nice. Ja, ich muss ein bisschen Gold verwenden, nicht? Nice. Digga. Digga. Ach, Digga. Warte mal kurz. Da kannst du mal so. Wo? Bitte. Und wo kommt er? Okay, nice. Ich habe jetzt keine Mats, aber jetzt kann ich mein Mauspad wieder hinstellen. Hat das jemand angeschossen? Keine Ahnung, Mann. So, machen wir mal Platz. Aber so richtig Platz. Mach Platz für den König, wie Irat sagen würde. Jawohl, bin ich der König? Okay, jetzt. Okay, jetzt. Nice. Digga, was war das denn? Aber danke, ja. Ja, wie machen wir das am besten? Vielen Dank für die Krone. Oh. Mythische Dings, okay. Nee. Digga, ja, okay. Ich hab so verkauft. Wie bin ich runtergefallen? Oh, die ist gut. Lass mal so. Keine Ahnung, vielleicht nehme ich doch die Mann anstatt. Gibt's noch mehr Ammo? Ich habe keine Match, Mann. Ja, Digga. Okay, warte mal. Es übernimmt meinen Stil in Lego nicht. Aha, ja, weil Lego hat weniger. Customization. Ja. Ich weiß nicht. Dann landen wir mal einfach halt dort. Das kommt schon gut. Das kommt schon gut. Okay. Quadral hat es leider nicht geschafft, ne? Jo. Sieht das denn bitte aus? Also in Zukunft ist es sogar vielleicht besser, hier bei diesem Violetten zu landen hier. Neben dran. Dann hat man einen loweren Drop. Was ist da hinten noch? Digga, ja, okay. Und ich springe, ich bin so dumm. Oh. Okay, das Ding ist auch gestern, weil ich will ausgeruht. Boah, ich weiß nicht, wann ich heute ins Bett gegangen bin, weil das war ja dann schon nach Mitternacht und so. Das ist süß. Ja, wie schnell geht das? Ja, egal. So. Wie landen denn so viele hier, Mann? Okay, ich kenne den Ort tatsächlich nicht mehr so gut. Digga. Nicht der Penner. Hier unten. Ist der Typ. Ich sehe nichts, Bro. Ach, ich bin so dumm. Jetzt kann ich gleich nach Match fahren. Ja, Match-Management ist auf jeden Fall meine Spezialität. Sage ich euch schon jetzt. Wer ist denn? Digga. Abgehauen. Was ist denn jetzt? Guck mal da. Digga, ich hab keine Lust mehr auf diese Scheiße, Mann. Was ist das? So. Digga. Initiative. Digga! Ein kleiner. Könnte man das irgendwie verstecken? Digga. Ja, sind sowieso noch Bots, Mann. Fortnite, Mann. Okay, jetzt habe ich auch ja, was soll denn hier sein jetzt? Da ist einfach einer gerotatet oder was? Das ist schon da bei den Gegnern. Ah. Digga, was ist das, Mann? Komm. Oder? Kannst dich auch mal boxen. Also, was? Ja, egal, Mann. Ja, da waren noch Minis. Perfekt. Hey, wo sind meine 3 Medkits, Mann? Das ist da, die Tomate. Die war nicht da. Irgendwas passiert zwischen OG und Battle Royale. Und die bringen das einfach so zurück. Das ist genauso wie der eine Wagen. Der so nicht diesen blau-roten Kreis hier hatte. Und der richtig lange brauchte zum Zerstören. Wer ist der Typ? Wer ist das? Bro. Ey, fast werde ich wegen dir dann Fallschaden gestorben. Digga, es laggt so. Bist du ein Bot? Ne, das ist kein Bot halt. Das ist, glaube ich, ein echter Spieler. Oh, nice. Digga. Digga. Wo bist du? Nee, bitte nicht. Sei so lieb und... Ja, komm, Digga. Digga. Ich bin einfach an Boxen ein bisschen am Lernen. Ich bin ein echter Gamer. Digga! Ich hab doch die Waffe geswitcht. Digga, Bro. Ja. Ich muss ein bisschen vorsichtig sein, auf jeden Fall. Ein Schaden pro Sekunde immer noch. Okay, High Ground jetzt. Rotation auf High Ground. Jetzt hab ich gut. Ach komm, Digga. Wo ist High Ground hier? Hab ich denn markiert, Mann? Egal. Digga. Okay. Ja, Digga. Ja, es laggt, ja. Oh, ich muss noch. Digga, wird das intensiv, Mann. No joke. Okay, Schlürfschub, das ist immer gut. Bro, was sind das für Tipps? The lag is crazy. The lag. Dann müssen wir schauen, wie viel Flung das hat. Recoil. Wenn man sich nicht duckt. Ja, das ist dann auch schon crazy. Banane. Okay. Slimmy 6 ist eigentlich... Nee, eigentlich Dirty Dogs. Egal. Ich denke, das ist ein guter Landespot. Jetzt wir mal nicht voll rein nach. Digga. Ich kenne mich so schlecht aus mit dem Mountain. Willst du mich verarschen, Mann? Was kriege ich denn aus den Kisten, Mann? Rede ich eigentlich genug laut, dass man mich hört? Jetzt noch eine vernünftige AR besser, aber ja, da waren bestimmt noch Gegner da. Ich bin mir sicher, dass ein Gegner mitgelandet ist. Ist jetzt ja, warte mal. Nennt's man. Ah, warte mal, wir müssen moven. Ja, jetzt müssen wir nicht zimperlich überall 100 Mal nachladen. Ne. Wir brauchen aber einen Moment, Bro. Bro, ist das deine Ernst? Egal, also der Lag ist auch crazy. Teilweise. Ich weiß nicht, welche Pump die bessere ist. Ich möchte Movement. Okay, warte mal, bis die Sonne kommt. Get out! Kein Moment für mich, Mann. Warte mal. Das ist doch auch ein Flip. Digga. Digga, wer ist der Typ? Nice. Grand moment. Okay. High ground jetzt. Das war risky, aber egal. Das ist der Typ. Warte mal. Digga. Wie konnte ich das verkacken? Ja, komm, down mich doch. Ich hätte noch eine Treppe bauen sollen. Digga. Oh, was soll ich machen? Ist ein bisschen hell, hä? Keine Ahnung, Mann. Ja, das habe ich schon gestern gesprochen. Digga, was? Sie haben die Stadt... Wie kann ich das nicht machen? Nachmachen? Ich schwöre, mein Skin sieht gay aus. Crazy, die Risse, aber... Okay. Ist dieser Typ. Digga, ich... Okay, komm. Wir haben mich schon mal verjagt, aber... Ja, ich könnte das eigentlich direkt so. Aber ich brauche echt eine Shotgun, Mann. Diesen Müll. RPG ist nicht schlecht. Of course. Ich check nicht eine Sache. Wo ist der Eingang von dem? Oder ist das einfach so eine versteckte Karte? Nee, ist von da oben. Ah, jetzt. Okay, Leute, ich würde sagen... Sehr gut. Nice. Dann let's move einfach. Digga. Jetzt aufpassen. Okay. Digga. Was ist da in der Mitte, Mann? Ja, das ist es. Wieso nehme ich denn überhaupt die Zipline, wenn ich weiß, dass man da auf der nur stirbt? Digga. So. Bro, noch immer habe ich den Gleiter nicht gewechselt. Wir müssen nach dieser Runde zurück zur Lobby. Ja, aber das habt ihr auch schon gestern gesehen, glaube ich, im Stream. Oder nicht? Da ist nicht. Eigentlich. Da ist kein Rift. Egal, ist das denn nicht? Oh. Ist der dumm? Kann ich das mal zeigen noch? Ach, Digga. Man kann hier nicht mal bauen. Ja, das ist crazy. Ich weiß nicht, ob das da war. Ich dachte schon Gegner, weil es hinten so rot war. Was kriege ich denn für Waffen, Mann? Man kennt den OG Geheimversteck. Das OG, nur die OGs kennen ihn. Ich habe den sogar selbst vergessen, obwohl ich also ein echter OG bin. Weil... Okay, warte mal. Ja, keine Ahnung. Ich hatte immer Schwierigkeiten, den zu finden. Aber Legi hat das dann auch gezeigt. Okay. Aber Sniper, aber das ist jetzt egal. Bringen wir noch nicht. Drops oder so. Ja, hier. Digga! So. Warte mal. Egal, Hitman. Ja, was habe ich denn jetzt zerstört? Okay, der haut ab, egal. Wir gehen uns einfach mal zum Loot Drop. Okay, nice. Achso, wir haben schon eine Pump. Digga, was ist hier los? Warte mal. Warte mal. Ja. Ja. Sag ich ehrlich, Mann. Wo kommt denn der her jetzt? Ja, lass einfach werden, Mann. Ich habe immer noch ein Pad. Nein, vielleicht war das doch nicht so die gute Idee, aber Break habe ich voll, Metal auch. Nein, 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 Bro. Kommt das von Fortnite, dieses Two-Sport-Ding? Wo kommen die Schüsse, Mann? Da kommen sie nicht. Ja, ich müsste gehen. Da. Okay. Šta? Pa da, svetlo mi ne radi. Ne čujem te baš dobro. Ne znam šta se desilo. Nema jednostavno više svetla, otkud bi znao. Ti si ovdje elektroinženjer. Verovatno su se... Ne znam kako se to prepoznaje, verovatno su se istrošile sijalice. I to želiš da kupiš u Caritas. Sijalicu. Ali te sijalice su već upotrebljene. Dobro, ne znam bre. A možda nije dobro, nema veze. Sind denn all die Gegner? Lass uns an einen guten Hügel platzieren. Egal. Wieso kompliziere ich das so? Egal. Warte mal. Wir sind dort. Wir müssen vorsichtig sein, uns nicht umzingeln zu lassen. Ist gar nicht so OP, Mann. Das ist eine Villa. Ja, auch die Villa. Sollen wir mal... Ja. Da ist der Loot Drop, Mann. Auf dem Baum. Okay. Boogie-Bomb eigentlich auch sehr gut. Ja, egal, lass mal die Sniper. Digga. Zu langsam geplaced. Man fällt auch schnell. Ah. Ich habe nicht irgendwie so Bock, Fortnite zu spielen, sage ich ehrlich, so wie es ist. Ich weiß nicht, was ich jetzt tun soll, Mann. Das ist Late Game Arena einfach umbenannt. Kommen wir doch einfach mal bei Aussie Antics vorbei, sag ich ehrlich, so wie es ist. Is Mr. Savage still alive?
Ich bin in Köln, 23 Uhr, Chat.
Ja, Bro. Copyright durch Skin. Das natürlich auch Copyright durch Skin. Also ich bin mir sicher, Aussie ist live. Oder irgend so einer der. Nee.
Fuck it up and just this is what you're gonna have to play for grands. I think it was only when there was so much like, you know, pushback about it and everyone complained so much and the comp team was probably like, yo, what the fuck? Can we like not do that the day of grands? That they actually like made it so that it went back to normal. I don't think that was the intended plan. Because everyone was like, why is their communication so bad? Why is everything so confusing? I think it's because literally they were changing it by the day. Like they would probably have a meeting where they're like, what the fuck? It's gone. And then the leaks came out and then they were like, what, is it going to be gone? And then they tried to like communicate that it's going to have the same amount of chests, but it's still going to be gone, and then everyone's still complaining. They're like, oh shit, we need to keep
Ja,
it
aber
the
was ist die
same.
mythische
Then they
dann?
have to like try and have another meeting to like figure out how they're going to keep it the same. Like I'm pretty sure it was just like, yeah. I think that's why Taiji. I think that's why there's such little communication, because it was literally like the teams within Epic were like battling over deciding what was going to happen.
So we thought. Brand new quests just dropped that reveal as part of the monster Daigo is trying to release on the island. And it hints that these tentacles are just the beginning of what's to come. Now,
I don't think so, Alan. I'm not going to lie. I don't think the competitive news
eine Flut.
would have backlash. Like the comp team chat again. I got to meet them.
Ich habe schon darüber spekuliert in diesem Chapter. Wir haben ja auch Arte gesehen und so mit der Flut.
They understand the game really well. I genuinely think the majority of the things that we hate about the game is actually out of their control. Like map changes or like items that have to be in because of the storyline or things that have to happen. I think that's just things they have to deal with. Like tournament scheduling, I think it just
Nee,
means
also
have to do it
das
whenever.
Problem ist,
Like prize pool allocation, how much money they have to spend on tournaments, what tournaments they can run. I think they just do the best they can with what they have, and they're just not given a lot of power within the billion-dollar company that is Epic. So I genuinely think that's where a lot of the problem comes from. Like, they just kind of have to do what they can with what's left. Because the actual people I've met on the comp team are awesome, and they're really passionate about the game. And when you talk to them, they genuinely talk and act or think exactly like we do. They're just kind of limited with what they can and can't do.
Ja, das Multiversum-Ding sollen sie abschalten. Zumindest bis KI nicht stärker wird. Sonst also ist vorbei, weil sie fokussieren sich auf zu viele Modis. Früher gab's, jeder hat Fortnite gespielt, weil sie gefühlt jede Woche oder weil es regelmäßig immer Updates gab. Fortnite hat was Neues reingebracht ins Spiel. Also sie können nicht mehr Waffen und so neu bringen, aber keine Ahnung, vielleicht neue Orte.
Different teams and shit, like, trust me.
Können sich mehr...
Like startup companies, shit is like hectic and it's frantic, but everyone knows what's going on because you're communicating with 3 different people and you all have like one
Ihnen sind ein bisschen die Hände gebunden, aber ich sag's mal so. Auch der Kreativität und so. Aber vielleicht, wenn sie sich auf eine Sache fokussieren würden und nicht auf dieses Multiversum, würden sie da mehr Zeit reinstecken und es besser machen. Und man hat ja auch gesehen, zum Beispiel, wo OG gekommen ist und so Stuff. Jeder hat gespielt, aber nachher nach einer Zeit nicht. Und ich denke, es ist, weil sie sich einfach nicht genug schnell um das kümmern. Es gibt so viele... Also, weil es zu viele Modis gibt und sie schaffen nicht rechtzeitig und sie geben sich für die einzelnen Modis nicht genug Zeit, weil sie überhaupt nicht können. Im Moment.
What's my prediction? I could try and give my predictions or thoughts on like this season or what's going on.
Ja, sowieso Peter Bot, würde ich mal sagen. Ich habe schon gesagt, keine Subtitles benannt, aber
there is a very small chance to run into a pro.
Oh my god, Sphinx is in my game.
No. And today I'm going to be playing Fortnite match after match until I kill a pro. And I invited the best mechanical player in the world, Zen. Me and him are going head to head, and whoever kills a pro player first wins the video. All right, guys.
How do we like have a face cam on Sphinx already though? What? It is like,
what the heck, bro?
The fact that Sphinx is going to be the pro we end up killing?
Ja, für ihn ist es...
Oh, right? Bob streaming? Sphinx never streams a face cam. Right? I swear Sphinx never streams a face cam. It was live? How was he live though? I know with the Prime. Maybe it was just like maybe they picked it like a time he recently does. Wait, really? Sphinx started streaming, has he? Day in the life of a Fortnite, bro. Let's see what OG's day in the life looks like. He started doing that's cool though.
Nee, ich weiß nicht. Was sollen wir irgendwas Fortnite Content schauen? Bestes Lied, ja. Beste Lieder, ja. Okay, warte mal. Ja, das ist auch crazy, oder? Das ist ein crazy, ein bisschen Nostalgie, ein bisschen Bench Fishy.
Yo, what's up, boys? This is me, Savage Legend's day 1 of the warm-up finals. We popped off and ended up placing 2nd on this day and 6th overall. However, I'm really happy with how we played. If you guys do enjoy this video, please make sure to leave a like and also subscribe.
Yeah.
As well as use my code BenjiFishy item shop. Thanks, though. Enjoy the video.
Careful, you don't get. They might push you, Savage. They might push you.
Yeah, probably. I only have 5 builds.
I got a scar.
Probably dead.
Er spielt mit Mr. Savage und Liche. Stimmt, ja, crazy. Aber er schreit irgendwie... Nee, was sollen wir machen bis zum Broadcast? Was sollen wir, Mann? Nee, das schauen wir lieber nicht, sonst kommt irgendwas so erst auf und so. Dann will Rapper werden. Okay, aber... Dings... Okay, ja, schauen wir das einfach. Musik, also... Deutschrap ist dead, leider. Wegen den Backlash, glaube ich, wegen den Drogen.
Oh my god, Sphinx is in my game.
No. And today, I'm going to be playing Fortnite match after match until I kill a pro. And I invited the best mechanical player in the world, Zen. Me and him are going head to head. Whoever kills a pro player first
ist der okay, ja stimmt. Er tut in normalen Runden Qualt editen. Also ich weiß nicht, wie laut ich bin und so. Die anderen pennen vielleicht oder so. Ne, die sind noch wach, eigentlich abgeschaut, aber... Yo.
To send. Wait! This guy has $300 earned. We're not gonna count that because he let me kill him. We asked Fortnite Tracker to add the ability to track how many earnings the person you just eliminated has, and it's live. So shout out to them. But throughout the 1 hour, I am going to be killing as many players as I can and adding up all the total earnings throughout the match. If I kill a pro, I automatically win. But if we don't, between me and Zen, whoever has the most earned eliminations will win the challenge.
Okay, das ist crazy. Und dann kriegt man das Geld, oder was? Nee. Wegen... Vielleicht hat er das Intro nachgemacht, hey. Nachher gemacht, nach dem Video. Ja, doch, er hat es. Sah man ja am Anfang. Ist das Copyright Music, Mann?
Alright. Average placement 3,795, 75 kills in tournaments, $0.
Also ich muss ehrlich sagen, Ding. Cypher PK.
I mean, I just died to a demon, I guess.
Wait, did it show his stats after he eliminated you?
Stats not found, bro. He's him.
Someone who's like really good but doesn't do well in tournaments. It reminds me of somebody. Like,
ja, okay, aber in Reload sterben auch die Besten, lassen es zu.
These guys in the sky? Any earns?
Machen, ist das
Holy shit, I'm a fucking
ähnlich gewesen wie Fortnite-Ding.
Private profile.
Yo.
Wait, this guy looks crazy. He
Crazy.
Definitely does not have any earned. What the hell? $0 earned. Average placement 5,000.
Cypher PK spielt echt nicht schlecht für sein Alter halt.
You guys are saying LMAO, but that is not... That is illegal.
Wie?
The way I'm dying should be illegal.
Ist rein
$0 earned 7 kills in
Cheater.
tournaments. Come
Okay,
on.
Dan hat ja Ding. Nicht so viel, er ist ein Creative Pro, er hat nicht so viele echte Ingame-Erfahrung, aber...
Anonymous? I'm low-key cooking though, I'm low-key cooking.
How much earnings have you accumulated right now?
0, because we're not counting the guy with 300, but...
Me too, I haven't accumulated any and I died, bro. I'm in a new queue.
Digga. Mongrel Classic.
That's not found.
Wir haben heute Morgen, hab ich das mit euch geschaut? Nee. Den Alvi Classic gesehen. Er hat auf sein neues Video reagiert und so. Hab ich das geschaut? Ja, Reason. Das waren dann noch Zeiten, aber du hast es trotzdem nicht geschafft. Alvi. Haben wir gerade gesagt. Nee, dann war es mehr Almi. Hey, wie viele Kronen kann man überhaupt maximal haben? Angezeigt. Also jetzt, eigentlich müsste es kein Limit geben. Aber es gibt natürlich die Billionen-Limit. Kommt drauf an, wie, also ich glaube von Grund an, Fortnite ist für x64 Architektur. Also ich meine halt 64-Bit Architektur konzipiert. Da macht er da andere Sachen. Da. Das war auch geil. Wo er in Hastings Customs geschlossen ist.
Lock-ins then, you got this.
Bro, das waren Zeiten.
Holy shiz.
Damals war noch Fortnite competitive, also
Your chat will tell you. They'll have seen
die Qualität der Übertragung überhaupt nicht so gut.
When a storage limit is reached, sites silently stop working, and the business risks grinding to a halt. Proactively.
Yo, nice Snipe. Digga, aber die Idee ist eigentlich voll gut. Einfach das...
Chat, anyone has earnings that I've killed?
Einfach das Ding ist da... Es wäre so noch cooler, vielleicht würde ich sagen. Und wer mehr Earnings stackt, kriegt $100. Vielleicht würde es komisch sein, weil es nicht die Earnings des Teams.
Cypher's nervous, that's why he's not talking.
Oh, I just got bro. This guy does not have any earned, but that was a smart play by him. The other dude wasn't shooting me in the back the whole time. I would have had him. Alright, we try again.
Also vielleicht würde es komisch sein, weil auf $100 und du stackst doch die Zahl der Earnings, aber man kann ja verstehen, dass er nicht einfach so richtig spät Geld rausgeben will und dass das irgendeinen Einfluss hat. Das meinte ich, schaut mal, so ein... Er tut einfach mit Quad Edits pushen.
No, not yet, unfortunately.
Just checking, man. Right now we're tied up.
I swear I've killed so many people too.
Gibt's irgendwas?
That's the scary part.
Das Ding ist beim...
I could you not have killed so many people?
Letzten Video mit Victor V, also dem jüngsten Pro.
Not for everyone.
Wait, okay. The weatherman is reporting to me that Sphinx is queuing reload.
Oh, we could maybe stream size some people.
Whoa!
Whoa!
For the content, bro. Anything for the content.
Yo. Das Ding ist beim letzten Video mit Victor V. Also irgendwie habe ich nicht so das Gefühl, dass man mir so oft in die Lobby kommt mit irgendwelchen Pros wie früher.
Bro, why are you key?
Und das andere Ding ist, nee, aber Zen ist sympathischer Nako. Bro, es läuft alles so schnell. Deswegen ist, ich möchte das nicht stoppen oder so, aber ich wollte noch sagen, beim letzten Video mit Victor B. Dings, bald ist halt einfach das Finale. Ja, wir müssen dann wahrscheinlich das wieder abbrechen, mal kurzzeitig, aber sowieso, also kann ich ja stoppen. Er hat das gespielt die ganze Zeit, auch so eine Challenge. Wie viel Earnings für jemanden Dings, wenn du rauskillst in einer anderen Lobby, kriegst du Earnings, so. Checkt ihr und ja. Dann am Schluss, keiner hatte Earnings, also man konnte es nicht finden. Einige sind natürlich anonym in diesen Lobbys, die sind ja nicht ganz die Anfänger. Also was habe ich zu sagen? Und ja, einige haben ihr Profil auf privat gestellt, aus keine Ahnung welchen Gründen. Sie schätzen ihre Privatsphäre oder hätten sie, also keine Ahnung, vielleicht denkt sich das niemand, sie wollen einfach, dass jeder denkt, sie haben Earnings, so, aber sie verstecken sich. Macht irgendwie aber keinen Sinn, weil das glaubt ihnen dann niemand. Keine Ahnung, was die Gründe sind, das kann man diese Leute fragen, aber dann am Schluss, wer das Video gemacht hat, hat er gar nichts bekommen. Also keine Ahnung, vielleicht wurde ihm die Fahrt bezahlt oder so, vielleicht hat er was bekommen, aber offiziell im Video nichts bekommen und ja, das fand ich dann schon irgendwie komisch, auch wenn 0 Earnings beides gestackt war. Also dieses Video ist schon besser von der Umsetzung her, aber bei diesem Victory, diesem jungen 13-jährigen Pro, der letztes Jahr, also 14 Jahre ist er jetzt wahrscheinlich, der letztes Jahr bei LAN war, bei FNCS direkt, ja. Ich weiß nicht, was jetzt mit los ist mit ihm. Genau. Wollte ich noch was sagen? Ja, und er hat nichts gekriegt. Okay. Weiter geht's.
Let alone earned. Why is that four slippery, bro?
Troll ist nicht Reed.
Oh, hold on. I got somebody on me.
Sweaty?
Sweaty, yep.
Believe me, bro.
I lied, man. He's not sweaty, bro.
Yo. Das Ding ist halt einfach, also ich würde gern Fortnite spielen so, aber...
Oh, that was a bad edit by me. Luckily, it still worked.
Gern mehr Fortnite spielen so, aber es fühlt sich irgendwie frustrierend, wenn man die ganze Zeit nicht gewinnt oder so. Und dann laggt man noch, weil ich am Streamen bin. Also manchmal lag ich auch so, aber ihr checkt. Und ja. Also einfach. Irgendwie fühlt es sich sogar. Habe ich mehr Spaß, wenn ich sogar in Creative grinde.
So? You can't ban it, I don't care.
Ja, Zen ist immer noch am Üben auch, also weil er jetzt gerade in der Aufnahme ist es schwieriger. Oder? Deshalb streamen auch viele Pros ihre Grants nicht. Also natürlich Reason. Mr. Savage und so.
Oh my god, Sphinx is in my game.
Und wahrscheinlich kommunizieren sie mit den Zuschauern, zumindest in der Lobby.
Wait, how many earnings does he have?
A lot.
He counts as a pro. No, if you kill him, I gotta like, I gotta call Clix.
Ja, ich weiß nicht auch ganz, ich habe das nicht so gecheckt, warum Pros nicht streamen.
Come here, Sphinx! Come here, Sphinx!
No, not like this, bro.
Nah, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. You nervous, Cypher?
Yeah.
I am, bro. You're a pro player killer. All right, I won my game with like freaking 25 kills, no earn, bro. Come on. If Sphinx is in your game, that's a W, man. I mean, like, I'll be happy if you kill him. I don't even care. I'll be devastated for the video.
Vielleicht siehst du das ja.
What, bro? What? Like, I just can't. Sphinx is on his last life.
Bro,
Yo,
you're gonna lose him.
The craziest bailout. Where did he
He's on stream.
Alright, I need chill.
Where did he land? Matter of fact, I'm pulling up his stream right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh crap, dude.
Ist dann immer noch der Bürgermeister von Tilted. Cypher PK ist
Sphinx
das.
just died right in front of me, and I tagged him, by the way.
No! You're lying. He's out?
I swear to God, I just saw him die right in front of me. As I tagged him. I was so close, too.
Yo.
Oh my god.
What the?
Chat, how? Oh my god, this guy just got pissed off. He is anonymous.
Ja.
Be anonymous.
Wie der schon dachte. Hey, es war voll schwierig für ihn irgendwie. Auch ich weiß nicht, wie das ein echter so Pro mit Competitive Experience und so und der das Game auch spielte, lösen würde. Was?
Yeah, Sphinx has $172,000 earned on Fortnite.
Ich weiß nicht, wie viele FNCS-Wins der hat. Okay, auf jeden Fall, er kriegt ja auch von Dignitas was, die bezahlen ihn safe gut. Also habe ich so das Gefühl, viel Druck zu machen. Ja, okay, nee, bei diesen Organisationen gibt es immer Druck und die nehmen ihn auch nichts. Okay, ja, der steht für ihr Sponsoring. Also, das Ding ist so, er hat sich schwarmen lassen von den Gegnern in Tilted. Nicht? Es gibt diese Taktik, dass man alle 3 Gegner, ja, also nicht eben, dass es nicht gut ist, die Gegner eben um sich herum einen Single zu haben, sondern eben in einem Ort, zum Beispiel Nord oder Süd, also immer vor sich halt einfach hier oben und nicht so zur Seite und so. Man kann das nicht immer perfekt, aber man soll sich bemühen. Und jetzt FNCS. Mal schauen. Ja, das kommt jetzt schon. Was macht Vadian? Irgendwelche Musik. Okay. In 10 Minuten. Wie funktioniert das? Ich habe das schon vergessen. Jo, diese optische Täuschung. Am Schluss sieht es gar nicht so aus wie ein Ball. Das ist das Zero Point nicht. Ah. Was passiert in der Pre-Show, Mann? Kommen die zum Reden oder was? Starting soon steht. Dann kann das nicht 12 Minuten sein, die werden schon und in der Lobby sein nicht. Die Dings sieht auf jeden Fall. Ja, das Getriebe, Mann. Dieser Landespot ist nicht mal so schlecht für die. Wir können guten Rub haben. Rub da jemand? Mhm. Ja. 3 Gruppen, aus 3 Gruppen kann man sich qualifizieren. Man hat sozusagen 3 Versuche. Heat. Heat, sollen wir das nennen? Das habe ich dann die vorigen Male gemacht. Bei dem anderen Mal, gestern habe ich kommentiert und da habe ich ja verpasst ein bisschen, also im technischen Problem wegen dem Audio. Was? Okay, jetzt kenne ich auch das Format, wie es möglich alles ist. Also, ja, wir können das vorher noch mal schauen, oder? Oh, crazy, keine Ahnung, Mann. Eliminierung 4 Punkte und der Rest sieht man. Jetzt mal schauen, wer noch in der Lobby ist. Haben wir das nicht schon gesehen?
Quite literally the only player to make it to every single grand finals. I think we know what kind of Kanata we want to see walking into globals. Like,
Er spielt jetzt aber nicht mit Cooper.
Okay, it's not gonna be a global championship if you're not there, man. Do you think that there's any additional pressure that like you ever feel yourself facing directly, because it's like everybody expects me to just be there in a finals?
I'm not even thinking about qual.
Was?
That's already guaranteed. It's
Warte mal, Kanada und Cooper. Ah, das, Bray, ich dachte schon.
There's no pressure on there. And to be honest,
Die waren einfach Globals 2024 zusammen.
Now we're fully on con. We're in a good spot on the map. We have our game plan.
Ja, die Musik ballert auf jeden Fall rein.
Follow that and just play with it. There's not really anything like to be nervous about, you know?
You've got Rapid and Bolts with you, and just like
Sein Mindset finde ich aber gut.
As like a member of this trio again, like with those two by your side.
I think I'm more confident now because I have been playing with Bolts for the whole year. Like I know how he is as a player. I know who he is. Like I live with him as well. Like and Rapid, like genuinely, we got 6th place, not playing a single scrim in the first grands. Like now, we're literally playing every single session. We haven't been out of the top 5 on the leaderboard in the sessions, so I think now it's the best time for us to win. And
Ist ein bisschen erkältet, oder nicht?
Like this land is gonna be easy.
What in this season do you think is going to be like the recipe for success, or like is there anything in particular in this comp meta that you think really bodes well with your playstyle?
I think it's not even my playstyle because the thing with me, like I'm just gonna do my role, you know, for my trio. We notice meta really
easy
well,
würde ich
and
nicht
we
gerade
define
sagen.
scrims, and I would say like our mid game is really good. Like we always make every end game, and in the grand finals, if you make basically 12 end games, like the chance of you top 3 in that grand is like 99%, you know.
Ist das so ein Doppelbett? Hat eine Freundin oder ist mit Dings? Ne, Spaß, ich war Spaß, Leute.
Didn't allow us to survive Surge, right? Like there was a game we had like 8 eliminations or something, and we were still below.
Is that a big part of the reason why we're seeing that shift from your team over to Crime City?
We wanted to go Foxy starting, but to be honest, Crime has better loot than Foxy. The only problem is that there's no shrines around Crime. There's like 2, but they're pretty far. So it's kind of like unlucky that that happened, but Crime, we've been learning it. We've been trying to get people to trade with us there as well. So definitely that will allow us to also be able to like have a chance to win, you know?
I love to hear that because you are definitely someone who has kind of garnered a ton of respect, both from other players in the competitive side of things and then just obviously the community as a whole. Kanada, thank you so much for your
Kanada
time.
ist einfach Ehrenmann.
Best of luck in Major 3.
Bet. Sounds good. Thank you.
Reisierung sind natürlich verteilt. Ja. Es gibt so einen Sprung zwischen dem ersten Platz und den anderen. Wahrscheinlich die zu ermutigen, erster zu werden. Ja, hier sehen wir nochmal die Lobbylist. Dann wir auch die Standings sehen. Der Pre-Show. Was sollen diese umgekehrten A's bedeuten? Ja. Ich weiß halt, wer alles in der Lobby ist. Und Okay. Was steht auf diesem Warnzeichen? Oder ist das nur so ein Dreieck einfach so? Ich glaube, jetzt bin ich als Letzter, was die anderen pennen. Also muss ich leise sein. Irgendwie merke ich bin lauter als vorher. Das finde ich so, wenn ich das höre in den Kopfhörer und dann rede ich automatisch lauter. So vom Gefühl her. Vielleicht um den Pegel ein bisschen auszugleichen. Also, was ich halt höre dort. Aber ja, ist nicht natürlich perfekt, aber es fängt schon an. Das müssen wir natürlich sehen. Seht ihr uns schon richtig leid. Man hat diesen Song gemacht. Ist das Copyright? Okay, die zeigen uns wahrscheinlich die Standings.
Welcome everyone to the FNCS. Today, day 2 of the NA Grand Finals. After today, 6 games here that were already set up after yesterday. We will know not only who holds the Blade of Champions high, but also who qualifies and represents NAC in the FNCS Global Championships. Oh my gosh, all that to play for and so much more. Analysts, get in here. Oh my gosh, day number 2 Grand Finals. Kelly, we got here so fast.
Einfach gespannt wegen diesen Konkurrenz und so Sachen, vorgegangen sind in letzter Zeit.
You know, just a few weeks ago, we had players going in through the play-ins, and then we had group stages, but now, Vivid, it is all about the grand finals. We have one winner, but 2 teams are going to be qualifying to the Global Championships. All is on the line right now, and I can't wait to get started.
From major to major, we keep talking about all of this suspense, right? Leading up into the end of the year. That's pretty much what all of these players play for throughout. And now it's only 6 games before their fate is decided. Will they be going to what they all want? It's the only thing they care about, that in-person event in Lyon. Oh my gosh, they gotta be nervous, and I'm a little bit nervous too.
Bro, right? It's like, oh yeah, in most situations you're thinking, yeah, let's go ahead and get as close to first, get a bunch of money. No, we want to qualify, right? It doesn't matter about anything else. If we can make it to Lyon, we know we will have done what we came here to do. My gosh. So what happened? What got us here? Let's take a look at those standings. Remember, 6 games kind of set the stage coming into today. And if we look right at the top, Ritual, Cole, Peterbot, still lead the way, you know, especially given all of those solo clutch performances by each member on that trio. To be starting day 2 with 440 points. Oh my God, Kelly.
I mean, to me, it looks like history is repeating itself. We saw in Major 2 that Peterbot's trio was 50 points ahead of second place after day number 1. In fact, if you look at those stats from day 1 Major 2, they have the exact same average placement of 4.83 that they do after day 1 yesterday. And honestly, with how strong they've been, being able to make it to every end game, the amount of eliminations that they're able to get, Vivid, the story of the rivalry between Peterbot and Pollo might be reaching its conclusion.
I know, right? That's what we've been leading up to, that, right? The whole entire season, then, you know, the whole off spawn thing, and then it didn't even happen. And right now it seemed like there's a sizable lead. That is it really worth, you know, talking about that fight anymore? And you want to know something, Kelly? I think it's very worth it. For me personally today, I'm going to talk about Acorn, Pollo, and Agers yesterday. Those first 2 games, absolutely incredible stuff. So much so that we saw a social post. Resub went out and said, he was like, oh my gosh, are we about to see them win 12 out of 12? And then quickly after that, potentially a little bit of a caster curse returning from Reese right there.
Thanks,
They
Reese.
went down in game number 3 very, very quickly. Game number 4, in the middle of that game, they went down again. And it was just like, oh my gosh, like, we were all just like, wow, we thought we were gonna have a 2-horse race throughout the entirety of this FNCS, right? And then game number 3 and game number 4 happened. How did that happen? Games 1 and games 2 looked so good. And of course, they bounced back in games number 5 and 6. They did well. They kept themselves in contention. They're sitting 4th on the leaderboard right now. But Kelly, those games 5 and game 6, I didn't like them. It didn't look like they were right. It didn't look like they were the trio that we saw in games number 1 and 2. And honestly, you know, justifying it myself, being an ex-professional player, was like, well, mentally, they're probably chalked, right? This is like, wow, this FNCS is absolutely gone. We gotta fight Peterbot in these little like rat spots. He's hiding around corners and everything like that. Like, the FNCS has done it, and so much so, not to mention, we're blessed, by the way, right? We got Aussie Antics. He's down there in the mix of things. He's in the Dignitas house
tror jag sogar mer views
got a chance to do a little interview with Acorn right after the games and
Fortnite-video som du såg Twitch. Alltså jag gick över hat mer avflug för allt Fortnite.
I just wanted to land on Peterbot. Like, that's all he wanted to do. And to me, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? I was just kind of just justifying that mentally. It didn't really look like they were in it in games number 5 and 6, and that kind of backs that up.
Jag vielleicht denken sie,
How
dass
are you thinking about returning,
das schon klar ist, was passiert.
one of the best trios in the game when there's still so much to play for, right? You're kind of not worrying
Ja,
about
wir
your own
kommen
game plan.
erst
You're worrying
nachher
about
später
winning on
hinzu.
somebody else. So for me, Kelly,
Nach der
all I want to
Pre-Show.
see today is a nice, clean mental reset. I want those games 1 and game 2 Acorn, Pollo, and Agers back, and I think at the end of today, we're going to have a 2-horse race.
It's really interesting, the dichotomy that we saw from their emotions impacting their gameplay throughout day 1, where I think there was a little bit of overconfidence after games 1 and 2, where they kind of made some, I don't want to say rookie mistakes, but they were
Aber
just
das
misplaying games
Kanada
3 and 4. And then we saw what emotions
Wolves
impacted them
gewinnt wäre auch cool,
negatively.
sag ich
They
ehrlich,
are
so
so
wie es ist.
smart, they are so locked in. I think that being in this dig house and being the experienced players that they are, they understand that they had to reset and come into day 2 strong.
I want to double back to you, Vivid, really fast. So I saw that clip, right? And Acorn said something that stood out to me. And he was like, look, you know, we're playing win to win, and they're playing dirty. Do you feel like that's the case? So, like, in my opinion, and you know what? And if I'm wrong, feel free to let me know I'm wrong. But the fact that all of these trios are kind of doing these things to try and win competitions, right? Like, they have a strategy. And we saw this same kind of thing happen in EU. If you have a strategy in mind, you should expect a trio to be like, oh, we know they're going to go there. We know they're going to loot here. They usually hit this place. They stop there. We can try and catch them off guard. And that's what happened. Now, of course, in the moment, Acorn's upset. He's frustrated. I get it. That's passion, baby. But do you think that that's right, that Peterbot's playing dirty? Or maybe is Peterbot trying to play to win?
No, I don't think that specific play is dirty at all, right? They went ahead and bought a view. They know how they played that specific island spawn. They went ahead and played around it, and they picked up some great eliminations of it. To me, I think that's clean play for them. But you want to talk about clean play, Kelly? Why don't we go ahead and talk about the eliminations from Agers, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the elimination leaderboard from day number 1. No surprise, we see Peterbot at the top right there, but Agers, you know, in second place. They're actually tied. 19 eliminations to 19 eliminations. Now, Kelly, we know Peterbot played out
Mas
6 games yesterday.
normal.
I just talked about how games 3 and 4, they were not so good for Acorn, Agers, and Pollo. They went down early. So you're telling me right now that Agers is tied in eliminations with Peterbot after effectively only playing 4 games? This is why I'm excited, right? If this trio plays 6 games out today, I feel like they can really give a run for this FNCS win.
I will say, I think part of the answer is actually on the screen right now, where we can see Cold, Peterbot's teammate, is with 17 eliminations in 4th place right now. So I think when we look at a trio as a whole, Peterbot's trio with Cold and even Ritual are able to all provide eliminations, whereas Agers was kind of carrying the team a little bit yesterday. But so many incredible teams that we have to talk about, Zeke. There is just so much that we have to go over in so little time before we get into game number 1 of the day.
I know, there's just so many things to discuss. First, though, why don't we go hang out with our casters? You know them, you love them. It's Monster D-Face and Jacob PR.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to look forward to today, Jacob. We've had a wonderful start to the tournament, but now things are really going to turn up.
Yeah, I had one wish. I had one wish going into this FNCS. I did not want a blowout, and so far, I think I've been gifted it. I thought a 4-horse race going into this, and now it's looking like the top 8, everybody have a chance to win, and it goes to show one mistake, Monster, one bad game could cost you it all.
Or one good ambush from someone like Peterbot, who clearly has shown he's willing to take tournaments into his own hands to win and take home the trophy. I really just want to see, has anyone on NA taken note? Have they decided, hey, you know what? Why not give him some of his own medicine? Because to me, Jacob, that's the real question.
No, it definitely is a 53-point lead. When the start of the day, it was Agers, Pollo, and Acorn that did have that lead. Other teams kind of making their name known. Kanada's in the mix, Rise, G-Money, and Aviv. But at the end of the day, first place Global Championships up for grab. Let's go back to Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid to see what else they have for us.
Bro, MDF's like reading my mind, right? Like, you know, when are we going to give Peterbot a taste of his own medicine? When are we going to do that, Lobby? Okay, everybody, we land on Peterbot. Okay, all of us, we're... Okay, wait. Let's talk about, Kelly mentioned a lot of trios. Mentioned trios that could qualify, trios that could come up big here in day number 2. And of course, this is a new day, right? So just forget about everything that happened yesterday. Let's just look at these numbers and start preparing for it right now. 2nd place, Rapid, Kanada, Bolt. Oh my gosh, these guys were going crazy yesterday. Game 3 victory royale with 11 eliminations, and they're just trying to play consistently. They did not have a single game outside of top 8, which is crazy. Obviously, eliminations maybe just a touch on the low side, but I'm so excited to see what they bring for us here in day 2.
And what they brought for day number 1 was really incredible height control. We saw them actually getting chopped by Acorn's trio in an earlier game and have height stolen away from them. And the adjustments that they made for that next game to control height was so impressive. In game number 3, we see how high up they build their high ground, and they're using metal and brick mats the entire time. They make these connections throughout all of the zones. They have 3 different connections, so no one is able to chop them. In fact, people are looking up and not even attempting to get eliminations on them. And although you might be asking, well, what about the refreshes? Well, you can see Bolt's right there using the bird form to be able to go down, get refreshes, and then quickly rejoin up with Rapid, Bolts, and Kanada. It was one of the strongest high ground controls that we saw all day, and I think we can expect a little more from them today as well.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and correct myself earlier on, because I was like, oh yeah, I think we're going to have a 2-horse race throughout the day, right? Peterbot versus Acorn, yada, yada, yada. If it would be quiet. I meant a 3-horse race, because I also believe that we're going to see by the end of the day that Kanada is also going to be in the mix for that FNCS win.
I mean, what's the third? Is the third team Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, or is that now a 4th horse in the race? Because these guys are not that far behind, right? I mean, 372, and really their only like quote unquote bad game was that first game where they placed 14th with only 1 elim. But every single game after that, a similar situation, right? Only 1 other game outside of 8th place, and they had the eliminations, right? So it's interesting. We have on one side great placement, a little low on elims, on the other side high elims, you know, pretty solid placement. I'm excited to see once again what these guys have prepared, because If I'm repping Kanata and Bolts, I'm thinking, yo, Big Cheese, Aviv, G-Money, and Rise aren't that far behind, man. We cannot make a mistake.
Rise and FNCS
well, you know, what Aviv's trio has prepared is kind of a simple answer, and that's these mid-game objectives. We saw in game number 4, the game that they took the Victory Royale, that not only were they able to get a Spire, not only were they able to get a Shrine, but also the Research Lab. By Zone 7, they had full capes, exotic pistol, 3 purple rifles, a legendary pump heals, and near full mats. Being able to put yourself into such a positive position in the end game allows you to kind of go on these incredibly aggro, low ground games and get all those eliminations, which are going to shoot you up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about global qualification spots right now. Only 30 points trailing behind Rise's trio right now. Bugha hot on their heels, kind of fighting for those global qualification spots. I mean, Kelly, we came into this weekend saying that there are 6 qualified teams playing this weekend. Those spots could roll down all the way to top 8. No, it's 3rd right now, right? Those qualified teams are not playing as good as we thought they were. So right now, Bugha's sitting in 5th place, not necessarily in that qualified spot, but I think he is close enough to definitely be in contention.
Okay, NA hat ja auch NA West.
With a Victory Royale is definitely, we were talking about mentals, that is going to put you in the perfect mental state for going into day number 2. And we know who has the best mental state right now is Craze, because he was going absolutely crazy on the low ground yesterday. Threats and Bugha had a perfect pickup with this player because they fit so well as a trio, but they just need to make a few more plays, maybe get a few more eliminations to be able to get that global spot.
No, Kelly, though, if we're talking about crazy plays, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, right? I mean, come on, man. It's Muzz. They're in 6th place. I mean, look, guys, I feel like at the end of the day, this is going to be a very, very close race. And again, because it's so close, if we see any of these trios in the top 6 fall, that's just going to give that much more room, right? Someone else is going to try and step closer, really shrink up that leaderboard. I'm pretty concerned for a lot of these players. I mean, if we all decide, hey, you know what, Peterbot's our target today, let's just go ahead and land on him and slow him down. You know, we could see even Peterbot fall at that number 1 spot. I don't know.
Listen, Zeke, if you're concerned for players, you need to be concerned for Skittles trio because they are getting absolutely walked on in resistance space. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow say, you want our POI, you have to take it away from us. And they're just showing how well they do in the early and mid-game fights, just beaming Reed from so far away. This is the Muzz we know and love.
Typically, when we look at a contested trio, we're like, oh yeah, they'll make it to the end game about 50% of the time. Muzz was like, nah, what about 100% of the time? Did not falter a single game yesterday. Made it to the end game, won on spawn every single game. I want to see more of that from that trio today.
Okay, guys, day 2 teams, day 2 grand finals. What do we expect? Is it Peterbot? Is he going to walk away the win? Is someone else going to look to take away that spot?
Zeke, you know what I want to see? I want to see the best Fortnite these players have to offer.
I think at the end of the day, we're going to have that 3-horse race that I mentioned. Acorn, Peterbot, Kanata. Who's going to win it? I don't know.
Oh, man. All right, guys. It's time. Get ready for some peak Fortnite here in NAC. Casters, let's find our seats on the bus because game number 1 is about to kick off.
It is time right now, Monster. Game number 7 is about to be underway, and our analysts kind of laid the foundation out perfectly. There's first place spot up for grabs, $180,000, 2 spots for the global championships, and a life-changing amount of money all the way down the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. And if EU was a sample of how exciting things are going to get today, then I'm ready for it because game number 7 is here. All right, enough's enough, Jacob. We get to get on this battle bus and start this finals off with the last hoorah.
Was passiert? Wer wen contestet?
Let's put things into the picture here, right? Let's give the bigger picture.
Ist Kanada ankommen?
Update the fans at home, what they missed yesterday, right? What's on the line here?
You guys missed a movie yesterday. I don't know why you guys didn't get your tickets, but I'm glad you're here today. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, throwing almost everything at it, from launching themselves to the north side of the map, going to Foxy Floodgate, sneaking up on Agers, Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, uncontested to start the day, contested through the day, still ending up towards the top of the leaderboard. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts consistently going for high ground. I think I've never seen an FNCS where they're literally throwing everything they have at their opponents to try to take that top spot.
and they're giving themselves a real chance at the big prize here. And that's what makes this so exciting as we're watching them quite literally find consistency. You know, one of the big things that I wanted to note yesterday was the fact that it's been a while since we've seen even a Kanata or Acorn have such a strong, consistent day one. These are teams that have typically had their overall performances come back in a day two format, so we know they perform better on the second half of these types of tournaments, and that is what's going to be really telling here today as we start to shape things up here. And then there's just the global spots on the line, right? Kanata said it best in that interview. He feels like it's a shoe in. He's got this. He's not even thinking about not attending globals at this point.
Wow, das war die letzte.
Believe him at this point. I'm really feeling like
Major haben doch Hicks und so da gekämpft, oder nicht?
In their gameplay, ever since that team formed, it's just been out of this world. Let's switch gears for a little bit. A team that honestly has had a bumpy road through and through, from contested drop spots, their group stages. Everybody thought this team was a lock to make it into the grand finals through that. Unfortunately, they did not make it in. They had to play through the LCQ, but they were first when LCQ opens were over. They won the first game of game number 1, but since they had to go through LCQ, another team through the group stages claimed this drop spot, but not anymore. No Skittles, no Bryce, no Dash over on that side of the map. So Mud, Shadow, and Sphinx, they're going to get a true chance to play these games out.
They're probably the biggest underdog right now when it comes down to, you know, again, fighting for globals right now, giving folks a run for their money, keeping eyes on that prize here. Aoxy Pikes and Jojo Fishy, after a strong day one, this is looking like a huge ambush waiting to happen from both sides as well. Look at the pre-edit on Enough's side there. He's got the half wall made. Aoxy must have felt like something was up, though. Someone took a step too much there for sure.
I almost feel like maybe, just maybe, he saw the eraser at the tip of the pencil around the corner. It's like, nah, I'm not getting erased today. You're not rewriting my story. That's up to me. Jojo Fishy, Pikes, Eoxy. Don't get it twisted, because this was a team at the beginning of yesterday. They were actually putting up a little bit of a fight. 3rd place, 11 eliminations, but they have to go through fights like this. A contested mountain, a little bit of a 50-50, and it's kind of hard to come out on top. Consistency when you're in that type of a scenario.
Oh man,
definitely talk about those consistent trios, though. Here's a look at, again, coming into the day, our 2nd place currently
Epic fix das.
Rapid and Bolts.
Aber das ist für alle zufrieden ist.
Triangular hold on this overall section.
Werden halt einfach nice.
And just doing what they do best. But it's the end games. It's the end games that are really getting these teams and really showing the difference maker on the standings here. Quick stat giving us the Kanata Rapid Bolts are the only team to place in top 8 every game. So clearly placing points is their formula to success.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the leaderboard, the only reason why they are in 2nd place is the eliminations that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are able to put up, 30-47. So there's 17 eliminations worth of points that Peterbot and Co. have over them. Still looting up Demon's Domain, though, uncontested this time around. No surprises thrown at them early. Acorn, Agers, and Pollo. And you heard them talk about it to start the show. Kelly, Vivid, Zeke, 19 eliminations for Agers. Both him and Pollo in the top 10, I believe, 4 eliminations. They're accumulated a good amount of damage. It's just about the mental game that we feel like kind of went wrong after being contested, after being surprised by a few tricks. It's about how you pick yourself up and pull yourself back. We're talking about this team being a day 2 team, and they put themselves in contention with their performance in day 1, even with those 2 bad games.
So spät,
they weren't in the lobby. The other games were first, 4th, and 5th. Absolutely incredible, you know, streaks as far as they make it out of the drop, and seems like that's what's happening here, so long as they don't get ambushed from the mid game. Booga Threats and Craze, though, team that is surely in the conversation right now for Global's positioning. Everyone wants to, you know, wants to see Booga make that walk out the tunnel.
Yeah, I think I do too. I'm raising my hand, Monster, because I'm like, me. I want to see it as well. And Craze, you know, I heard Kelly talk about him, kind of the young gun, the new kid on the block for a team like this. He has been in positions before, but playing with Booga, threats, that's like another bit of pressure that gets put on you. I know in Game 5, I was looking at the community saying, Craze, man, he had a bad Game 5, but what a way to redeem themselves, to win out in the final game of the day, and keeping the Booga threat streak alive. I think it's like the last 4 majors, they've won at least 1 game on day 1, keeping that consistency intact. As Skittles, Bryce Dash, we saw them move away from the resistance base, but Monster, quite frankly, they're not too far off from that current spot.
I want to see what are they waiting for to open up on Monty here, as they're just tracking him, waiting for that perfect opportunity. They might have let it slip away, but even if, so long as these teams kind of split up here, they'll be able to jump on one.
And Monty would be the one, exactly that, because he's the one. You see his 2 teammates already in the tower. They're getting their Storm Surge, kind of the typical setup you see for a lot of these bases. Monty's down below, though. Monty's job right here is to find heals, farm up any mats they use to make this base, and just make sure when they finally rotate out of this location, they're max mats, full health, all the resources they need. But he's also the one that's in a risky scenario. Curve, Josh, and Tyler talked about them as being one of the teams to kind of contest Rise, G-Money, and Aviv. It seems like they found a new spot to land at today, Shogun Solitude, and it looks like it's working out for them at the start of the game.
Shout out to Visuals running that face cam for the broadcast. We love to see it. Gotta celebrate those that are giving us a nice show here. But for the game kickoff, you know, it's all about finding that surge, getting into these early game battles here. Gary, Angel, and Aim Red doing it once again. Aim Red's team just haven't caught a break in the early game. They are consistently finding themselves in some type of situation or another, whether it be on the north side or now here on the western area of the map. Micro adjustments seem to be kind of at play here for day 2. So far, so good for them, though. They do get this initial elimination here.
Yeah, I like Kaiser's attempt right there. Just get some of the loot off your fallen teammate, knows you can't be the hero, and immediately tries to kind of disengage, create some distance using that miss form. But there's only so far you can go with that team on your back. Just got to wait for the next shard. I think it's roughly around 12 seconds in between usages. There goes his second. He's going to be on that countdown yet again. But since there's no mobility on Gary, Angel, and Aimer, they had no choice but to let him go out. Maybe they'll see him later, but all they know is they have to focus on their own game plan here.
Ja, was eine Waffe. Was eine Recoil-Animation.
Yamzo leaving his team to it. He's the first to go ahead and back off now. Seems like they're a little too base down, though. With the zone ending right on top of them, I'm assuming they're thinking, yeah, well, let's just go ahead and get a move on. We'll find plenty of opportunity to come here.
Yeah, another one of those north zones, like you're saying, and it's kind of seen the switch up of the strategy throughout the day yesterday, depending on if the zone goes towards the north or if it pulled towards the south. They feel a little bit more confident to take some of these early game fights because of all those teams towards the south, they're going to have to rotate north. The teams that are landing near them in the zone are not feeling as pressured to try to go for any eliminations early other than them. As we tune in, Cold is already down. Don't know exactly what happened in this situation, but they're going to waste no time trying to get this fire first, eventually trying to go back for that reboot onto Cold. But they need to make sure to get as much of this XP as possible, much of this loot as possible, because the chances of more and more teams trying to rotate in, especially if they saw that Cold go down, are high.
Yeah, they're already picking up that B rank, and I'm not going to lie, I didn't see anything in the feed, so I definitely missed it. But they shouldn't have any problems picking up Cold here and kind of getting their strategy back in motion. Uncontested, though, consistently when it comes down to, like, securing these fires, right? That's a huge opportunity for them to just continue to have that consistent game plan.
Schauen wir jetzt echt, also das Unternehmen eines Schreins. Ach, wegen dem Loot. Nicht so viel Glück diesmal, aber...
Little by little, basically got a full rank and some off of that. And now you're seeing the pile of loot. They can pick and choose. What do you want? All right, I'll take this. What do you want? All right, I'll take that. I'll trade you this. Ritual just making sure Peterbot has a comfortable loadout for the most part. That's also how they're getting their mobility throughout most of these games, as long as that Spire does land there. Let's tune into Blake Diego plays Oliver OG. We saw them early on in this game. firing shots, trading back and forth with Kanata early on, and this is kind of what their strategy has been throughout the day for Blake, Diego, and Oliver. Kind of stay in the zone, take advantage of some of these teams that are overstaying their welcome this far back. And since they have an abundance of heals, since they have that early game surge, they have a little bit more flexibility versus every other team that's roaming around right here.
I can set up right here where they are in between so many teams right now. A few that are in front of them, some to the side, others lurking just to the west here. Oh, look at that. Bryce's trio is going to be one of the few that are going to be early to the next safe zone here. A good update for us, though, Jacob. Catching G-Money, Rise, and a Aviv situation. As we all know, they are surprisingly in a race to the top.
Yeah, I believe they didn't have too many bad games yesterday, just one. And it was the one that kind of started it all. Their run, 14th place, 1 elimination. Since then, every single game they had was inside of the top 8, including one of the wins that they did break down to start the show. But as we tune in, Muzz is down. Sphinx with 1 elimination. It looks like Cooper is over there. Not sure if Curly is the one getting rebooted, but it is. It's Reet making sure they get that one off, but his time is limited. They build straight up. They're making sure they collect that elimination, but a third team, the third party from Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs, they get a good amount of damage onto Shadow, knowing they're only a duo. A mistake has been made. Higgs goes down. That's a huge wrench in their plan.
Not gonna lie, love the Superman laser here. That's perfect to go ahead and pull that pressure off of Higgs, who was almost fully eliminated there. But how quickly did that just all unfold here? We have seen this fight almost break out multiple times now, where it's not one team, it's another lurking on the kind of opposing trio, just looking for opportunities.
I think yesterday was kind of very, very telling. We saw good portions throughout the game where there was a wide open space from the bottom of Flooded Frogs almost all the way to Lone Wolf Flare, an equal distance to the east and west. So teams at the north side of the map, Muzz's team, Reed's team, Clix's team, they're not having the same type of luck they had going into this event. So they had to change up their strategy a little bit, and you're seeing it play out with a little bit more aggression in certain areas. Trying to attack where they can. All 3 of those teams are near the top of the leaderboard, most of them inside of the top 10, and have a contention for the top spot on the leaderboard. Granted, some might be praying for Peter downfall because he is so far ahead, but sometimes you might have to take matters in your own hands.
Yeah, he's gonna need those eliminations, right? They got a lot of runway to make up for here in this last game. Last day of competition, I should be saying, but look at this. Rapid trailing behind King's Trio. That's some dangerous work there, especially looking at how well Phaser in particular played as an individual, not only clutching up for his team, but he was up there amongst the overall best individual performers and what he was able to contribute to his team.
496 damage. Most of this, honestly, coming off the back of Braids. We were talking about the damage numbers over towards Foxy. Is the #1 damage leader after day #1, putting them in a good position. And they don't have the same pressure versus some of these teams because they already have their global championship spot locked in. Close call here. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv, though. One team rotating right above them, another team right towards their east, but they're using this time still trying to accumulate the surge. Even though they're 1,200 damage above the threshold, they know how easily and quick that can change.
Jacob, look at this. 285 below, no cold, so this could be a fight for really the whole entire tournament right here. This could be the difference maker. Peterbot and Ritual looking to cut off the weakened team, trying to get them in the middle. This is just textbook positioning here, but time to perform. If they don't hit the tags here, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, and it's even slowly getting worse in its own right, because that third-party team up above is slowly but surely trying to look over in this direction. A lot of places to hide going into Brutal Boxcars, so they do have a chance to try to sneak up on the Golden, Mason, and Chimp here as well. You see them trying to go back into the space that they got early on, and just almost try to looking like they're disengaged out of this fight. They probably got notice of the zone pulling far away towards the east, and they probably got a feel of what's going on right now, and it does look like Surge has activated every 7 seconds. Now Ritual and Peterbot have officially been put on the clock.
And you know they're hearing that shield break from the Storm Surge, so that's going to be the telltale sign for the bottom trio. And the bottom trio has to know it's Ritual and Peterbot pushing them as they're in, you mentioned it yesterday, but their signature skin. This is usually how they start the tournament off, so you know for certain this is Peterbot and Ritual here, but very rarely are they below the Surge, so there must be just so many questions being asked and thrown about with these trios.
Yeah, and luckily for this moment, it does deactivate. It got below the number of teams for that zone, but you can see instantly pops on yet again, and they're further below that damage threshold than I feel like they have ever been in an FNCS finals, or at least in recent memory. They're really going to have to figure it out, but they do have time. You see as we tune into Kanata Rapid and Bolts where the zone is actually going, it's not too far away from Brutal Boxcars. So in that one tick damage zone, it is going to continue to stay that way for at least one more.
Like the positioning here from Kanata Rapid Bolts. They're just going to base down, kind of chill out for a second. Yamsado playing deep in the storm right now. No Clix and Higgs. Things just devolving for this team here. Not looking good by any means, but hey, Yamso still got a chance to go ahead and recover and remain in the game. Nice little rotate here from Laporta. Going to give him some distance, but there's just so much happening in this northern area.
Like if anybody can do it as a solo and get his team back up, it is Yamso. 37 solo clutch points yesterday, keeping them, I believe, over that 200-point mark. It's just got exponentially harder with the time that passes. He still has to worry about Storm Surge. He has the surf cube, but he's literally just surfing up and over. It could be a good opportunity with now two teams distracted for him to try to make that attempt to go for the reboot card back. Booga Craze threats always quick to rotate to the zone, and honestly the only time I feel like they're not quick is when they're rotating to the slow side, trying to give themselves that better advantage.
Oh, look at the update there. Muzz Shadow Sphinx officially eliminated our 6th place team, allowing the rest of the top 5 to somewhat maintain the lead at this current time here. Ritual Peterbot make it out this storm. They seem to have gotten an elimination right here. They are right on the team of Mason. They were fighting in the storm. They make it to the next area. Take a look at the highlight here as they come on in. Was that off the chin? Straight into the box. Wrap it up so quick here.
Oh, Storm Surge is ag, let's say it is, but even with that elimination, they were still 377 below, 453. They essentially 2+ eliminations worth of damage here. They have 2 players right in front, but I'm sure that's not going to be enough overall. They continue to trade shots down onto one. They do get the wipe, but exactly as I said, they're barely above that damage threshold, 51. So they can feel confident now. They can feel the pressure alleviate, but they know that's going to switch up if they don't continue that upward trend of damage.
And then King team know, Oliver's team know, Red know, they know exactly who is in the middle there. The feed lighting up, they can hear the shots. That's going to be very interesting. Pollo, Agers, Acorn make an early rotate here, giving up their positioning to go ahead and play a little bit more center. Possibly targeted, maybe someone broke their base from below, but clearly something wasn't sitting right with them on the previous spot now. Look at that, off they go, straight early rotate to the new zone, utilizing those dashes almost perfectly. Peterbot Ritual back into the mix. They don't have the luxury, the time really to kind of wait around. They have to fight here and now.
And on the flip side though, with Cold being down as early as he has, a monster, there's no team in this lobby that's going to get this type of situation ever again with them going down. I don't even know when he kind of disappeared out of it overall, but they're a duo. They gotta take them out. They gotta cut down that 53-point lead. And I don't think anybody has been in a position to start to feel confident. They've been through 2 different teams so far, Chimp, Golden, and Mason. Now this team, full trios in a 2v3 situation, fighting with Surge on their backside, 110, down to 81. They're starting to fall below the damage threshold, and a max pull for this next zone. If they figure out a way out of this, I'm not sure anything's going to be able to stop them in this game.
Yeah, well, clearly they're going to be able to make the rotate, but the damage is obviously going to be extremely concerning. But look at this, Peterbot making the call like, wait, if we go through this tunnel, we lose all the time on the clock, right, to fight, but we could go up and trail that other team instead. They are going to stay down low. And look at that. There's a team waiting on the other side of this mountain.
Wow.
183 tag. Ritual's got to either back up Peterbot here or something, but Peterbot clutching in when it matters most. Finding a little bit of damage is still not enough. It's actually Reach Trio who's on the other side here. The damage being dealt. Everyone's kind of feeling it here on the lobby. Peterbot Ritual go up and out the town. Look at this.
258. Oh, and all or nothing. 50-50. Ritual is going to get taken down. Peterbot now with his back up against the wall at 269, falling further and further. 306. It gets worse, and now his last usage of that misform going to be used. He dives straight towards a whole nother team being exposed down below. His only chance, he gets sprayed on the other side. Active Surge as well. First elimination. Siphon is literally keeping him alive, while Storm Surge and the damage from the storm itself is eating him.
He's insane. Even though he's holding on here, you can see he's got that warrior spirit. He does not give up at all. Fighting through and through to the very end. It's Curly's Cheerios below him now. Just trying to think back, did he miss any loot? But it's too risky to go for it. Now going for the scout here, the download of the information. King's Trio makes a move here. Might be time to rotate, but he needs some type of mobility. It's only going to get tougher and tougher from here. Top 15 placement points as well. These are all very critical opportunities for Peterbot's team to stay in the lead. Cooper, Ree, and Curly, though, on the move now. But there's still a chance, right, for the rest of the lobby to break away.
Yeah.
And this is their chance right now. You see they're taking it, but the flank coming in. They're lurking on the backside. Visuals, Braids, and Minish. Acorn, Agers, and Pollo. A battle for the high ground is going to begin, but Agers with the flank dashes onto Visuals, gets the knock as Acorn shows up to help save the day. 931 damage above the threshold before it does deactivate. Did everything they needed to do because the remaining players of that trio just gave it up. They have no hope because they're outnumbered.
Acorn was just on his old man time, you know, looking down, connecting his base, you know, playing block building up top. And Adrian's like, bro, what's going on, dude? You got
Sprühdings habe ich nicht gefunden. Das ist wahrscheinlich ganz selten.
Saves the day. My gosh, that's going to be quite an opportunity for him to look back on and kind of reevaluate.
I did see it in the feed that Peterbot did go down about 15th place. So we talk about placement points coming in, that being the tool as a solo for him to try to keep that lead intact, but only getting 15th place. That's only 2 placements worth of points. So there is a lot of time and effort right now for any one of those teams below him on that leaderboard to start to close the gap, or even better, take the lead after this game. 4 eliminations so far for Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. They're definitely in the position on the high ground as it continues to move up the mountain. Everybody down below is have to expend every resource and material just to reach the
Das Ding ist, jetzt haben die High Ground, was gut ist, wenn es so den Berg hoch geht.
Peterbot falling super early. This is their chance to now officially close the gap. But what happens when they end up taking first, if they can take first, is they are gonna put a target on their back, and that's where things are gonna have to get even more difficult for them. Rapid taking a lot of damage here. He's gonna be the first to get knocked here. Kanata drops down into the box too fast, and then caught up as well. And we might have spoken a little too soon. Bolt's only in 13th right now. He hasn't really earned much. Talk about not necessarily taking advantage of the opportunity presented here and now.
Yeah.
It's Agers, Acorn, and Pollo who are doing the most with this chance here.
They're immediately, we saw them below, over 100 down below the damage threshold, and now they're putting themselves closer and closer to the driver's seat, just terrorizing any team trying to make it up that mountain, because it not only goes up, but it goes over towards the other side. Got to make sure you plan ahead, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. They go ahead and let Cooper lead the charge. They drop down a few labors to make sure they're not that instant target by the high ground. Bolt's by himself, though. Kelly talked about the resurgence, the new Bolts, almost like the NA West championship winning Bolts back at it, and this is a perfect time to prove himself. At least 4 teams worth of placement points, now 5 as he gets into the top 8.
Took a couple seasons off, but clearly couldn't count him out. He has been back in prime form here. I like the little play here to dip back into the storm as the zone bounces back, trusting that things are going in his favor, and he does have that misform to go ahead and escape out. And this is a clutch coming out of him right now from 13th when his team fell down, now into 7th, and he's still pushing through. Can he find
Also
an
nicht schon
impact
tot.
elimination?
Vielleicht
Looking
habe
at
ich
things
was
from the
Falsches gelesen.
background, no. High ground is sitting super pretty. Cooper, Reed, and Curly trying to take advantage here of the opportunity to just rack up eliminations. That's the name of the game right now. Meanwhile, Cam is getting active in the low ground.
Yeah, you can see, Donnie, there's not too many full trios left in this game. But Siege's wandering around. He has 180 on the Chug Jug. Minis as well. He just needs to find a way to let the dust settle and get those heals off. But there's players above them. There's players down below. One of them being a full trio right here before our very eyes. They're looking for that opportunity to continue to keep contested. As they're dominating the low ground, you see them creating more space. As Agers and Pollo have dropped down low. Now they're playing this rotor. They're making sure nobody has a chance to heal off.
Agers caught boats right there and shut them down. Sent them back to the lobby. Top 5 now for Reed, Curly, Cooper. Back into the mountain this endgame goes. This is quite a zone ending here if we've ever seen one. Meanwhile, Mistform plays, or Med-Mist plays way deep into the storm. Donnie with the jumping shot there onto Cooper's going to go and find himself elimination. Cam swinging around the outside. He's just a huge upset kind of being thrown into the mix here. Low ground now, trying to kind of gather his bearings. Downloads what he needs to. Puts down Reed. That's the siphon to keep him in the game. And he's just fighting for second here. And there it is, Curly, the last alive. But Agers is on the hunt as he closes things out with a 14 elimination victory royale.
11 for Agers by himself. Monster, that brings his total eliminations in FNCS to 30 as an individual. And let's talk about Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual by himself going down early. That is the biggest thing because that is the opportunity they needed to close the gap. They were almost 100 points down from that first place spot. And guess what? This game, they scored over 100 points to close that gap.
Yeah, that was just a game and a half for Acorn, Pollo, and Agers, and they managed to do it again 2 days in a row where they start things off with a victory royale. This is a statement maker for the rest of the lobby, really for Peterbot's trio. They have a lot of success when this team is not in the lobby. There's just so much influence that they lay down, and it's Agers in particular who you have to give all the credits to. Recently signed to the Elites team, just really showing why he is a world-class pickup. Look at him go. The performance is there, the victory was there, and congratulations, Game 7 goes to Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. Zeke, what a way to start this tournament.
Nee, waren die Back-to-Back Zweite, aber die haben zweite Placements.
Was it not enough to win game 1 yesterday? Now we come back and win game number 1 of day 2 in such a just crazy fashion, right? They had everything that they possibly needed. They had height in 9th. They had so many heals ready. They left Pollo up top to go for that heal off if necessary. I mean, everyone had little things I don't know if you guys saw at one point, Acorn had 2 med mist in his possession. If things got really crazy, he could look to make some plays. Oh my gosh. A statement has been made, friends. A statement has been made.
The start of that statement definitely had to have been when they ramped up for height, and we see Visuals trio ramping up just behind them. And for a moment, they weren't even turning around. It looked like Acorn, Pollo, and Agers were going to lose height as soon as they took it, but they immediately turned around. Agers responded so well, and they, were able to just kind of control high ground from the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the statistics, when you look at the eliminations, everybody's going to be like, wow, Agers is the MVP of that game, right? Picking up solo 11 eliminations. And yeah, absolutely. But that play that Kelly's talking about when Agers was actually able to take the 1v1, the visuals, to kind of ford off that 3v3 that was about to happen on the high ground, that for me is why he was the MVP of that game. He defended the high ground. He defended his trio as a whole. And oh my gosh, I mean, I called for it. We called for it. Kelly, listen, there needs to be a mental reset coming into the day. We know how good they were in games number 1 and 2 yesterday. We got to find that trio again. And let me tell you something, nothing like a good night's sleep to go ahead and bring them right back to where they're used to, straight up to the high ground. Oh, that was a great game.
Oh man, thank you for bringing that to our attention because you're right, that mental reset, it was enough. Now, how does this impact the standings? We knew coming in, Peterbot was in first place. Is he still there? We'll find out after this short break. I know. We'll see you real soon.
Yeah. 15k, Leute. Okay, jetzt langsam so.
Welcome back, everyone, to Grand Finals, Day 2 of the FNCS. We knew that Day 2 would provide some entertainment. And coming into this day number 2, Pollo, Acorn, Agers, 100 points behind Peterbot. But after a little something like a Game 7 victory out to start the day, we're 10 points ahead of Peterbot. It's happening. Kelly, it's happening.
Yeah, at the start of the show, when I said that history was repeating itself, I was talking about Major 2 to Major 3, not Day 1 to Day 2. So that means that Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are going to get the next victory royale as well, possibly. But honestly, I got to give the floor to Vivid, because Vivid, you called it at the start of the show. Agers, Acorn, Pollo needed that mental reset, and that's what we got.
Worked out perfectly for them. I mean, Agers dropped 11 eliminations, beautiful stuff there, but it's going to be on the back foot, right? Them kind of losing the lead, and Peterbot there. Storm Surge was rough that game, right? They're kind of used to going, head to head, shotgun, box to box, wall to wall. But no, like these games were completely different today in the sense that, like yesterday, when we were in first, second zone, it was like, whoa, there's already 75 people alive. This is getting quite, a lot of eliminations are going down. And then today, in game number 1 of the day, there was like 90 players alive at that same exact moment. So a lot more passive playstyle. But I mean, jumping right into the end game, Kelly. Bolts kind of holding on for the trio with that solo clutch. Incredible stuff from him.
I just want there to be some kind of highlight reel showing the bolts that we had for Major 1 and then the bolts that we have for Major 3, because I would never guess that this is the same player. He is playing absolutely lights out today and all of yesterday as well. When it comes down to solo clutches, there's honestly rarely anyone better than what we've seen bolts be able to do. Not able to get the game that they wanted exactly, but honestly, even if you're in a shambles situation, being able to put yourself up even just a little bit is exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, they're fighting for those few spots, right? And again, all these trios do the same thing, right? They're just saying, here's what we got given this game. I'm going to try and make something out of it. To put up a solo clutch like that, especially in the first game of the day, oh my gosh, I'm telling you, these next 5 games, this trio is going to pop. Cooper Curly also showing up here in this last game. Man, oh man, we do still have ground to cover, right? The job's not done, but now we're in top 10 right now. So I'm very excited to see these guys. Again, I'm wanting to see what all these trios are improving upon, right, in day number 2. And for this trio, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
It's better late than never. And if you look at the first 5 games that they had yesterday, it was not looking too good for them, although they still were able to get a few eliminations. But it was that final game of the day where they got second place with 8 eliminations, where they finally started to turn things around. And I love that we finally get to see them up in our top 10 leaderboard, because being able to convert that minor success in day 1 into another success for day 2 is so pivotal.
Qualified.
At the end of the day, all I can do is learn and be better tomorrow. Will be a different story, quote unquote Cooper on socials. And I can tell you right now, he definitely learned a lot yesterday and was definitely better already today. We also got Booga, Threats, and Craze still kind of maintaining towards the top of the leaderboard right now. Although, you know, they did close the gap to that qualification spot, right? We kind of entered today. They were 30 points behind. Now they are only 12. I saw them jumping around in the late game as well, but they became victims to the old Agers up on the higher ground. He was providing a little bit too much damage with the rifle up there. Can't blame him.
Yeah, as far as loadouts go, this is definitely one of the rougher ones we see. He does have the exotic pistol, but as far as Craze, who's usually the double key fragger of the trio, he was a little bit left with a weak loadout. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get those eliminations that we know that they are able to do. But still, we talk about consistency for this trio, and they are still consistently making it to the end game, although this definitely being one of their weaker games that we've seen. But still, 5 games, we have so much more to go, Zeke.
Yeah, look, this is just the feeler game, right? It's just the first game of the day. We're all warmed up. Now it's serious time. Everyone, let's all land on Peterbot. Anyway, let's go back to our casters for game number 8 of the FNCS.
Already after 1 game, Monster, this entire tournament continues to heat up. I wanted a close one and we got it. 10-point lead for first and second place. And Booga, Threats, and Craze have even closed that gap for a global championship spot by 12.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Acorn, 3 victory royales, and then second place Peterbot's trio, no wins at all. The best they've gotten is a second and a lot of thirds. So just really showing the different caliber, the different play styles, and different journeys they're going through to make their statement here on the standings.
Aber jetzt gehen wir wieder ins nächste Game. 8. Game Nummer 8.
One more time, let's
Spiel
get on
8.
the bus here and
Spiel Nummer 8.
if whether or not Acorn and team will be faced
Okay.
with resistance. It
Eine
almost
Spiel
feels
ist
like
mal
a coin flip
schon
every single
bei
game. We just don't
Outpost.
know what we're going to get. Clearly, we know
Enclave
there is that target
für
on their back.
Rise's
They
team.
seem to be the most consistent trio on the NA region and probably even the globe.
Yeah, my eyes are literally glued to that drop map right out of the gates. I'm trying to see who's contested, who's going where, what type of spin on that wheel are we going to see, where a surprise contest will happen. But business as usual, G-Money, Aviv, Rise, they get it one more time to themselves. Potential Spire spawning near them as well, so they're going to get themselves a chance at a good game. They also have the research lab at their access for Rift to go ahead and rotate around, but this is the 50-50 I have my eyes on from top to bottom. You just go ahead and dive your way down, but Cyrus is going to get the first down on Deoxy, and his 2 teammates have no choice but to just leave and hope for the best.
Yeah, this is the first time they actually fall this early in a way that they kind of didn't even get to put up a fight. But this is the way it goes down at times. They've seemed to have made, I was going to say, a little clean break, though. Off to the outskirts they go. Look to go ahead and get their loot together, possibly re-engage. Jumping into this here. Man, just no break for Bryce, Dash, and Skittles. Unfortunately, getting slept here. Once again, just tough, right? And this is still their general area. It's not like they don't understand how to play these zones or win these drops. I mean, the resistance base, they're so familiar with this entire landscape here.
Yeah, and if I was Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, I would start to get a little worried because as Skittles and his entire trio don't necessarily get the consistency they had from day one, it's more likely than not they might start to make their way closer and closer back to the resistance base. We saw them win contested fights at least once. We saw them split the drop, stay alive, and be able to make it towards their end game. So that's the type of mental struggle some of these players might be going through when it comes to these drop spots, when it comes to starting out some of these games. We're seeing the limits they're stretching right now. Acorn not even landing at Demon's Domain itself. They know they're uncontested, so they're going in searching. They know players landed back here. They saw it off that drop spot, so they're trying to figure out exactly where they're at. Acorn, the IGL of the team, is going to be the first to spot him out.
Ooh, that's a nice tag right there. 41, no shield on the opponent's down low. But you blink, you might get put down. Pollo quickly rotates into the rescue here to back him up. Comes the shots from up top. Nice little knock. That's going to be a great elimination here. And I just look at these as just, you know, buffer, right? A little extra room, a little padding on the scoreboard, given that they just have such a narrow lead over everyone else right now.
Medkit. Hat Glück gehabt.
That was good for Pollo to kind of just close the distance quickly there just to make sure that he didn't run away because his teammate was there. They might not necessarily know it, but we see he did have some backup on the way. Canyons crossing though. This is one of those fights, Monster. When I look at it, you almost have to finish it quick. That team that we saw start the game on top of the mountain, Shogun, Solitude, and everybody that lands around Crime City, Outlaws, Oasis, and the split drops towards the outside tend to rotate in this direction. And because Pioneers Crossing has a little bit of a divot with mountain ranges on both sides, it's easy for players to lurk on over, figure out what's going on, assess the situation, and decide if they want to play for it or not.
Yeah, definitely. You see teams get farmed for tags all about this area when they're rotating. Peterbot already making a move up. This is very reminiscent of the last majors. That early rotate up towards the Lone Wolf. They know how to play this out. They know there's good opportunity to find a somewhat of an ambush set up here.
Looking scary. They've done this before. Remember last major? It was a whole different team landing over at the Lone Wolf lair, but they have made almost this exact lurk play from the other side of Lone Wolf lair. It's King, it's Phaser, it's PH Sin, the ones that really have to watch out here. And they know this terrain just as good as any, and you can see the position on the minimap of that trio they're inching towards. They're split out. They're not close together. One of them can easily try to go down, so I want to see King with that high ground really utilize it, try to spot out the team, but they're inside of the layer, so now I feel like there's no hope until it's too late.
And I doubt they're going to make any type of noise indication here while King is full farming here. Look at this, jumps down. This might be even worse for him. Sure, he's getting with his teammate, but a 3v2 is all Peterbot needs for the setup here. There's another team behind them as well, so I mean, this could go either way.
Trying to see where the zone actually is, because it kind of pulls towards the north. We're keeping the west side in the zone. The island could go there, which is what they go after. They wait for Phaser to use the launch pad and immediately beam to take him down. And you see in the minimap, they're just trying to disengage. His two teammates aren't even necessarily together. That's exactly what they were looking for. The island on this side of the zone. They got distracted, but the lurkers are now becoming the lurked. Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs are making the same exact play.
This is just comedy unfolding. Working in tandem at this point. They don't realize their team's already kind of gone, but their minds definitely moving in the right direction. How can you put yourself in a position to obviously catch these teams off guard? And if they somehow end up crash coursing even on Clix trio here just in a couple moments, that'll be devastating in its own. But nope, they catch PH in off guard, and just a matter of time. It's not looking good. You see how good the lasers are too, Jacob, especially in the early game like this when you have the opportunity to really put it to use.
They know. They know, though. They know exactly. They probably saw that first elimination in the feed. Peterbot picked that up. They lurked over to Lone Wolf to try to get him. They ran into King Phaser PH teams yet again. And as soon as they heard that riff, they knew they already have high ground. They're already towards the island. It would be a bad play to go over there and try to contest that. So they're going to continue on with the rest of the game. Hopefully the zone pulls in their favor. And that could be a second moment for them to try to strike.
Ja, für den Drop, der nicht so gut ist bei Utopia, man sieht schon einen guten Job. Also es ist nicht alles von Drop, also Uga Crates und Threads.
It's all about staying consistent for them. They want that global championship spot that we know is prestigious and up for grabs right now.
Die gedroppt dann.
One thing's for sure though, Canada wants it too. They are definitely leagues ahead right now on the scoreboard here. About a game's worth in the distance. And then you have G-Money's team trailing right behind. So who all is going to take those last couple spots here is definitely one of the bigger questions.
Yo.
I'm not sure they know, but that was some great shots. Across the map from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs. They're getting Lone Wolf player is in the zone. So contrary from how we saw Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs play towards in that last game and a couple of the games yesterday, getting aggressive, trying to play for a Storm Surge, they're kind of switching it up. They realized, hey, we went down a little earlier than we hoped in that last game. It wasn't a part of our game plan. We didn't expect it. So now they're trying to slow things down, put a pause on everything, recollect themselves, and play exactly like we're watching Cold Ritual and Peterbot play here for Surge. Let it other teams make those mistakes that you can then capitalize on.
And Cold's just throwing out markers right now, trying to see if he can fish for any trios. Haven't got a break yet.
Was ist da passiert? Also die haben schon mal die
For some of these teams to move too much. They do get the zone priority pull. It is favoring, I think, them mostly for the center map. Haven't seen it overall. And the same thing with Blake's team on the other side, but it looks like they might be getting lurked on by Madden and his trio. So hopefully they don't lose too much focus and tunnel on Kanata's team around the map when they got something to worry about. It does look like Oliver got separated. And it seems like a whole fight is breaking down. And this is where Kanata and them are going to take full advantage to try to get as much surge out of this as possible.
Madden V gets the knock onto Oliver OG, but that was super close for Kanata to snipe that one up.
I like that coming out of Bolts. 18 points, solo points in that last game, making them the #1 player in terms of solo clutch points for the game. And you got to think Rapid and Kanata got to start be feeling a little bit more confident with each and every game that passes, saying, hey, we might have to do less. Bolts is doing the most. Especially when it comes to those solo
an meiner Stelle hätte ich auch einfach so einen Search Tower gemacht. Vor allem, wenn andere kämpfen, hätte ich da geschossen, weil das Game, aber wenn das jeder macht, Pros haben immer einen Weg gefunden, es sicher einfacher zu machen und faire Sachen umzuspielen.
Gets the better of him. And then you know that Kanata Trio's just watching this, chipping away shots here at the builds and whatnot.
Yeah, I feel bad for Diego Plays. He's in such a rough spot here. There's so much ammo in those Spire rifle clips. You can literally spray for days. You chain him with your teammate. There's no chance for Diego to heal. Now they're playing for piece control on the walls. Liam bites off just a little bit more than he could chew. He gets taken down to 65 HP. You see Diego trying to take advantage, get aggressive. But the numbers game, there's just too much sometimes. 3v1. They're eventually able to take him down.
Die brauchen schon ein bisschen lange. Könnte sein, dass eine Third Party kommt. Also nicht so. Kommt jetzt nicht so. Also ist auch ein langer Weg, aber die sind alle in ihren Search Bases. Vielleicht ist es zu riskant. Auch mal wegen der Render Distance. Eigentlich ist es dran hier, oder?
That's gonna be big. Muzz, Sphinx, Shadow.
Render Distance ist important.
And for their exchanges right now, still sticking true to the resistance base, so kind of questionable, I would say, though, for them to be here this long. I have to assume that their damage is probably not the best, so They'll likely need to get into a fight here soon.
Yeah, especially more so. They already pushed that one team off. Kind of imagining the feed, watching them kind of play it all out. It's King, Phaser, Pete, all three of them back up. Not necessarily the best shape, but at least they've given themselves a chance. They know there's footsteps here. That's Soneto, Cam, and Osid on the other side. A team that could be a little scary to fight. We saw them qualify through the group stages, consistency through and through until they got that win. So they know they can play both sides of that coin. They know how to turn it on when they need to.
Hä? Ich sag die Tactics und die Logik hinter dem.
King, Phaser, and PH Sin's team, even probably forcing them to take that railing all the way to brutal.
Well, if it's practice you want, it's practice you get for King, Phaser, and PH Sin. This is what they signed up for as they jumped into this NA region. They're in 13th right now, the team clashing with them in 14, so somewhat meeting their match here and now.
Daraus kriegt man einen Man-Miss oder was?
This vending. Get them right back in the game right now.
And this is one of the few teams that might actually know this, Monster, is Peterbot's team took them down, rushed for the island, didn't worry about his brutal boxcar Spire. So now, fresh off the reboot, they know Peterbot is nowhere in sight towards brutal boxcars, giving them a chance. This, my friend, is one of the best chances you're going to get off spawn, getting access to one of those Spires. They're instantly starting to upgrade that superhero rank. They're going to get a whole lot of loot, mobility, in which they didn't have. So I'm interested to see how far they're able to take this game with a huge second chance. Rise, G-Money, and V making that far rotation outside of Outpost, across Foxy, trying to get into the zone. They're beating a few teams back there, and since they were kind of shooting back and forth with one of those teams, they could realistically position themselves on one of these mountain ranges to continue to look back like they're doing now.
Definitely got to play for key positioning here. You don't want to get caught between these valleys like Braids and Aminish, almost forced to go deeper into the storm. Little fight, including here, seems like Tyler, Curve, and Josh trying to jump in, but whoa, what happened there? Must have been a crack in the build. Someone squeezed some shots in. It's Aaron's trio. Oh yeah, it's a full team as they were gonna finish up blue, but just
Bunker Camper.
Guess got a little too tunnel vision there. That's gonna be Raz for them.
It's only one way into those labs underneath and multiple ways out. Sometimes it's not even worth the risk, and you see why teams waiting on the outside. There's sometimes some grids that you can't even necessarily build on there as well, so good spot to plan ahead and really try to get that sneak attack, which they did find success onto one, and you're seeing exactly why they're going for plays just like that, Monster. Only 68 damage above the threshold. Even though it's early on, we know that's going to change in the blink of an eye.
Back and forth right now. Seems like the Jig duo made it out of the lab itself. They have a chance to kind of fight this one off here. A couple bandages though to give them a little bit of room. Red's team doing the same here, so be all or nothing here shortly.
Luckily for them, they got a lot of heals at least. See, even though you kind of diminish your chances at going to heal off, which you haven't really seen too many of throughout this weekend, you're just kind of cutting down a possible scenario if it ever does come down to it. We saw them go for this island early on, and what a right decision it was, because they're able to get at least one medallion in the hands of Peterbot, the one that's really going to take an individual skill level.
Bro, der ist immer noch da.
You see the invisibility, it negates fall damage, you move quicker,
Das
jump higher,
Medaillon,
faster.
als ob das so gut ist.
We've seen some
Nicht
clutch
das
plays
Gefühl,
before,
dass
kind of
es...
looking for him to really make those clutch plays
Also
here
die
again.
DMR
And from on top
ist
of the
gut,
island,
aber
with every team having to rotate in
das
through the
Medaillon,
east, through
ich
the
weiß
south,
nicht,
they're
ob
gonna
es
get
sich
a
das
bird's
lohnt
eye
oder
view
eher
of
ein
every
Nachteil ist,
single
weil man
player
die
rotating in
sieht
their
besser.
direction.
Aber okay, in Endzone ist es sowieso schwierig.
Cam's trio meets them here at the brutal boxcars, and it just full-on collide with one another there. That's going to be huge for them. I think that should surely push them up into A, possibly even S rank if they caught that Spire. Just think about the benefits of that. That HP increase, of course, is going to be super beneficial. Even that the zone might actually become a 2-tick. Hold up. They need to start moving ASAP.
Ich mach
Have here
Clix.
220 above the damage threshold. A little proactivity in this game. We saw them lurking around, not necessarily staying towards the north side. Supernova Academy taking those early game fights like we saw in a couple of games throughout the tournament so far. Trying to change things up.
Sind sie auch schon gestorben?
In some ways, trying to hit that reset button, and so far working out. We're able to take that slow
Sind die
roll approach to get that knock on the Seek, but you see them trying to fight their way through. Joji's playing defensive, trying to save the body. Donnie is as well, and he lands a good shot.
Aber nicht, dass man keine Placement Points
and more teams are now rotating into the zone in this direction to make it tougher and tougher for anybody to try to clean up the eliminations.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not sure if Clix's team recognized that there is 2 teams shooting in from the outskirts here. They were moving as if it was just a clean 3v3, but there's so much more happening here than just that. And oh wow, that pressure from the laser, of course, forcing them off here. And now that could have gotten really bad for Clix. Hey, things settle for a second here. They gotta go. Zone's doing 2 ticks of damage, so it's definitely not the spot that you want to be in right now.
And depending on what the heals are, you don't want to dig into that chug jug too early. Max pull coming out. You want to try to save as much of those heals, the HP as possible. But it does look like it has to come out. It looks like it's only heal they do have in their inventory, maybe saving possible med miss for later to take position in zone. A huge strategy that we've seen really play out since the return of those med miss smokes. On the other side of the map, going through a very, very similar and tough rotation. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. They completed the hat trick during this FNCS, but it's about proving the point. It's about winning another championship.
Rise team kommt in die Quere.
Right there, Revive, G-Money, and Rise rotating past Pollo, Agers, and Acorn. I want to see if they go for another high ground hold early. Oh, big damage coming in from Pollo there. So a quick medallion swap though to get that HP to fly right back up.
Ja, ja, der braucht keinen. Einer braucht keine Big Pots.
No better leave open walls like that, but take a little damage there before rotating out. Oh, they didn't like that. They're turning right onto Pollo. Agers opening things up, giving them some space to work with. Finds a little side angle onto Rise, and then behind a Vive, an Ager game sense coming in full effect here, but he knows he can't stay inside the storm. It's just doing too much damage. He's trying to utilize the dashes to get around, support his teammates, but they're both down now. And this is just going south very fast here.
For both teams, for that matter, because Agers was able to not only get the elimination cleanup on the Rise, he gets another one onto a Vive as well. 1v1. No matter who comes out alive in this situation, both of them kind of second guessing probably this decision. G-Money's going to go ahead and try to disengage on out, or at least try to make the attempt, but he was so low on HP. Yep, he gets cleaned up. It turned into a 5-tick. So for Agers, he does have all these heals, but he is on the clock to try to get out to see what he has left.
Yeah, it's crazy because he hit S rank right as that happened, and then G-Money falls to the storm naturally, so it was perfect. He gets the Siphon to kind of stay in the game here, and this is why he's waiting this one out a bit, but you know the lobby had to have heard something happening inside the storm, and they'll be waiting for them. But that's going to be a potential lead given back to the rest of the lobby to play for. Cooper Curly Reap. Much to be desired here in this game, but they have the zone right now. They have a little bit of damage, but not too much. They can sit idle here.
Literally what we were talking about, one mistake in games like this and stack lobbies that are this close could cost you anything. It was only 10 points of differential between first and second going into this game. Even third was less than 50 points overall, more than enough to change the tide because it's outside of the placement points so far. Last we saw was about 19 teams still left alive, still 19 teams in the game, but one does go down. Craze was the one that did get cleaned up. It's only guessings. That might be Booga, Craze, and Threats out of the lobby.
Nein, das ist der Plot, was ein Name noch.
Old Peterbot Ritual, the first to play for a little bit of that elevated high ground here. I like this positioning. I think they are recognizing too.
Ja, sie hätten die Match vielleicht für High Ground, aber ja, sie schon. Layers. Die Managers sind das schon richtig, also als Top-Team. Sonst würden wir das in der nächsten Runde dann zumindest sehen.
Booga, Craze, and Threats officially out. Around 19 13th place, so no placement points for them so far. Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs are feeling the pressure from across. A bunch of players spraying their way in. They're trying to get off that bottom layer, but Clix does a good job. Not only getting the shield down, but leaving them with just a sliver of HP, but it's more than one. It's more than two. It's almost 3 to 4, 5 even teams shooting in this direction. Yamzo's going to go down. You see the material count relatively low. No hard match. They're building in wood. That's a huge sign of weakness. The spray is relentless, and I don't think it's going to stop.
It's Peterbot's trio from up top. They're kind of initiating this. They're almost signaling to the lobby, get in here, add that damage, and they just get focused right back to the start of the game. PH Zin also had a little bit of an influence on that one. And that's just tough, right?
Agers am Sonnenrand, man. Ja, die wissen Dings, das...
Yep. This entire pocket right here, bad news. Bad business.
Das ist allein
I
ist,
feel so bad because I've been in that situation. I'm not even a 10th of the way as skilled as these players, but I've been in that situation before, and it sometimes feels like there's no hope of making it out, and already 2 different teams got claimed because of that entire situation. So a 10-point lead is almost guaranteed to be diminished yet again. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. But let's go ahead and say Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid as well have a chance to move up the leaderboard as well. From 3rd to possibly getting 2nd or 1st.
Oh, most definitely. They were one of those teams in the focus fire. Peterbot getting a little sample of what that feels like. And he knows what to do. Change layers instantly there. Gotta give it up, and it's Kanata who goes up top as well. But that same team just focuses onto them. And then Bolt has to come in, pick him up in this form, but Rapid puts a little wall down there, so kind of slows things down for a second, but the pressure's still coming through. King's Trio is the one on the other layer right in front of them. They actually leave Kanata behind, so clearly Rapid couldn't even pick up the body.
Wait a minute.
Might get him. They might get him. It's a miss. Med miss there. Kept him in the game. I don't even know who dropped that. It could have been Rapid. Could have left him there with the med miss. Who knows? Just have to find out later.
And they have a couple of more in their inventory. And you see Bolts, the selfless play coming out of Bolts. Yo, my man, you could take this cape. You got it. I got some dashes. I can
Aber jetzt ist das Ding jetzt...
Maybe just a little bit better with my health.
Wenn sie gesprayt, weil sie von Sonnenbrand...
Over to Josh, Tyler, and Curve. They've been through the ringer so far during this FNCS, but it's a day 2 opportunity to start to build that confidence and have an avalanche of momentum start to go in your stride.
Ja, das sieht nichts durch den Gürnebel von da.
It was their doing of focusing in on anyone who wanted to contest them and see eye to eye. And just like that, it manages to give them a little bit of a lead here in the lobby here. And they're determining the pace of this endgame. That is not something you see a newer trio like this do. A team that hasn't had as much experience in endgame, but they are playing like professionals right now. I mean, look at that. You got Peter's team in shambles. You got Kanata's trio clearly in shambles. And look at this. The pressure coming from the top down is exactly how you're supposed to do this.
Oh, but somebody looked up and chopped it down. One of them is going to fall overall. Cole's going to go down as well, so it's not going to be for free. Bolt's trying to break his way into those cover. The zone is doing so much damage. He has to try to find a way out. He doesn't have the miss form. He cannot cape to the other side, but Cole goes down. That's the siphon he was looking for. And 90 left on the chug and the cape as well. Bolts is making magic happen right before our very eyes.
Still clutching up. Meanwhile, Curve also finds an Elim on the backside of zone onto Peterbot. And
nice.
then another one. 2 Mud, Sphinx, and Shadow. They're back in the mix here. Shut down the momentum.
Yo.
Josh was building up with Curve's trio there. And now leaving Curve by himself. And that was a 12 elimination, 5th place for him. But Bolts is the one who's going to go ahead and put the stamp on it. And he is still going in this endgame.
And Bolts, I saw Rapid for a little bit. Kanata's even still alive. Out of the shadows, he emerges, but a whole trio still down below. Reet, Cooley, and Curly. They're on the other side, but they have to go left. They're just dictating as much of the flow, and even Curly does it again, cutting off their path. Bolts got dropped down to 3 HP, forced to use that misform to try to go to the other side, lands in the zone. He has 40 on the chug. He can't get to full health, but at least he has an opportunity to fight back. He loses his teammate along the way. He's the only solo left in the lobby, but it's not for long. He's going to get taken down. 3v2 opportunity for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx to close this one out.
It's big here. Muzz jumping around. He's got that visual, trying to just stay low key here, but cutting them off. Shadow comes down as well. Shadow's just one pump away from getting sent back, though. He's got to be careful. Misform, though. Perfectly done. Down goes Reek. 2v1 situation. Cooper, you're good, but Muzz is here to clean things up, and just like that, they sweep the dust under the rug. Well played for them as they start to put themselves closer to the top.
312 points going into this game in 7th place, and their best game so far through the weekend was a 4th with 13 eliminations. They've been all over the leaderboard. They finally have found their stride and a way to push everything that they face to the side and really hone in here on day 2. They're fighting for that global championship spot with a few other teams, and so far Muzz has been lights out, and this is what you were talking about with him taking down Josh. Sphinx was staying above. He had the med miss, the justice case in his back pocket.
This is the best we've seen Muzz in recent times. And with Sphinx and Shadow, I just feel like he's finding his new stride here. Now again, having to come through the LCQ, this is just more proof as to why they are so deserving to be here. Sphinx and Shadow turning up just alongside him. A great victory royale for this team here.
Cooper's team with back-to-back weit.
Zeke is now Raps. Let's go! My king! He got himself a victory royale! Let's go! Kelly, you didn't believe in Muzz. I did. You know what, Muzz? She specifically said, I don't believe in Muzz. There's no way. And I said, no, everyone believes in Muzz. Kelly, that she didn't actually say that. I'm just making that up.
Is that a voice recording of me? Oh my gosh.
Yes, it was. I recorded the message. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow get themselves a victory royale. I love in this game, for a moment, things look a little grim, right? We're on the low. We don't have much going on. And suddenly in the 11th zone, they're like, hey, what if we just go for height? Like, what if we, no one up there, right? Like, what if we just take that? And then this kind of leads them to win the game.
Yeah, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx did an absolutely incredible job there. Watching the low ground, they were sticking to the front of zone and even using some early med mists into Storm to make sure that they're controlling the front of zone, which allowed them to kind of get better awareness onto where high ground was. And like you said, there was no high ground, so going for the eliminations, able to take kind of this like middling high ground, but in reality, they just were going on the aggro. They didn't allow anyone to really like stay calm, compose themselves, and instead able to get those eliminations and that victory royale.
Yeah, I mean, able to find the needed momentum for the victory royale right there, right? That typical position we've been seeing on the low ground where you kind of position yourself right off to the side of the moving zone so you can see everybody kind of rotating in on the ground. That's just lagging a little bit behind. They pick up an elimination there, have the resources to go ahead and justify going up for the high ground. And like Zeke mentioned, there was nobody on height, so they didn't have to take it from height. They just kind of just walked up. We'll talk about all that mess later, but yeah, a good win for this trio, especially in terms of making sure that they stay in contention for that global qualification spot.
Oh man, of course, this is what's gonna happen. Every game, the settings are gonna change in ways that are not predictable. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to a break. When we return though, we start to kind of break some of this down, but for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, this is really good. We'll see you soon.
Oh ja, Copyright wahrscheinlich. Oh. Bolzplatz. Flash zu. 14k.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. In case
Perfect
you
this
missed
time.
it, our GOAT,
Good
our
copyright.
GOAT, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx got themselves a victory royale in game number 8. And we kind of hinted at the standings. That game has some implications, and we'll go to them in just a moment because Peterbot, Cold Ritual, they're still holding down the #1 spot. But let's just break this down, guys. If Peterbot, Cold Ritual have a spot, if Agers, Acorn, and Pollo have a spot, then that must mean the next 2 spots are in the, top 4. Wait a minute, Muzz is in the top 4.
Oof, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, so close to getting that global championship spot. Of course, they are still just right behind Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. And also Aviv, G-Money, and Rise are hot on their tail as well. So it is not done and dusted yet, but you love to see the improvement. You love to see the climb, and that is exactly what Muzz's trio has been doing. But we got to talk about the team that's been sticking pretty in 3rd place. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid. Definitely not the best game or the worst game out of them, all things considered, but Bolts, man, time and time again, he's just able to pull out these incredible end games.
Yeah, I felt like this actually should have been a win from this trio. I mean, the high ground was pretty crazy. It should have maybe also potentially been a win from Peterbot's trio as well, because kind of like the same thing happened to Peterbot's trio and Kanata's trio. They both tried to establish height on the front side of moving zone, and it was just like the whole lobby was just like, what if you just don't? And just kept spraying at them, right? Like we saw Peterbot getting knocked down. He was like 15 HP, had to drop all the way down, ended up wasting a bunch of resources on that potential play. And then Kanata, we saw one of them get knocked, and for a second we didn't think they were going to get the revive off, and we were like, why are you guys not reviving? But it ended up working out there, right? But yeah, just lost all height identity that game as a result of it, but still able to recover in both of those trios.
I'm telling you, man, I feel like this season we have just seen so many solo moments that have been so pivotal for a trio, right? That have kept them in the game or earned those little bit of points to just make sure they don't stumble. Bolts, shout outs to you. Of course, we have to continue the conversation though. We wanted to highlight Peterbot here as well. Obviously, these guys are performing very, very well. I think it is funny though that you called that out, Vivid. We saw him dash all the way across the entirety of the zone. And then, yeah, for whatever reason, the entire lobby was like, wait a minute, that's Peterbot. And then everyone just started shooting at him. Then Kanata's like, okay, let me take height from him. They get shot out. He goes down. It was a wild one for the trio.
For what should have been.
Just crazy stuff, you know what I mean? Like it should have, like Kelly was saying, it should have been, pretty easy high ground. They had it established, and then yeah, it was just like the dashes came out. It just couldn't establish it fast enough.
Yeah, for what should have been their game to win, especially after getting Rift Island pretty handily and having high ground for a few zones as well. It's Peterbot just made some interesting plays. He dropped down, and it looked like that was when Kanata's trio was going for high ground, but what should have been an easy disengage just looked so rough, especially for Peterbot. It just seemed like you said everyone turned and focused on them, and when you see them in first place with 519 points, you can understand why. And then Agers, Acorn, and Pollo just 12 points behind them. I thought the storyline between these two was done, but we still have the Pollo versus Peterbot. Who's gonna be better? Zeke, we need to find out.
I know. Really quick, before we go to game, I just wanted to highlight that sneaky moment from Peterbot and from Clix. We're just sneaking in over here, trying to attack King PH Zin and Phaser. And it's funny because we got this angle and it's like, oh, Peterbot's sneaking up. Oh, shoot. And then moments later, Clix is also here at Lone Wolf. What is going on today?
I think that as far as in regards to getting storm tags and to be able to go on the aggression outside of the storm bases, this is one of the best moves to make. And Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs, I don't know if they were planning on going onto Phaser's trio after Peterbot. It seems like, great minds think alike. And unfortunately, I think it was just a little bit of too many resources for not that much of a payoff. One elimination, and then they use all these mats and all this time as well. You got to think about it. Time is a resource. It definitely was a fun play to watch, but I don't know if it was the correct play to make.
That's okay. You know what? It's fine. It's all good. We don't have to worry about it because, you know, we have more games to entertain us here in NA. So, casters, take us back in.
Who would have thought games would fly by this quick? We waited so long for this FNCS Grand Finals, Monster. Already, we're almost 75% of the way through.
Yeah, it's going by really quickly here. 3 games in, basically, as we're queuing up for this next one here shortly. And just like that, we'll start to look to crown a winner. But the competition is now officially gotten closer, Jacob. So let's see who's going to really take it away this time. Game 9, Jacob, with Pollo's team trailing behind ever so slightly. Ritual Cold and Peterbot find themselves in the lead, but Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid might be that wild card, that factor no one saw crashing through the storylines here today. And they're just trailing behind.
Yeah, and it's, you see at the top of the leaderboard, I kind of saw it. I was like, okay, it's only 12-point difference, but where's the breakdown coming from? It's literally 3 eliminations. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, Ritual, Cold, Peterbot, they have 57 to 54 eliminations, tied at 291 placement points overall. And Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, they have more placement. It's the eliminations that they're lacking just a little bit. And then in 4th place on that leaderboard, they're actually keeping up in eliminations. It's Muzz, it's Shadow, and Sphinx. It's just the consistency of the game that they're not able to make it through as often as some of the other teams at the top of the leaderboard. But with 4 games left, Monster, or I should say 3 after this one, that's more than enough time. You can see it almost anywhere. If it's the NBA Finals or the Super Bowl, that 2 minutes that is left on the clock feels like an eternity.
For Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, they might pull the upset that will send Booga, Threats, and Craze out of globals, right? Like, we were looking at things just moments ago, and it seems like it was their tournament to take to kind of start the day off, but couldn't be further from the truth. Meanwhile, the action unfolding here. Aoxy, Jojo, Fishy Pikes, they've learned their lesson coming out of the previous rounds here. They look to make quick work. They do just that here to kind of send us on our way.
The early fight from the Spire, even the Spire NPCs is dealing some damage onto these players that are kind of just tunneling around, just trying to get these eliminations. It does look like Blue is dropped by himself, but he evens up the tides with a knock onto Monty. So it's basically him versus Scuffy's in a 1v1. He misses that first shot. Now he's just down to his last one in the Outlaw, but he goes down to Scuffy.
Yo, was sind die?
Top left of the
Ganz
map.
am
Spire's
links.
making some noise, and you know who else lands here.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, you know, with missing those shots like that, you almost deserve to not
die nicht mitbekommen oder was?
there. Like Scuffy's team just managed to somehow
Ja, okay, aber diese Mini-Spires
big time, and you see Sphinx
geben mir
and
nicht
Shadow
den
just
fetten Loot.
lurking. They hear what's happening, but they didn't quite take the jump there. Missed opportunities. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual back to the brutal boxcar. Business as usual for them. It's almost now the bigger question is, what more can they do? They've already turned their sights on Acorn's team yesterday.
Mit dem klassischen Peterbot-Skin.
Almost chose peace to some degree, right? They didn't and haven't done anything out of the ordinary. They've in fact played very, very standard games. But Jacob, look at this. Look at this lurk.
Yeah, it might have been a missed opportunity to get the XP, take down the Spire yourself, but you gotta imagine after hearing the fight, knowing the Spire took some time to get taken down, now Shadow actually gets visual of where they're at, seeing Monty using that surf cube to fly across the land. This is where they're going to continue this chase, and I'm not sure when they're going to call it quits because they also need damage just like everybody else.
Yeah, they got to initiate this one quickly here, or they will lose plenty of time here. This team is just slowly opening the gap or the distance, and yeah, Cole bends behind that mountain, so he'll be out of sight and out of mind for a little bit here, and they might have really just missed their key opportunity. This could be the catalyst that sets them back. Oh yeah, they're really looking for this one now.
And I saw them kind of looking back in the minimap with the arrows, but I'm not sure with the line of sight that they actually spotted them out going on the chase. As Clix, Higgs, and rotated from Supernova Academy. They're trying to isolate Cooper on the north side. This has been their strategy all season long. They have it uncontested, or at least they thought so. No damage on Cooper just yet up until the tail end. Only about 30, so he reunites with Curly. Both trios converging back into one another, making sure they don't take too many early game risks. And this is what I'm talking about, the mental games that are going on with some of these teams. Everything that they practiced for up until this moment has changed for the most part. The way they're getting surged, the way they're able to push teams and getting eliminations, both of these teams for that matter.
Very methodical too. Clix continuously bringing, carrying along those extra heals from the fight too. So they're pretty much prepared for everything to happen here and unfold, possibly even go the distance in the storm. That was very interesting to say the least. Bryce Skittles Dash haven't quite caught a break here in the last 2 tournament days. I mean, even this one here, pretty tough. Only 4 points earned on the day. Some of which, just in this game, that single Elam.
Almost makes you wonder if it was this fight here that they were able to get that first knock. I only see 2, King and Void on the other side of this exchange. Not too many other players in the mini-map, maybe one far off to the east as Bryce takes a little bit more damage. No shield gonna be remaining. Just a little bit of his HP gone as well. Skittles just creates a path for him to return. They're going to heal up, feel a little safe, assess the situation. Is it worth fighting out this duo? And I do think it is, or at least for now. They haven't used too many materials, but the loot that they have lost in their loadout, you see a couple of empty slots. That's what they hope to gain out of this transaction.
Nice little shield crack right there. I was going to say, almost caught some toes there to King, but the builds come out. And honestly, 3v2, huge HP lead, should be wrapped up pretty quickly. Things are not going in Muzz and Shadow's favor, and this is what happens when you start to force the engagement, right? Almost a little too overextended, given that they were trailing behind that other team, and now Smiley, Chimp, and Salt here seem to come out ahead. This is bad, though. They were already off to, one might say, a really slow start, but then losing a teammate, right? So losing a damage there that they would have otherwise gained as well. Is just, this is just, yeah, bad for Muzz and Shadow's trio here.
Let's look at the other side of that coin, though. Clix Yamzo Higgs. They actually stole that Spire away from Reek, Cooper, and Curly, rotated back over Supernova Academy to catch one of them off guard. Gray is still there in the distance. They think somebody is going to be on high ground. You see the Superman sprite being used to laser out the builds, and I do think they might have gotten a knock. Yes, they do, on to Preston. 2 of the 3 members down. Higgs goes to clean it up. He takes an immense amount of damage. Yamzo as well, but Clix is able to save the day, get that elimination. That's the 3rd player of that trio. They're wiped and sent back to the lobby.
Couldn't have asked for a better time Siphon either. Right there to really just keep him alive for a moment. Clix Yamzo, they have so much ground to make up if they want to at least end this tournament with a good showing. You know, the win might be out of the question, but at the end of the day, those standings stay forever. We haven't seen them really be this off, you know, a tournament win all year. So there's going to be a time to kind of, you know, drop the ball and have a bad one. It's now, right? It's not before globals. So save the good stuff for globals.
I can kind of agree with that, especially since they have less pressure than most of the teams, especially coming into day 2. Not necessarily high up on the leaderboard, so they can kind of just play a little bit more calm, cool, collected, comfortable to what they practiced. As Kanata and Bolt's Rapid doing the same thing, game after game. They build up, they immediately look towards this side of the map. For Blake, Diego, and Oliver usually end up in a priority position on top of the mountain. Trading off Surge, back and forth. But Diego, Oliver, and Blake, they're the ones out of these 2 teams that kind of run into struggles just like this, with more and more teams from the south, from the western parts of the map that usually traverse over in their direction and end up third-partying or at least threatening their position.
There's not a hint of metal in Oliver OG's loadout right now. They don't have much heavy mats to work with. Not sure what all's happening here in this early game, but they seem to be off the pace for end game. Jigs trio not moving a cent here. They're like, nah, you guys can get going. We're gonna chill here for a second.
It's not going to be too hard for them to get on out. Oliver has to be careful trailing behind, but back on over here. They eventually had to go back for that reboot card. Muzz gets boxed up. He is in this form, but down onto Salt. He needs to siphon, but it doesn't come in time. Now Shadow's going to be left by himself. 20 HP, one tick zone. They beam right to those builds and take them down, and that has got to feel like a heartbreaker for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, because they are in second place when it comes to that global championship slot.
That elusive 28th positioning. Once again, they fall there. That's the second time today they fall in the early game here. And they're coming off the win. That win put them right back into the conversation. But you know what? If you're a VG Money Rise, if you're Booga Threats and Craze, you're clapping your hands, you're stomping your feet, you're sitting up straight, you know, you're feeling good about this right now. That's that immediate competition off the track now.
And this kind of almost goes into kind of, well, I think we were talking about it during group stages, to where you're in a position where Vive, G-Money, and Rise, it's almost good that you have that much experience, and especially a leader like Rise, because we talked about how sometimes when you're in that position where you really don't have to do much, don't have to make too much noise on the leaderboard, just play your game out like normal. Sometimes that does something in your mental. You change up the strategies and sometimes make a mistake. As Cole, Monty, Scuffies, they were the ones we saw rotate out of this direction. They're getting lurked on by Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. They get the 3-2-1, but luckily for them, they spotted them out at the last second. Not too much game-changing damage is going to be received, so they're going to have a chance to kind of defend this spot.
I'm going to say Rapid's going to initiate the misform to the top. No. End up giving it up. Little risk assessment there. You know, sometimes you got to know when to pick and choose your battles, and with Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts so positioned right now to actually win the tournament here, I don't blame them for backing off here.
Especially when the zone is going in that direction. I agree with you there. It's too much risk, not enough reward if they did want to take a fight just like that. Read about Golden Ritual. Kind of going back into the storm. Floating around Utopia City. They're just trying to rotate. As the zone pushed everybody from the western side of the map in, they know that's going to be the congested, the stack side overall. So they're just sacrificing some HP, sacrificing some of this damage and time overall, so that way they can get a slower rotation in where it's not as congested as every other side. But that looked like a far pull, so it might be a little bit more congested than they first hoped.
Going back to the drop map, I'm trying to see. This is a really interesting rotate for them to go all the way eastern and play the outskirts. It's almost as if, I don't know, they're trying to like get onto someone's side of the map. Is it the right call? Is it not? We'll just have to find out who they end up crashing with here soon.
I'm wondering right now, like, I got Bubble Shield coming out of Acorn right now. I know he's probably one of the best IGLs that thinks in and outside of that box, but Bubble Shields with no mobility, but he picks up the Surf Cube. Just making sure to stay safe. Bubble Shields alleviating some of the pressure. Tuning to Scare, just getting tagged up a lot by Curve, just basically have him drowned out. He tries to misform away, but it's just seconds too late. Tyler's there, cleans up that second down onto Magma. 2 of the 3 players of that trio are down. Cosser's trying to run away. It looks like they each had their fun.
No highlight for them there. Pick up some points. Visual Braids and a Minish, though. Team that's very much in the conversation right now. 385 coming into the game. 122 on the day. No simple task from them. You know, earning some points here. Definitely putting up a few elims.
Was ist auf diesem Waffen drauf? Welche Knöpfe?
Kind of get that priority position here. They haven't had to move too much all game long. They kind of concede that island to Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. It's not worth the risk fighting against one of the best teams in the lobby. Especially when they can get mountain ranges elsewhere. Pretty quick to rotate it out of Utopia City, kind of realize the zone was going further and further away. They can't necessarily have the same triangular formation that they do in most of the games when the zone pulls towards the center of the map.
Booga ist ja
But you gotta trust in Booga. Threats praise. They're very
Alter.
quick. They're calculated about where
Was mir
and
am
why they
Bruder
rotate
sympathisch
out.
auch
They
im
immediately build one of those towers that they
die
have
Sache
over
tut,
towards Utopia, extending the
alles
distance to make sure they have covered as much of
liebt
the range
und
distance as possible.
nicht
Back to the floodgate. Takes Clix and Yamzo go.
Geld oder so irgendwas, ja.
They're kind of right in
Jetzt
between,
nicht
somewhat of a deadly triangle, right? You have
sehr
the
schon
A-Force
nach
team up top, you
Earlings und
saw
so.
Peter's team not really too
Aber ja.
far off, kind of playing this outside eastern rotate too. You have to wonder, this is definitely the right call right now to start repositioning back into the zone here.
Last time I remember taking the rotation yesterday, they found an
Es gibt
elimination
Leute,
on
wenn
that
sie Geld
team
kriegen,
using
dann
the
werden
zip
sie
line.
noch
Luckily for
greedy.
them, nobody floating around. They get over the Foxy Bridge underneath the island. This is where they're kind of hoping it kind of pulls in their favor, but you see it goes a little bit more towards the south, kind of forcing Agers, Acorn, and Pollo off of the island in the direction of those mountain ranges between G Money, Rise, and Aviv. They haven't had too far of rotation so far in this game, landing over towards Outpost. They did get that one elimination. The only question mark I have for a team like this is what is their Storm Surge like overall?
Strategy yesterday was to just play slow and steady. They were one of the few teams that I think were doing, just fine, kind of exchanging with rifles, not necessarily jumping onto players. But look at the feed. Agers finds Clix with a quick knock. We already saw that was far north there. We knew that Agers team was obviously securing that island there. It's that top-down vertical view Clix picked up. Back in the game here.
Ooh, wow. I was waiting for it to update. I thought it was going to kind of fly upward, but 146 below the damage threshold. Another game where they're not able to find their footing in terms of being able to accumulate that damage. And then you include the fact that this game, unlike some of the others, is pulling far towards the south. So they're not even really able to get a track on some of these teams that are trying to beat them on the rotation. Up above, they have to watch out. Across the water, they have to be wary of another team, even on the mountain ranges. Luckily for them, they're literally a hop, skip, and a throw away from the zone where they can easily find their spot in with just one dash.
Yeah, they've used a lot of dashes, though. They've just continued to kind of replenish it on the way. So that's just showing you how dangerous of a spot they found themselves in. Not even just being below the surge, but just almost out of pocket, out of position. Making Pollo Ragers much more comfortable than their counters. Look at this. They just can't catch a break. Cold Ritual and Peterbot back and forth, almost like a tug of war when it comes down to their positioning in the lobby. Almost sent right back crawling, but they managed to kind of recover here and situate themselves back into it. But I thought for a moment there we would have seen an early knock.
Uh-oh. You see why they're crashing right now. They're below the damage threshold. They went after the first team they saw. Coincidentally enough, that's Kanata Rapid and Bolts. And it's active surge, 25 damage every 7 seconds. You almost got to pop double minis just to give yourself a chance at 50 shield. You see huge chunks of HP missing out of Clix and Yamzo as well. Higgs is the only one with HP intact. He's trying to pop those bigs, but they have not gone ahead and stepped any bit closer to getting damage on a Kanata.
Look at them, Kanata's team kind of waiting for the opportunity to fight back. Higgs jumps out. He breaks off to look for a new opportunity here. And this is just not good at all. 46 below. Couldn't catch a break, and their team fall once again, just a little bit early.
Really unfortunate. But right before that, Lee Cooper and Curly, they found a team just sneaking around. It's just kind of one of those wonders to where when you're below surge, you have less and less control over your game plan. You're almost forced to fight teams no matter who they are on the other side, no matter what position they're in. And on the other side, Cooper, Reed, and Curly, they're able to sit back, relax, kind of let that team hit that brick wall, fire shots, trade through, and another team's looking like they're hitting that same speed bump.
The holder here while Reed kind of recoups here. Only 184 above, though. They will have to fight here. Another team jumps in from behind them. It's a full team hop. And Cooper forced to misform. Luckily, they do have control of all these builds here. He'll escape for a second. Somehow Curly buys a little bit of time and not long enough here. All up to Cooper right now. Can he at least get one of these trades? No. They secure the loot, back off. This is bad.
Jetzt als Solo.
Yeah, that was the quick stat curse. I'm gonna call that one the quick stat curse. They were just talking about Cooper, Reed, and Curly. 3 back-to-back second places in a row. The first time ever at NAC finals. A blink of an eye, it goes away. Reed and Curly just get down, knocked out of the competition for this game, leaving all the pressure onto Cooper. And there's not even very many placement points and points overall dished out through these teams in this game, so they have a mountain to climb if they want to continue to keep their position in the top 10 intact.
Stats guys, like, let me show you why it's not 4 back-to-back-to-backs. Oh man, it do be like that. Look at this, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual positioned above Kanata's trio. Okay, anything can happen here and now. Here comes that lobby focus. This is what we saw before.
Yeah, I feel bad for any team that's like in the backside of the zone. Especially, you see how stacked it is on the southern edge. Kanata finds the opening onto Cyclops. His teammates might be there, but I'm not sure the chances of getting that one, as Bolts does get the cleanup. Even Cold getting it down onto Fleeks. They go in for the loot. They're having to use their misforms. Rapid from one side, Bolts from another. They had to take 2 different approaches, try to get anything. I'm not sure what they were able to grab, because I know Aviv's team also moved into the mix to try to steal away what wasn't theirs. Sometimes it might be worth the risk. HQ sneaking around, gets that first shot onto Rapid. Oh my, Rapid, well-placed shot to fire back, gets the elimination. That was one of those scares right there.
You just don't know what's waiting for you on the other side of the wall. That's crazy. You know what? For a moment there, Kanata's trio was almost flirting with not enough damage on the surge numbers there, but they put up the damage. You find that elim, and you know what? They buy themselves a little bit of time, but that overall was a very close one here for Game 9. Remember, folks, after this, there's just 3 more games ahead of us, then we're going to crown a champion. Kanata's team is in the race right now. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv not too far off, depending on how big of a game they can make here. We are inside the top 15. Peterbot's going to fall here. Cold is going to find one, but they are going to get the pickup just in time. But the laser comes through, and it's Kanata's trio from the low ground looking upwards as well. But they were distracted, and then they get eliminated instead.
Just a wild series of events from game to game to game. This
Ja, wenn man diesen Skin anhat, dann weiß man direkt, dass es Peterbot und so sind.
Here comes that kind of crash play right before it happened. This is what happened with Peterbot going down. It was Aaron on the other side. He got the down onto Peterbot. Luckily though, Ritual and Cold in the same box, hip to hip. They're able to save the day. Haven't tuned in with them in a while, but second place team coming into this game, Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo. It looks like for now, they're going to be the teams that are inching closer and closer towards that high ground. It's really dependent on where this next zone pulls.
This is perfect. Pollo, Aegis, Acorn, it's like they're playing a completely different game. Oh, we tune in with them? Silence, comfortability, high ground, medallions, loot. Like, it's just so different of a situation when you put yourself in the key positions to succeed. You really do see a night and day difference. You almost feel it in the ambience and the atmosphere. But here's something else. Once again, a fact. Bolts and Rapid are standing. And it's just a matter of time of whether or not they can go the distance here. One of the few that can be the champions here come the end of this. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual well above the damage threshold, so this is just all about consistency and end game placements now. But Peterbot fighting his way through the make round, we know what that means. He's here to hunt. Cold dashed into that box too. They were ready to commit.
Peterbot just yoinks him in with the exotic outlaw, making sure that they're able to grab the body. That's why you see sometimes he just sits in some of those boxes, not necessarily to get all the damage in one shot, but just to pull them closer and closer. That way Ritual and Cold can try to clean this one up. 19 above the damage threshold. You talked about Bolts and Rapid being a duo. They're almost, I think, 31 points out of first place to start this game, and it's because of opportunities like this. When one of them goes down, they never call it quits. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv talk about trying to get to the global championship to start this game. They were in 3rd place on the global championship leaderboard qualification outside of Mud, Shadow, and Sphinx, but them going down early have definitely turned the tables. Placement points are coming in. I think they might have stolen that spot back.
hate to say it, but someone's got to stop Aegis, Pollo, and Acorn. If you don't, I mean, it's literally their show right now. Ritual is going to fall here to their exact hands. The pressure coming up from top down is just too much to handle. And Peterbot forced into the ultimate low. Now literally burning through his builds here, and they just aren't comfortable enough here. What was looking like a lead being built is just getting
Acorn, die sind auf Hide wieder. Die spielen nur Hide.
Where Aegis is focusing this entire time, right on the cold, right on the Peterbot. He's looking like they were trying to get aggressive, but that got cut short, burning through the materials. Now with an open opportunity, Scuffies is going to be the
Einfach reinsprayen mit der Spire, die 50 Mund hat.
He has some time here into the zone, but that also makes him a target. That green mist, it's like a beacon from a lighthouse. Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo continue to put that pressure down from above.
Look at the tracking too. Cold finding Elans as well as players are dashing and misting all around him. Him and Peterbot doing it best here. And look, taking lead now, opening up the tarps here. G-Money and Aviv though have to play this one out just by themselves as well. And he's inside the storm. Finds a little relief though from the med mist. There's a player there waiting. He doesn't even have time to fight back. There's just pressure happening. And look at the moves. How bad do you want it? He's showing us he's here to play. King and Phaser now continuing to pop off here today as well. Doing an excellent job into the box to support King now. But Cold is finding all the tags, and another one presents himself. There's the knock. And you wouldn't even tell he's in the storm because the siphon is feeding him.
I don't think he got the last few of those knocks, though. That means he's on the clock, has to make his way in. He did so much damage. He took down so many teams. Everybody else in this game, Monster, is a solo. I know what you're thinking. They already have 3 wins so far.
Naja, also außer Pollo und so.
Definitely within their grasp, and they're dropping down to take it. Aegis, Pollo, they know what position they're in. Ozone taking damage. He goes down to Cold. 2 solos left on that low ground, and Curve is next on that list.
Cold is just going. At this point, he's like, yeah, you guys might win the game, but I'm here to win the war. He's going at it, finding points. Finally, now he gets taken out in 3rd place. Pollo, Aegis, and Acorn are on a run of a century. Curve may have gone to the top, but it's only a matter of time.
Ist das wieder back-to-back?
Just shy of a 10 elimination game. They do it
Nee,
once
nicht
again.
back-to-back, aber
That was absolutely perfectly played at the end of the day. You said it, 9 eliminations, the win, 101 points out of that game, and dropping down Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual outside of the top 2, denying as many points as they can. That's the only way they can control the game, but throughout that end game,
ja, S-Rank ist schon gesichert, wenn man den Boss gefüllt besiegt. A-Rank zumindest.
From inside of the zone to the outside, he did not give up on trying to take down that team.
Yeah, right there. This is the catalyst where it all kicked off. And, you know, it just really shows you that Aegis, Pollo, and Acorn sticking to their original strategy at the Demon's Domain is just paying off in dividends. I mean, clearly, it's just preparation meets the best skill, right? Like this lobby has to offer, and their strat is so consistent. And for them to win another game, that's just insane. You don't see that on NA very often.
Yeah, 4 game wins so far for the team. You have to imagine with 101 points throughout that game, they have to be in 1st place, but I only trust Zeke to let us know.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass out. It's fine. I hold on one moment. All right, I'm good. All right. Oh my gosh. So I think the record we've seen in a Grands is like 6 BRs, right? Yeah. We are reaching critical mass here from Pollo, Acorn, and Aegis. Guys, it's crazy that like whenever they go on to win these games from high ground, it always looks like the exact same way. They just have control. They have so many mats. They've taken literally everything at their disposal, and they've like min-maxed the efficiency, the usage of what they have, the builds, the heals, the ammo, the locations. It doesn't matter where zone's pulling. They are ready to strike at the perfect time. Oh my gosh, Kelly, we have to see 2 more wins from them, right? If we get 2 more wins, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
We do need 2 more wins, although I do want to correct myself. I agreed with you there. And actually, Coyote today got 8 victory royales over the 2-day span for Asia. So I do think that they hold the record for the most victory royales in a major finals. But Pollo, Agers, and Acorn are definitely doing their best to be able to get up to that number. They're not going to be able to get 8, but they could potentially get close enough. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn, we've seen them do this time and time again, being able to control the high ground so easily so that it almost looks like there's just a solo player on the high ground, whereas Agers and Pollo are down below getting those eliminations, because that's where they've fallen just a little bit short of Peterbot's trio from day one. They may have the placements, but they need those elims, and that's exactly what they brought.
I swear, though, their wins, it seems like they're getting assists from like all of these mountains. I feel like Zeke was right? It kind of feels like deja vu. Every single time we see one of these wins, there's like one of these snowy mountains next to them that they do such a good job of utilizing and making sure that they're obviously well established off of that natural terrain over there. But yeah, it's just rinse and repeat every single time. I mean, Acorn's just kind of holding it down up there, making sure they make the right rotations. He's like, guys, give me all of your heals. And Agers and Pollo just go crazy.
Guys.
What?
You have to see these standings. You have to see these standings.
Oh, we're gonna do it now.
We're gonna do it now.
Oh.
Difference.
Yo.
That is.
We're gonna go to break. When we come back, we'll talk about it.
Ja, jetzt haben sie es da vor dem Ding gemacht. Ja, es ist aufgeflogen, Mann.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going right to the standings, okay? If you missed it, I don't know how we keep doing this, but after that last game, okay, the Pollo won.
Yo, that's so crazy.
We are still 1 point difference. We started the
Clix
day
system
and we
struggling,
thought,
so.
Pollo, They're 100 points behind Peterbot. You know, is the Pollo versus Peterbot dream alive? And yes, it's very much alive because they started the game with a VR, they closed the distance, and now we're just going back and forth, guys. I cannot believe it. And to think all of this happened because you think, oh yeah, Pollo's far ahead. No. In that last game, Cold has to solo clutch his game. 3rd place, 10 elims as a trio. And that's what's keeping them alive right now.
We got a little taste of it yesterday. Game number 3, Cold solo clutched once again, and just time and time he is able to do it. Honestly, Peterbot and Cold are able to bring out these incredible solo clutches, and that's why even without a single victory royale compared to the 4 that Acorn's trio has, they are just 1 point behind them. It does not matter if this is a trio competition. You can make it a duo, you can make it a solo competition, and these players are able to hold themselves up the leaderboard through eliminations, through sheer will force. They're able to do it so many times.
I mean, we're just getting spoiled at this point. This is crazy. I don't even know what to say half of the time. It just, how are these trios kind of doing this? I mean, we're seeing solo clutches across the board today, but to be the one to go ahead and keep your team alive, right? As you can see right there, Peterbot just went down in 10th place. Cold is left alive as a solo from 10th place and ends up clutching up that 3rd place spot. Absolutely incredible. So I mean, that's such a long time to live as a solo. It's crazy that he's kind of able to do that. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I mean, it kind of feels like we should just be wrapping up the day right now, but we still got 3 more games. Like, how is that possible?
Oh man, I don't even know. This fight at the top is so insane, but you cannot forget they've already qualified to the global championship. If we turn our attention back to the standings, we're looking at a top 4 finish. We saw the last game Muzz was in that top 4, but because of this last game, they placed 28th with no elims. They get eliminated, and then Aviv, G Money, Rise, they jump in, they swap places. This is literally going to come down to a wire in top 4. And that's before any other trio who's already qualified decides to make a play for some of those higher end spots. Guys, what is going on? This is so close everywhere.
NA wanted to make sure that you were ready and anticipating the global championships. They wanted to put on a show for everyone to keep those hype levels up, and that is exactly what NAC is doing, especially when you are within consideration of Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts. Currently sitting in 3rd place with 525 points. It is almost but confirmed that they will be making their way to the global championships. But like you said, Zeke, with 3 more games to go, so much can still change. But what we know is not going to be changing is Bolt's and Rapid's ability to be able to make it to the end game every single time.
I tell you what though, right? They kind of maintained that streak of getting top 8 right there. There was a little bit of a slip up, placing 11th place right there. But you know, I'm gonna be a little greedy today, right? We got a 1 point difference between Peterbot and Acorn. You know what? I want Kanata in the mix now. I want him to win this next game, and I want it to be even closer at the top. Not between 2 teams, but between 3.
Bro, just think, right? If we get a game where Pollo and Peterbot are eliminated and Kanata does win, it's yeah, that's it. Like,
yeah,
yes, I'm changing the script right now. Casters, get ready. Save me. I have to change the script. I'll be right back.
Well, the script might be changing here, folks, because Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts are one of those teams that are also vying for a global championship spot. One more good game. They are so far ahead, away from that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place team.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you look at the standings, it's not even like they had a bad game. They still had an 11th place with several eliminations. It's just that Cold played incredible. Let's see what's going to happen here, though, for game number 10. Major 3 finals, game 10 is here. This is the back half of the end of the tournament, Jacob. And, you know, I just want to once again highlight how exceptional that clutch by Cold was, because we couldn't have a 1 point competition if it wasn't for how well he managed to play in the end there. And, you know, it's just the story's writing itself, right?
Yeah, and I feel like everybody that's in contention has had their solo moments. Agers on the first place team. We just saw Cold. We were talking about Rapid. There's so much on the line here because even the prize pool first to second place is almost $100,000 difference. So there's just so much on the line, which includes those global championship spots, which kind of leads me to kind of start the conversation of, you always talk about first place landing on second place or vice versa. Now imagine the lead is so far ahead from Booga and the next best team underneath. Maybe they start to control their own destiny.
That's exactly what I was thinking. When are these other teams gonna just go out there and take note of what the best of the best are doing? I mean, very clearly, you know, Fortnite's almost evolving. It's becoming the norm that you can just go ahead and do things like that. Not only is it interesting for us, the spectators, but it is best interest for you, the player, too. So yeah, Booga Threats and Craze really want it. I mean, it might just make sense. Hey, Aviv G Money, you gotta go. Rapid Kanata Bolts, you know what? You gotta go, right? Like, someone's gotta stop these other teams, too, if you want to make it to globals. That's the most prestigious thing that's on the line here, besides, of course, the trophy.
3 more games to get that job done, Monster. It sounds like a lot, but it truly really isn't. Just 3 different opportunities. You can't make too many mistakes. Eliminations are a must, as Neko. Liam and Zavi over at the first order. They do have 2 eliminations so far, so they're not able to take down the full trio. Somebody around here might be floating around trying to get those reboot cards, but at least for them, they were not only able to get the 8 points for the eliminations, push that team out, and give themselves a chance here to start to loot up and play out the full game and not waste any time.
Qualt spent a lot of time fighting his team the last game, just kind of lurking about. Seems like he might be looking to set things up very similarly, but Power Blue's onto this time, not playing that Water's Edge, sticking hip to hip a little bit more closely, given how quickly they were sent back to the lobby last game.
I see him though. Yep, I would say I see him there. I saw the 3 different arrows. Acorn, your green does not blend in well enough. Luckily for them though, he disengages on out. Tries to go ahead and play with the rest of the team. He probably just doesn't see them out there, doesn't like what he has, but Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, again, back-to-back games, looking to get aggressive, but it's Peterbot! It's Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo versus Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They took the fight on over to Brutal Boxcars, and they reached that quickly because of the railing.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out why. What's going on here? Where's the personal vendetta in this one? You're probably thinking like, hey, you remember that Major 2 finals thing that happened? Yeah, let's go talk about that. Come meet me at the Boxcars. And they're just here to mess around, putting some tags down. Nothing really turned out from it just yet. I doubt they stick around much longer.
I want to say that, but at the same time, this FNCS has me in a loop trying to predict what's going to happen, what are on some of these teams' mind, and another one right there. Clix is just dropping down, closing the distance, but this is where it gets a little dicey and even a little risky for Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs if they want to continue to push this. Inside of those buildings, there's so many twists, turns, places that you can hide, that it is a little bit of a risk to continue to fight it in, but it does look like that's the only thing on their mind right now.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? That whole tweet about Peterbot's gonna fight everyone who wants the Spire. Well, guess what? We want the Spire. We're not good with just top 10. Clix and team want to fight for more. You gotta respect him for trying to do so. Here it is. Clix goes in, but Peterbot is smart and sharp. A big tag there is gonna put Clix on the back foot. Now it's Peterbot's world.
This was a huge part of Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs' game plan up until Peterbot decided to land over here. They fought for the Spire. They pushed teams out. And now the tables have turned coming into this major, and they're trying to stick back to what works. That's just fighting for the Brutal Boxcars while taking their loot.
Bro, man merkt schon den Fokus. Und da, nur vom Zuschauer.
He does it again. Down goes the Yamzo from one side to the next, keeping everybody on their toes, and he continues to deal a huge amount of damage. Yamzo is going to be the next one hurt. Clix is now by himself as a solo. 3 mean dogs staring him out, and they're ready to take a bite out of him, but he's fighting back. First shot's going to land, but it's not going to be enough. You got to give him an A for the attempt, but you got to give Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot an S+.
I can hear Faxity now yelling King Peterbot and all the other kind words. You know what it is and what time it is. Peterbot Ritual and Cold are here to play, and you know what? That's 12 more points for them as well. You can scratch that 1-point lead. It is what it is, and that's a crazy fight. And you know what? You have to, again, respect Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo. They need to do something more, because what's happening up north against Reet, Cooper, Curly, that isn't working either, right? So to mix things up, you know what? It is very entertaining, to say the least.
That's literally putting it lightly, too, as HQ Leaks just trying to survive. Their duo here rotating around this side of the map. They kind of led over towards the left, the snow biome over on the same southern pool. And you can see why there's not a lot of loot down there, especially since the team is on top of the mountain. But HQ is fighting for his life. Only one build left on the both of them, because Leaks is in the same spot. But he lands a good shot on the blue, dashes out. He's trying to create distance while his teammate Cube is able to actually get the knock. Not able to clean it up, though. That's going to be the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, got to get those finishes, but this team does live to see another day. Just overall having a pretty tough tournament day, though. See those points not necessarily in their favor.
Yeah, I like this right there. He was able to get the down and just... Unfortunate enough, he knew they were right behind him. Low HP, not able to clean it up. Has to use the misform to disengage, but I do like the scrappy attempt to try to survive a fight like that, which they are going to. Shadow, or I should say Curve, Tyler, and Josh trying to fight on the southern end of Canyons Crossing on top of that mountain range. And this is where it gets a little dicey, because if you haven't prepared for this fight, you are going to burn through a lot of your materials very quickly.
They're just cranking up right now, but look at this little side angle here from Curve. Oliver OG doesn't even look to claim it. It just gets down with his team, but they have control of these builds. I'm not sure what all is going down here, but Oliver OG and Blake are losing the plot right now for sure. These are not their builds. How do you end up in all of this just territory of your opponents on a single layer? But it seems like they kind of re-control things for a second there. Oliver OG fighting back now, forcing Tyler, Curve, and Josh to regroup. This is right at the edge of the Canyons Crossing, so there's going to be no one here to bail them out.
Come on.
There's going to be a third team. I wonder if anybody even saw them kind of lurk in, because I know they're crouched down in the distance, trying to sneak up, trying to figure out where that opening to the cover is at. They're striking now, and they get good damage onto Josh. Tyler was already weak, so if they continue to push in, that will be the opening that they're looking for. But you hear the misform come out. They're just going to disengage on out. Blake and Diego also creating a little bit of distance so they don't get pushed out of here. But overall, the full trios up on top are going to be safe, and Curve and his trio down below are going to create some distance.
Just watching it all go down. Oliver OG, Diego, Blake pushing to try to finish up what they started here. Those fresh builds, that's all the
Ja, ohne Light, also da kann man, glaube ich, echt drauf laufen, aber niemand benutzt es, weil, ja, warum? Man kann Double Manten, Double Tappen.
No mobility though. Kind of the give and take you kind of have landing on this side of the map. Not as many access to some of those dash sprites. If you don't get a cape, it's almost good luck to you. As Blake and them continue to go around the outside of this map. They kind of funnel themselves downward towards Canyons Crossing, and they have one team behind them they were originally facing. There's another team, a fourth overall team on the other side of Canyons Crossing, spraying into this direction. Just make it hard for either one of these two teams down below to build confidence in this fight.
Still looking though, Josh, Tyler, Curve, not here to give up just yet. Seem to have kind of regrouped, but look, no material, Jacob.
So there, well, guess what? There was 4 teams. Well, let me introduce you to team number 5 on the eastern side of the mountain, and team number 6 to the southern side of the mountain. Might as well just converge on this location, which surprises me, because you see the zone pulling all the way towards the north. You'd think players want to be proactive to try to get there, but nah. They need damage. They need eliminations. They're trying to close the gap. Oliver OG is going to be the first one dropped. Curve is going to get credit for that one, but in the blink of an eye, he gets taken down as well. Diego and Blake are forced to fight right back.
Not gonna lie, you know, just moments ago I was like, yeah, no one's gonna come down to the Canyons Crossing. Who's gonna bail you out? And then everyone shows up. I just can't wrap my head around this. The zone's not even near this area, but somehow this has become the attraction point for team after team, and this couldn't be going down in a worse area because they all get to look down on you and put that pressure in. But hey, Diego, Oliver, OG come out on top. They still catch a couple elims. So it will work in their favor nonetheless.
And I think because of those two teams, basically one team winning out, the dust settling, the zone pulling towards the north, you're essentially forcing them to go their separate ways, especially it being this early in the game. Haven't really been able to get your loot, your resources, and everything that you need. The island this time around pulling on over to this side of the map. Kind of makes me question why King, FaZe, or PHN weren't the ones to go for it. So they kind of concede it to a whole nother team on the other side, but they're still making their way over in that direction. I think the way this game has been played out with Peterbot sneaking on over to Lone Wolf, Clix lurking on over to Lone Wolf, they kind of are just having that double take. Maybe in the back of their mind, they're just worried about teams just hiding anywhere at all.
Yeah, just kind of living in the memory of the game before. You get caught off like that, definitely will do something to you. Booga's not see visuals right there? Oh, I was going to say, okay, he's behind the mountain. But of course, that visual nameplate, I'm like, wait, was he at the tree and just glanced at him?
Ooh, I like a story here. Craze has the chance to qualify his first FNCS LAN. I'm here with it, along with one of the greats, Booga, Threats, and him, longtime teammates. They have the chemistry, and that's why Kelly kind of broke it down perfectly. They were kind of missing something as a part of their team. They pick up Craze, and it's just new life, new resurgence. Trust in Booga, the IGL. Threats, you know he can get all the damage in the world. And Craze is kind of that clutch player, the fragger that just gets him out of some tight spots like they did to close out Game 1 yesterday, or Game 6.
So it definitely will be a nice little storybook finish to his year's end. Can you get that first LAN in the books? Almost set up the next generation for the new year to come. That will be a big deal for Craze. And Curly underneath the island right now. Plenty of teams kind of in the vicinity, but we're just going to keep a low profile, get the recharges going as they need.
Vielleicht dann.
I'm actually surprised that Shrine is even still accessible.
Der Schuss aus
The team down below just went straight up top, kind of gave it up, left it for free. They prioritized the medallion, but that's some superhero upgrade. That's some loot that pops out of there. And then replenishing the dashes if you used any. With the zone pulled towards the north, so instead of Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts going on the hunt for their surge on each side of the map, just kind of based up perfectly the island north of Crime City. You can kind of see the near edge of the zone there on the bottom right-hand corner, so it is pulling not only towards the north, but to the northwest overall.
Yeah, you see how prepared they are. Like, just as Kanata was kind of making his ascent up that base there, I mean, so many minis, heals. Look at the base of the mountain, just everything you can really need, of course, to go for trades, go for tags, kick things off here. Agers, Pollo, Acorn trying to make a move right now for better positioning. They're going to be in the crossfire of Kanata.
Not too bad. Going into this game, though, I want to point out Agers, Acorn, Pollo in the lead by
Clix passiert,
one, but due to that Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot fight on a Clixiamzo and Higgs, they scored 12 points. So now the lead shifts back on over to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual in motion by 11. I'm not going to be able to keep score all game long, especially as we end towards the end game, but it just goes to show how back and forth it has been, not just yesterday, today, but each and every game and each and every minute that passes throughout those games. And Aviv, Rise, and G-Money, they're feeling that same pressure. Very, very different than their counterparts at the top of the leaderboard, but they're in 4th place. 454 points so far going into this game, and they have a little bit of a cushion. About a 41-point lead over Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, who are directly on their heels.
I just feel like the difference for Acorn's team has been really their ability to execute high ground. They have just gotten it, held it. They've done it at the perfect amount of distance between themselves and the other layers. Like, they're making it look very, very straightforward. I mean, we tuned in last game, and like I said, there was almost an eerie silence and ambience because they were on the dead side of the rotation there and with a little bit of elevation, and no one, not a single team was able to give them a little bit of resistance there. So just their execution and their ability so far to play for height has been so excellent.
Uh-oh. Wow. Kind of essentially one pumps him, takes him down. Another elimination, 4 more points. So depending on the eliminations, Acorn's team, 15-point lead, continuing to grow. This is where they do that trick, use the dash, use the launch pad, immediately making their way on over towards that island. And even though it's not up now, you know as well as I do, there's that little circle that knows, like, hey, he's in this vicinity. That's, I think, what they're looking for here.
For something. Little light at the end of the tunnel. Peterbot Ritual Coldo setting up right now. Let's see what's going on here with Aoxie. You've got a minute to breathe some visuals, possibly in sight here. Ooh, below the search threshold though, Jacob, at the Crime City.
Yeah, I feel like those... Obviously, the 3 eliminations matter, but they don't matter as much as eliminations through the mid-game, because that's off spawn. That's only 300 damage. It gives you enough flexibility to rotate through some of these early zones, but when we get towards 5th, 6th, 7th zone and on, you can see that the inability to be proactive to get surge kind of hinders your game plan, takes a little bit less control away from the teams. 152 below, and it's falling further and further because now they have to continue to rotate in towards the northwestern side of the map to where, yes, they're going to get closer to some of these teams, but they're going to be on the heel of these teams where they have a little bit of advantage.
Ja, die sind eingezwängt am Zonenrand.
Yeah, they have proven, Aoxie, Jojo Pikes, that they could be a great endgame team if they could just make it there. We'll see how far they can push it
Wird dann beim Rotate vielleicht ein Problem sein.
They have a lot of work to make up for. This is
Ja, nee, eigentlich nicht gerade die Zone.
like we said, you gotta get to endgame first though.
Sie müssen es ja nicht weit weg.
Counter-attack there.
Ich weiß, ich habe wieder Orte gewechselt haben.
Boatload of damage, but look at the material refresh for them. This is really good too, thinking about these mountains that might come into play right now, so kind of perfect actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the lobby is hoping it continues to pull west for entertainment purposes. Maybe we go north towards this mountain. Maybe we go towards the east, change the elevation, but active surge. I was thinking I heard something there with the shields being cracked. When I saw Storm Surge active, I was right to think Aoxie is kind of suffering below the damage threshold, trying to make his way in, and instantly gets deleted. Just a tough situation to be in, but for Vigil's Braids at a Diminish, they get another couple of points for that elimination to keep themselves in stride.
What do you think about this positioning right now? It's on the outskirts, leading with the rotate, the first to kind of actually follow the half in, half out away from the congested spots. I think this is just what they're doing differently to everyone else that is giving them a night and day end game performance. And it's just like right in front of you. You would have thought that you could have studied that coming out of day 1, but maybe you just couldn't because the lack of games. It's kind of crazy to think that they were taken out in 2 out of their 6 runs yesterday, and they still have more victory royales in the entire lobby and even fathom acquiring in a single tournament. This is just incredible stuff. But look at this highlight here as far as replays for Peterbot getting knocked away.
That's revenge. Zabi took down Peterbot. Peterbot took down Neko, rotating through Lone Wolf, and now Cooper is going to be stuck by himself. He's above the damage threshold. They're being pressured by multiple teams, forced towards the outside. 5-tick zone, but he's starting his med kit. But the audio visual skills spots him out and forces him to cancel before eventually goes down to dash. The team keeping those points in-house, making sure nobody is able to steal those away. And that's a great pick me up. Maybe a confidence boost defense. You're able to take down Cole, you're able to take down Ritual, get eliminations. They have 6 so far. It might be the second half of the day, but I talked about the life-changing amount of money that is up the leaderboard, and higher you go, the more you get.
Yeah, by far the best game for them so far as performances go. Still see a little glimpse of Muzz's team still alive. Sineto's trio under Surge, but Features, Acorn, just again, they have this high ground, they have the positioning set up, they're the first to start playing for that little bit of height here, and they're going to be the last to rotate once again and just build right on top of the next group of players. This might lead them to another victory. I mean, you're watching it potentially just roll out right before you.
You guys kind of saw that stat for a second. This team right here is 1 win away from tying a record that was set by Pollo himself along with Peterbot. 5 wins in NAC through the FNCS Grand Finals. Pollo, I think, what is doesn't say he necessarily plays with a chip on his shoulder, but in essence, maybe. All the shine going on over to Peterbot during their incredible and historic run through last year, and he has proven like, hey, I did that too. I was a big part of that team that found that success, and I can do it with you, or I can do it without you.
Look at this though, Ritual by himself. This is his opportunity. It's his time now to see how far can he push his team ahead. I mean, we saw Cole do, we saw Peterbot do it countless times before in previous tournaments, and Ritual has had his day in the sun, but right now in here, if they want to maintain their competitive edge for the back half of the tournament, it's about clutching up. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid are doing just that too. These is big opportunities now to find some points. They absolutely need them. They want to be in contention for the Grand Championship here. Nicely done there. Great refresh, but no heavy mats being yielded out. I mean, at least Bolts is still cap, so not bad at all. The zone's going south. He got a long ways to go here.
Yeah, Ritual being by himself. This is looking like a perfect scenario for a team like Kanata and them if they want to continue to rise up the leaderboard, close the gap that we were talking about in between games. But it's really all to Ritual. Pollo, Agers, Acorn looking like they're staying alive, but they're high ground kind of stolen away, but it's only for now. 8 zone, very, very early for anybody kind of cemented as their own. Ritual somehow, some way found that elimination, staying above the damage threshold. That's the most important thing here as a solo.
Let's go, King. Let's see what he got. Ritual still holding on. That's definitely exciting. Booga, Craze, and Threats. How badly do they want it? They are still in this end game right now. This is surely a chip on Muzz's shoulder. Ritual looking back inside the storm. Might actually find another set of eliminations here. That's some wood builds right there. They're gonna have to break through. He finds one. That's a huge knock there. And don't forget the other one's extremely weak. And players on the sides, though, he jumps into the storm. The greed kicking in right now, but he knows that he's got the mist form. He's got nothing to worry about. The siphon to keep him up as well.
That's 4 more points. That's 4 more points, keeping this one close between them two. We saw Peterbot clutches. We saw Cold clutches. And now we're seeing an opportunity here at a Ritual clutch as well. Oh, well, I'm not saying I cursed him, but he just went down in the feed to Batman Joe. Visual's braids and a Minish. They do have the high ground. Visual sacrificing the HP to make sure they have a cemented position in the sky through and through, but they look to the backside of zone. That's Acorn, Agers, and Pollo. A huge threat to any team in this lobby.
I looked away, I looked back. How did diminish Visuals and Braids get high ground? I mean, that'll be a story for a different day, but game 10 might finally yield out some fresh winners here. This is going up and over the mountain as well. Take a look at how far Ritual managed to push, though. He had a couple elims. He had his chance to, of course, do something big, but the edit was a miss. For that reason, he couldn't exit out fast enough. But hey, he did get placement points as he broke into top 15 there. Pollo, Agers, Acorn opting to go to low ground. This might be a signal to the rest of the lobby that they're here to get some elims here and now. We all know this is how you start to win your tournament games here. How far can you push those points? Not a Bolts Rapid, still in the game right now. Being actually focused by Agers Trio across the way.
Yeah, they're just full lobby focusing that team right in front. Just not really wanting them to take a
Visuals
step forward at
high.
all. Trying to cut off that path. Their time to rotate has definitely come. Pollo landing a couple shots right before using that misform to disengage on out, making every team that was trying to beat them on the rotation pause and rethink that scenario. As they get to the front side, they go deep into the zone, build some boxes, throw the Medmist smoke down. It's a sacrifice they're willing to make because now they have priority over every one of these teams.
Right below them is Kanata's Trio.
Peterbot wegen diesem Engage am Anfang Zeit verloren durch die haben sie nicht so erwartet, glaube ich. Könnte sein, dass sie deswegen halt nicht genug gefarmt haben, gelootet haben und so. Weiß ich ehrlich gesagt nicht. Sondern die Mats verbrannt haben, um mit Clix Team zu kämpfen.
Of this trio, and he is proving why. He could just get a siphon. This will give him a lot of opportunity to make some big plays, but it's Agers, Acorn, and Pollo who are just comfortably running things down low, but it seems like they might be run out of material.
Yeah, great plays by Kanata, though, essentially clearing the path for Bolts to move through. Front side of the zone, Misform finds him there. Medallion changing hands as well. Visual Braids and Diminished haven't been tested. Nobody's able to look up because of all the struggles going on down below. Bolts with the Medallion goes up and over, lands another crucial shot onto somebody, but he finally goes down. His run comes to an end, but Kanata still trying to keep this clutch intact for their team, keeping it respectable, trying to overtake Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual on that leaderboard.
You saw what he did there. Misform to the front side, now putting shots up behind, but the edit was open. He does damage Pollo, and Threats finishes him up. So this is actually evening things out. That's going to unlock him a top 3, a potential 2nd place now. Acorn and Agers healing in the zone. Visual Braids and Diminished might have jumped down a little prematurely. Agers comes back, but no, he gets traded out. And now it's just a matter of time as Acorn is waiting this one out inside the storm. Visuals has no idea where he's at. Shots start to come in from the side. And look at that. They're already at 10 eliminations as a trio. And the win is theirs.
They started this game 412 points, and guess what? Back-to-back games with over 100+ points from a winning team overall. These leaderboards are absolutely being shaken up after every single one of these moments. Even Booga, Threats, and Craze making it far into that game. It's really all dependent when it comes to those global championship teams about how far they go. They're almost playing their separate tournament.
I mean, a win is going to surely be the difference maker to throw Visuals, Braids, and Diminish up into a whole new bracket now, giving a VG Money Rise, you know, definitely a run for their money, right? Like, those are teams that fell a little bit early, Mudshadow and Sphinx as well, so it's going to be pretty competitive. Take a look at it. They were the one taking things into their own hands here. And once they took high ground and just never looked back, right? We saw almost Agers and team concede. They took the low ground intentionally at some point, but it handed this team the victory royale in the end.
Yeah, and you can kind of see these mountain ranges that you were talking about while casting to help them control all of that game chaos. But it's a 10th game victory royale. Zeke, what are your thoughts as we have 2 left?
Bro, this is where we want to be, right, Jacob? We want to be getting VRs. We want eliminations, right? If we're trying to play for one of these spots at Global Championships, this is what we want. And with only 2 games left to go, this is huge for the trio, right? We still have 2 games, Kelly. Anything can and will happen. Why did you say
2 more games to go for these teams. There's so many teams that are still within grasp of getting to those global championship spots. Fortunately for Visuals, Braids, and Diminished, they do not need to worry about that. And honestly, I don't think they need to worry about the tournament too much either. They've already proven themselves all the way back from Major 2, where they first time performing on the final stage together, had such a great performance. And then, of course, going into the group stages, getting the first victory royale out of group number 2. It hasn't been necessarily the tournament that they wanted over the last 2 days, but regardless, getting a victory royale in game number 10 is definitely going to be setting up them for the rest of the games.
Yeah, I mean, the show's just been so consistent, right? Especially when it comes to making it into the end games, and the high ground from them this game was absolutely incredible. If you go ahead and remove the name tags from the trios, right, you'd be like, oh, that's Acorn up there on high ground. But no, Visuals, Diminished, and Braids kind of proving that they can play that high ground as well, establishing it early on, making sure they apply all the pressure to all of the trios below. Incredible win from this trio.
Guys, I spoiled it for myself.
Oh gosh.
No. This win puts them in top 4. The standings after this break don't go anywhere.
Okay. Jetzt sagt er die Placements schon ein bisschen teasten. Digga Yamso. Nicht mehr Digga Wiesen, sondern Digga Yamso.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. That last game, Visual, Raids, and a Menace get the victory royale. Now finding themselves in the top 4. Now, remember, they already have a qualifying spot. That's fine. We're also playing for money here, right? Them finding themselves up on the leaderboard also potentially means we could be sliding one spot further down for a potential qualifying spot. Either way, though, to take a look at these standings, guys.
Yeah,
with 2 games left to go. Look how insanely close this is. So let's just break this up from
close.
10 to 8. Only a 4-point difference, right? From then 8th up to 7th. Now we're looking at like a bigger disparity. But then just kind of keep climbing up these standings. We already know that like a single good game could suddenly change these entire standings. And with only 2 games left to go, guys, I'm sure every trio in this lobby is thinking the exact same thing. If I have not qualified, I need to make plays, and I need to make them right now.
Peterbot ohne Sieg.
Especially when you're looking at those teams in 7th, 6th, 5th, and 3rd. Of course, I'm talking about our top 4 teams that are within contention of getting those global championship spots. Muz, unfortunately, dropping down just a little bit. But if we have situations where Peterbot goes down earlier, some of our other big teams that kind of control the low and high ground in these end games, that does give one of these trios an opportunity to really climb up the leaderboard. And for the first time this weekend, Vivid, if I'm not mistaken, we actually had a little bit of a ritual solo clutch, although maybe not as many points as Cold or Peterbot has gotten. Ritual still able to hold out strong when he needs to provide points for his team.
Yeah, it's great to see him kind of put up that type of performance, right? Because if you take a look at the leaderboard, the difference between them and Acorn now, 39 points, right? That gap is kind of ever so slightly creeping up.
Team in the
I
top
gotta
10.
go ahead and put some importance on this game number 11 right here, right? Because if you imagine, what if that happens again, right? Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, they go down early. Acorn, Aegis, and Pollo, they go into the late game again. They get another second place, and that disparity increases even more. And at that point, you only got 1 game left to go ahead and play catch up. That's not enough. So game number 11 is very, very important, not only for the championship of this major, but then also for those qualifying spots, right? When we come back to the leaderboard, paying attention to those, right? Yeah, Aviv, G Money, and Rise, they're sitting in 5th place right now, 518 points. They're 60 points ahead of Booga, Threats, and Craze, right? Booga, Threats, and Craze, they've got to have a crazy game to go ahead and keep themselves in contention. Game number 11, Zeke, it means a lot.
Dude, it's so insane. But just think, and to like, dig maybe a little deeper too. If any of these trios, like we're talking about just Peterbot, falling, right? But if any of these trios between 3rd and 5th place fall, dude, we're gonna see going into that game 12, this be that much closer. That like the pressure is on right now, Kelly. If I'm these trios, they just have to be under such immense pressure. And I've just got to, you know, tip my hat to Kanata in this last game, especially. Once again, finding themselves these placements, right? They're not getting a ton of eliminations, but they're finding themselves these placements. Bolts is just nuts, dude. And then again, Kanata to be in this game, it's a solo clutch. To have to be in a situation where we're going, guys, we need to be getting points. Like, we are so close. They are right here. They're at the finish line. They just have to make it over.
Yeah, just like for Peterbot's trio, we finally got to see Ritual pull out a solo clutch. We got to see a little bit of the same from Kanata there. Usually it's Bolts that's able to pull out the solo clutch. But regardless, when you are a top player, when you are in the top of the top for these pros, you have to be able to pull out these solo clutch moments, regardless if that's playing safe on the low ground. Maybe you even go for a solo height take like what we've seen before. But just, it's, I mean, we're talking about these crazy clutch games that these teams may need. Well, if you look at our teams going for those qualification spots in 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th place, each one of them has a victory royale. Within those victory royales, they're able to get double-digit eliminations or close enough. So we already know that every single one of these teams is capable of a 100-point swing, and that might be just what they need, Vivid.
Oh man, I don't even know what to say, right? It kind of feels like we're going into game number 12, right? I kind of hyped it up. It means so much for a lot of these trios right now. I don't even know what I want to see here, Zeke. Just crazy stuff. I do want to go ahead and give a shout out to Bolts, though, because statistically speaking, he does have the most solo points for the first 10 games with 49 himself, quickly followed up by Peterbot with 48. So those solo clutches making a huge difference on the leaderboard. Let's see if all of these trios can kind of battle it out, stay all 3 up, and make it to the end game, and we can have some crazy game number 11.
Oh man,
11,
2 games
okay.
left to go before we wrap up Grand Finals in North America. It's fine. Everything is fine. No one's stressed. We're all happy. Everything's great. Let's get ready for game number 11. Casters, are you guys great too? Oh.
I don't know, man. I think I'm going as same as you, Monster. You might be on a cool another level, but you have been in these situations before as well. And I want to shift this conversation. If Pollo continues to play how he's playing, I think that NA GOAT debate shifts from Peterbot to him.
Yeah, I mean, I dropped it in the middle of our commentary like 2 games ago. Acorn's team is the best right now, but remember, they also didn't change their strategy. They have been practicing the Demon's Domain all season long, regardless of what the narrative was a couple weeks ago or days ago, really, with the shakeup that we, of course, seen. It's incredible times now, and game number 11 sounds like it's ready.
This one, yeah,
it's a big time right here, Jacob. We got game 11 in front of us. We got what Vivid is looking to as one of the critical points here for the closeout of the tournament. I think he's spot on, not only for, of course, setting up a potential catalyst for your global championship spot, but it's really a matter of the winner at Demon's Domain. If they walk away with things, they might just have a gap that's too big to close.
Yeah, right now it's only 39 points, and we've seen gaps like that close after one singular game, but that's when there's been a lot of games left. Game 1 over, the next one begins. 12 games throughout it all. I said it's a marathon and not a race, but at this stage in the tournament, it's turning into a little bit of a foot race overall between, I want to say, the top 3 teams in the tournament include Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts in that mix as well, because just one mistake could really change things up going into the final game of the day.
Yeah, they might be 100 points away, but again, with a game buffer, they could close that gap and then be in the conversation to close out pretty strongly. Now, this is going to come at the hands of basically a mistake, right, from Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, and Acorn's trios without anything kind of interfering with how consistent they've been. It's going to be tough to ask for anything more than that. But when you start looking at the points and the way the points are being allocated right now, I mean, this is one of the few times I think we've seen Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo's team, I feel like, keep up in a way that they're keeping up right now. Like, we're talking like leading, or if not, basically neck and neck with overall eliminations, which is very hard to do when you have a Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual type trio dynamic, right? Cold and Peterbot, clearly the usual leaders with the Elim game. So I just feel like they've met their match, right? This is the first time on the region as a whole we've seen two such dominant trios run away and go head to head like this.
I mean, you did ask me a question yesterday. You said, who is going to stop this team? Who is going to stop Peterbot at the incredible run he was having? I said it. I said, looking at the leaderboard, there's teams that are fighting for a global championship spot. There's teams that are out of the running in terms of the leaderboard. I said, if only man himself is Pollo, but you can include Agers, you can include Acorn, but let's give a shout out to Agers. 38 eliminations by himself through these 10 games so far, and it's Pollo
Yeah, that's
who's
crazy.
on top of the damage chart, so they have spots 1 and
That's
2
crazy.
in terms of eliminations and damage, firing on all cylinders. And we were just talking about Kanada's team, kind of just play it out. You don't have to do anything major, maybe average a top 8 placing. They're finding themselves in a similar spot if they could just have one more decent game here.
Yeah, we need to create a graphic that has like a stat card with all of their pros and cons, and just let me see that, because we need to put everyone side by side, man. Agers, I feel like, is just not getting the credit he's been deserving all season long, but this major in particular, he really is showing out, and as has Bolts, right? And that's what's really cool about this. We're seeing the best of the best also shine through when it kind of matters on this global stage here, but this is in setup, of course, for the global championship. I know we haven't seen the best showing from, you know, maybe Clix's trio or even Muzz in his trio in the last game, but they are still in this conversation right now.
Oh.
Talk about Clix and Yamzo. Look at them go right here. A little fight.
Yeah, it almost seems like they're playing with a little bit of emotion intact. Things haven't necessarily been going their way this tournament. They've been kind of switching up their strategy, trying to get Surge from the distance, lurking up on the teams, and overall just being aggressive. And now we're turning back to the aggressive nature. We always talk about how do you close the lead with not enough games left. You have to go on an elimination frenzy. That's one of the only ways, especially 4 points per elimination. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn doing the same thing. They know this team lands down here. This time around, they're able to take advantage. Good damage, and they're keeping them close by. Not letting them heal up, not letting them get any motion in this fight.
Definitely a good set of eliminations right here. Remember, they have to make up a lot of points, right? Like 30 points might not seem like much, but that is a good amount of eliminations in a grand finals type setting. And if you can get them early, this is how you start to pad up your standings here and really give you a run for the top. But also, think about where it positions them on the map, right? Remember, we've seen this before where they start playing these outskirts and try to find themselves, you know, kind of in the line of fire of Peterbot's team or vice versa. So for Acorn, Agers, and Pollo to start getting around, I think it makes sense, right? You gotta play fast and
Alle in
move
der
fast.
Top 5 oder was weiß ich am Leben.
Kind of like, you don't want to turtle up too much. We talk about not wanting to make a mistake, but for a team like that, you know Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are going to get aggressive. You know they're going to go for eliminations to try to take the win back. So only time will tell to see how this game closes out. But for Rise, Aviv, and G-Money, we always talk about those global championship spots. Only 2 up for grabs in this major on Central. Kanada, Bolts, and Rapid, 589 points. They start this game over Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, 71 points. But for them, they're in the lead over Booga's team by about 60.
Look at a quick replay right here. That Superman laser beam once again coming into full effect there. This fight starting to come to a close here shortly. Cyclops, Vlex, HQ pushing down Zonda. Now remember, Zonda's team was fall into the hands of Acorn and stuff kind of earlier in the day, but it seems like they kind of mixed things up, but not exactly the best strategy here as they've just gotten caught off by a different trio instead.
But 4 eliminations so far for a team like this. Good start. Depending on where you place down the leaderboard, each placing grants you just kind of unlocks more and more money. Kind of start to build that chemistry, but Blue is just hiding. They don't know exactly where he was able to disengage from, but he's peeking through that cone. They make one wrong move. He does have the Outlaw, so he will be able to down 1 in quick succession, but it's all about that second one.
Look at the feed.
Ooh.
There's big elims happening right now, potentially as well. All that
Man sieht den
momentum
Feed
can
nicht.
change in a moment's eye. Pollo,
Also
Acorn,
ich habe ihn
Agers
nicht
getting
gesehen.
active right now. Things are starting to collide here. This is a real desperate situation for a Mistform to start coming out. They're gonna have to hit the reset button here. You have Bryce's team here. This is just outside the contention of multiple trios now. I'm just looking at the map here. Everyone's kind of slowed down for a second right now. Acorn, Pollo, and Agers. What in the W key are we seeing right here? Are they trying to create such a buffer between them and the opponents? Maybe they're enabling a different strategy we haven't seen from Acorn, Pollo, and Agers so far. I feel like this is definitely a little bit more aggressive than usual.
I'm thinking right now, I'm calculating, I'm like a robot, boop, beep, boop, taking in all the information. It almost seems like they're doing that, trying to isolate eliminations as Cold. Peterbot Ritual, we saw in the feed, they were able to pick this one up on the visuals. Luckily for him, his teammates are still alive overall, but it almost looks like Acorn, Agers, and Pollo are looking for a dead side rotate. They saw the zone shift up towards the north, all the way towards the west. They know every team around their POI, all the way up towards the north, including the east side.
Noch nicht gespawnt oder was?
So they're trying to be quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Sollte spawnen eigentlich auf der zweiten Zone.
Ritual might have that same plan because they're heading right in that direction of the first place team.
No, I think they have a different plan. It's not dead side. It's let's find Acorn. There's only so many places they could be. One little false look to the right and they would have spotted them out. I wonder if Kohler Rich was going to go ahead and do that. Peterbot's going straight for the high ground here. It's going to give them all the visibility on the teams that are fighting nearby. Launchpad's here as well to work with. There it is. Seems like they might have actually spotted something out down there.
They know somebody's there, but it's kind of hard. It's a tough situation to be in. I feel like we've seen this before in group stages.
Nehmen Sie an, dass dort Acorn ist.
They use that rift. They're trying to get out, and that's what I was talking about with the lab. It might be hard to get in. Not as hard to get an exit, but they see exactly the direction they are moving in. So they might not try to beeline their direction right to them, but they are going to be hovering and hounding them the entire way through.
I was going to say, you don't really have to, right? All you got to do is hold them out, get into the kind of their directional, rotational areas, and do what you need to do from there. But
ja, dann treffen sie sich im Endgame vielleicht.
They go straight to the other launch pad. They veer out even further, and look, they're just going pad to pad right now. I think spider senses are kicking in for them right now. Like, wait, there's danger nearby. We gotta go. G-Money, Aviv, and Rise, though, still in a bit of a scuffle over there as Acorn, Agers, and Pollo just trying to figure out how to live to see another day right now.
Das Gras, dieses Bouncepad.
Wait a minute, you see this?
Das
You
ist...
see this, right? They dropped the medallion from Demon's Domain. They know it. You are exactly right, Monster. The hairs on the back of their neck was sticking up. They got the chills. They said, nah. This just does not feel right. And this could be a bait. I wonder if this could be a bait possible play. Either way, they are thinking outside of the box here. I'm hyped.
What is going on right now? He's going back for it. It's either a misplay or some 1000 IQ big brain play to see if they can beat them into walking into some of their territory. But again, there's just so much happening there, and you could tell that Peterbot Cold was on to their heels. But look at this, they lost Ritual. What happened? Oh, the tides might be turning here.
Oh, the 3-2-1. The team fire enough. Smiley and Salt just get the elimination. And I would say, luckily for them, Monster, there is a reboot van just up that mountain. I think Peterbot is already gaining access to that. The biggest thing that they've lost right here.
Ja, jetzt haben sie Probleme mit Surge.
Rotate to the zone, but the Storm Surge, if any, that Rituals has, this might have put them in a peculiar situation when Storm Surge activates.
Oh man, I don't even want to know what the comms are like right now for them to just have the opportunity and then watch it slip before their fingertips. This might just be honestly the play that sets them all the way back. Pollo, Acorn, and Agers likely just finding, renewed breath here as they see what's happening. And look at this, pushing right through Oliver OG's team, not because they have to, but because they want to. They can just do that. They have the momentum, they have the lead, they have the points right now, they have the buffer room to work with, and the bigger they can build this lead, the more likely they are to get themselves another championship right now. Pollo's gonna put himself, into that 5x conversation, into that GOAT best of the best on NA conversation. It's just happening here and now, right before our eyes.
Just waiting for that montage afterwards of Pollo essentially saying, anything you can do, I can do better. You saw the stat, Pollo leading in damage with his team. They went and picked right back up their medallion as well, making sure to keep the entire loot of Demon's Domain intact, finding a couple more eliminations. And as you said, with Ritual going down, them finding more eliminations, they're putting it in a position to where, yeah, maybe Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot can win with an elimination, but how many eliminations? It's almost putting them in a spot where they need a historic game in order to overtake that first place spot.
Keeping things interesting. Remember, this is only game 11 for the
Aber ich sage ich ehrlich, Peterbot ist auch ein bisschen selber schuld an seiner Arroganz. Also, das Ding ist, wenn man älter wird, ist man nicht so reaktiv. So. Wie früher und ja, das sind auch kleine Altersunterschiede. Ein Unterschied auf so einem hohen Niveau.
Cold, even though it is relatively early, one tick zone, only has the one med kit. It does look like that team is following him. I'm wondering if he kind of drew them out away from the attention of Peterbot and Ritual, because you see them over towards Canyon's Crossing, nowhere in sight. So far, you see him on the bottom of the mini-map trying to make their appearance, but he is getting pushed by an entire trio. Cold is going to have to do cold things here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough spot to be in. We've seen Cold already kind of playing in peak form, and you know what? I think he could do it again, but he's playing smart.
Ja, das wäre Klatsch des Jahrtausends.
Jahrzehnts. Initiate something huge there, and that's a bad edit. He's gonna give away a spot. He's gonna call for backup, but he gets coned up. Look how quickly he pieces him and finishes him off there. And look at that. Aaron's also lit up too, so... Oh no! Did you forget a wall, son? That's a huge problem, and Cold is here to just do what he does. Already working around the outskirts. Just a matter of time. Misform, baiting, buying more room, siphon to kick in, finishes off the teammates just because, and now here comes Ritual to back him up, and then they finish it off. My gosh.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean for him to do cold things. I know seasons ago I said he has ice in his veins. They call him Cold for a reason, and that reason continues to exist. And that's just amazing right now, because Cold, we saw him clutch up in earlier games for that top 3 to keep things close, and he does it here again, because we know Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo have been going on an elimination frenzy from the south to the western parts of the map, picking up these key points, picking up these refreshes as well, keeping themselves healthy. This is just excellence at its finest. This rise of VFG money. They get the down onto Booga. And that's a big down for multiple reasons, not just the points, because that's the global championship qualifying race and the team that's on their heels.
Down one goes. Visuals just ticking away. Is there even going to be enough time for the next one to go through? I don't think so. Wait, he had a big hit. Oh, so close yet so far. And you know, with them falling out, it's not really like they lose much other than big time prizing and overall, you know, effort, of course, as far as like getting this high quality practice in for setting themselves up for globals. But still, no one wants to fall. When you're inside the 5th place, you're making a run for at least the top 3 there.
Less than 50 points now. Even though they've been slowed down just a little bit, I know they're going to be looking for key opportunities to continue to try to pick up the pace in terms of eliminations. Even Shadow is doing the same thing. Muzz and Sphinx are still in that hunt. They started this game with 435 points. I want to say around 80 or so points out of reach of that 2nd global championship spot. And with Muzz down, that puts a lot of pressure on Shadow and Sphinx. Not in terms of damage and Storm Surge, but to get their full trio up. They are on the clock right now, 5th zone, 24 seconds until it officially closes. I will say the silver lining got to be in this situation is there are multiple reboats towards the backside of the zone, both on their left and their north side of their original drop spot. So as long as they have some mobility, it shouldn't take too long to get the reboot if they have his card.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet, but I mean, it just seems like things have been going downhill since that Victory Royale. 28 plays, 12 plays, which is, you know, pretty big end game, but you're missing out on the bulk of the points. So it's been pretty tough for Sphinx and Shadow to find their footing. Let's see if they can kind of turn things around right now, but one thing's for certain, they got to make it, I was going to say, make a move fast. Depending on how long they've been in the storm too, though, you got to think about it, Jacob. They might actually catch sickness because, you know, once around zone 7 turns in, if you haven't exited, I mean, that's it. You're cooked.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate too right here. I'm not sure if he was able to get the reboot card or not, but Shadow, Sphinx forced to go 2 separate directions. And it's Sphinx who's drawing the attention of Neko, Zabi, and Liam, just hoping and praying that he can get Muzz back on up, and then eventually if he goes down, they can move on over and get his card. But as we tune in, Cole, he did get another elimination onto Broken, bringing their team total to 6, and this is exactly how it happened, Monster.
Yeah, you like hanging out in a Surge base? Let's just see what happens when these guys start to target you. And then they initiate the fight. Yeah, they're kind of coming up. Looking for a couple more points here. Why not? Take a stab at it. No Elam for Peterbot just yet. Give it a second though. G Money, Aviv, Rise. Pressure starting to build here.
Yo.
The real question is, will they crack? Aviv ends up falling now. Rise super hurt. Medmiss has to come out here. This is, of course, going to be a tell to the rest of the lobby, but at least it gets it recovered. Look at that mini map. My gosh. That's a problem for everyone here at the Shafts.
All the teams that were thinking it was going to continue to pull towards the north are now having to try to make their way in, which makes that side of the zone pretty congested. You see it going down all the way towards the western edge, even a little bit towards the north as Rise. G-Money, they're able to get healthy there in that situation, but you can see a huge loss in their resources overall. They're a team that is inside of that global championship qualifying bubble, and with 2 games left, hoping to keep that intact with or without Aviv by their side. They know they got to get that job done. Acorn, Pollo, Agers, even though they got to rotate, they knew that team was above, and Acorn just peeking through the cone. Vital information for him and his team as they go ahead and extend their position before rotating to zone.
What an end game we're going to be set up for right now. Pollo, Acorn, Agers also leading the pack with these elims too, just really staying in the conversation right now, staying competitive with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, who are now positioned up just across from them. They have eyes on what's happening here.
Und dann am Schluss so auf einmal Kanada stiehlt in den FNCS-Sieg.
Yeah, they're almost like right on that Storm Surge line. We saw him just moments ago, 26, using this elevation before rotation to try to get as much Storm Surge as possible, but with that bird's eye view, they're watching all of these teams start to rotate in, inching further and further away, forcing them to start their rotation. And you see them, instead of just beelining it in, they're continuing to hold that pressure off the top of the mountain, and that's going to give them a clearer picture of what they're working with on that side of the map. But on this side, you said it yourself, it's just so congested here.
Yeah, Peterbot is slightly below right there, but what happens? G-Money takes a huge shot when they exit out, and then the finish of the team has to have been right on top of them. It's Gary and Saul here. Now, Rise does turn around, find elimination. Can he get the second one? These are big and important points. Okay, it's at least going to keep him in the game, but no misform, nothing here to really work with. This is not good. Rise is going to have to play for another siphon. You might as well heal, do something. Don't sit there and lose time, and Rise might have just given away his global championship spot. We'll come back to check on the standings here later, but for now, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual getting active. Still at 6 eliminations, but they picked up a little more damage now.
Ja, weil das Team nicht schon draußen wurde.
Outside rotate, Bryce and team, Acorn and crew. Wow.
Yikes. Yikes. That's all that really can be said out of a situation like that. They go down relatively early. A few placement points, though, in there for their efforts. So with their global championship spot secured, and what could be a legacy in the making on the line for Peterbot, that last game, I have a feeling, Monster, is going to be amazing. It's going to be better than cinema. But the teams that are left alive, Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, they probably saw them go down. And to enter into this game, it was only a 58-point deficit to overtake that second place spot. Obviously, they increased the lead with a few more eliminations, but there are so many placement points up for grab and the opportunity to get eliminations to close that gap.
I'm just thinking about the full picture all season long. We were kind of looking forward to grand finals with the Pollo versus Peterbot clash, and the irony of it has to end that way here for game number 12 if they want a chance to win this major. Now, knowing them, they might just give us the show we're looking for, but for Pollo, Acorn, and Agers, it's just business as usual for them. Because you know what? Deep down inside, Pollo has been the boogeyman. So why sign up for that too is what you have to think about. They're just playing so good right now.
Saying the feed, Yamzo went down, but not before taking down Craze. And Craze was the one that got the eliminations on the G-Money and Rise, trying to close that gap when it comes to qualification spots. But now it's Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow who are reaping the reward, because with no Aviv that has the spot, no Booga who's in front of them on that leaderboard, this is their chance to start to join that conversation in a serious manner going into our final game of the day. But if you look at high ground, Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid, they're looking to not just be a part of the conversation, they're looking to steal the show.
Aviv, G-Money, and Rise had a 60-point stretch over Booga starting his lobby off, and even further for Muzz's trio. So that's going to be huge for Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata. They need a lot more eliminations. So this is a great start for them to start earning some points and at least taking advantage, putting themselves in a second place here. Maybe you know, they could stand to benefit potentially if Peterbot's team takes down Acorn. Who knows what the last game's going to yield, but one thing's for certain, whoever wins this game, if it's Kanata's trio, that's going to shake things up. If Acorn's team doesn't go the distance, Cooper, Reed, Curly, playing low ground on the outskirts right now. Definitely a wow factor here in the lobby. It must go.
Key elimination right there, 4 points and more because of the placement, knocking that team out of the lobby. They see so much chaos going down around. They're just trying to peek and find that perfect opportunity to get more. There's Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid, because so much is going on in and outside of the different layers on the low ground. Nobody has really had a chance to feel comfortable enough to look up. The one team that would, Agers, Acorn, Pollo, they're on that ultimate low ground. They're building space, and they're trying to claim it as their own, but Bolts is still going on the hunt. You talked about eliminations being needed. Well, he heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, he definitely has to do something. But look at this, Agers, Acorn, Pollo still standing here, earning placement points ever so slowly. They did everything they needed to do for the elimination, so they have racked up enough. Bolt is still getting active, though. Huge shotgun shots. He has to force his way back to the top of that misform just to buy him a little bit more time. And finally now, pressure comes from the low ground here, forcing Agers up and out, but Pollo's hot on the heels here. They're doing an excellent job rotating together. Bolt sees what's happening. They know you have to target second height. You can't get them or allow them to get comfortable. And here it is, the clash that we've been waiting for might just happen.
Yeah, and they know exactly where they're at because of the hot potato with that medallion. And there goes a flank right there. Bolty yoinks him in, almost gets that knock and elimination. Pollo, life flash right before his very eyes, but quick thinking, the medallion changing hands. Chug Jug is out. His team's going to build him a path, using the misform to try to get to the front side of zone, buy him time to heal. But I think Bolts might know there's somebody that did not go with him, that is last to enter and might be the first to leave as they continue to target down below. They know if they have any chance at taking that first place spot, they need to figure out a way to take down the Titans. As Fleek steps in the way, Bolts is going to take him out regardless who he is, and enters that misform to reclaim their high ground.
This is why I absolutely love the misform in the end game as well. It just picks up the pace of the game. So many opportunities to just prove how far ahead you can be as an individual competitor, and Pollo is still going as well. I know we're focusing in on what Bolts is capable of, but Pollo is standing here strong alongside Acorn. Acorn's gonna fall, he's gonna pick up some material now. Someone has managed to actually reclaim high ground, so Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata are actually distracted here for a second. They have to force their way up top. It's Curve who's just giving, honestly, everyone else time to make a move. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow are almost happy this is happening.
Pollo's just buying time. He knows Acorn's going in. trying to be a little bit of disruptor, but he goes down with his last medkit in his inventory. He's forced to use the misform to go in. Sliver of HP remaining, instantly deleted by Kanata, Bolt, and Rapid, but will that have been too late? Now they end up in a 3v3 situation, everything to fight for. Each team trading off downs each. Shadow's by himself, but he gets taken out. The Siphon is going to come into play for Bolt, buying him just a little bit extra time, maybe even more, as Muzz goes down as well, but Shadow has created such distance away. He goes back up, knows Kanata's playing the heal off. Smart play by Bolts here. He doesn't want to give away that Siphon for free, and it works out perfectly. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid storm through game 11 and take it by force.
Talk about a big game to keep them in the running here and now. Over Agers, Acorn, Pollo, a back and forth fight, and then Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx taking full advantage of the opportunity that was nearly gifted to them because of VG Money Rise Fall, Booga Threats and Craze Fall, Visual Brazen Diminish out of the competition as well, and all of a sudden now those that matter are stepping up when it matters. Jacob, that was a great game. And talk about a way to kind of set us up right for the finale here to come.
Yeah, and these just plays like this, they get the high ground, they know everybody down below has been through the ringer, and they just calm, cool, collected, just get these eliminations and even dive down to pick up the loot like you're watching Bolts here, and that just reinforced their position up above. But we talked about it throughout the course of the game in terms of Peterbot, but Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they need eliminations to close the gap if they want to take that first place spot. Well, guess what, Monster? They ended this game with double digits. They ended this game with 14 eliminations after taking down Sphinx here for the victory royale. That plus the 65 points, 121 point game for a team that's all but clutched their spot to the global championship. But with one game left, Monster, we got to throw it to Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid to break down all that actions and lead us to the promised land.
Production, I'm so sorry. I need the highlights of those final few moments of that game. Oh my gosh.
Möchte nichts Schlimmes sagen.
Victory Royale.
Ja, das ist crazy.
Essentially the tail end of the competition. Oh man, I spoiled myself on the standings too. Okay, Zeke, focus. What an insane game from the trio, right? What an insane game, Kelly. They have height, and in those moments, and again, I cannot like talk enough about this trio. Again, pressure is on. We're trying to qualify, and Kanata's not thinking, I just want to qualify. I want to win. Bolt is right there with him. Rapid there to support beat after beat. I'm blown away. I'm at a loss for words. It's crazy.
I mean, after yesterday's games where we saw Muzz get 13 eliminations, I was like, there's no way we're going to see anyone get any more than that. Even Peterbot has peaked out at 11 eliminations, but to get 14 elims in the 11th game of the final grand finals of the season, I can only imagine how loud that dig house was. Kanata yelling at the top of his lungs, and with Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata playing exactly like how they like to play. This was their game to win, and they did it with flying colors.
Yeah, I mean, Bolt's just playing on the edge of danger at every single waking moment, right? Constantly dropping down, of course, the misform to kind of back up that type of play style, but just making sure that he and his trio had enough materials to kind of hold that high ground, apply enough pressure. The amount of times we kind of saw him dip down, pick up some of those mats, fly back up, make sure his trio was healthy, and then at the very last moment as well, Jacob kind of called it out, kind of using the misform, returning back to Kanata, dropping the misform, so Kanata had that little bit of an extra boost in the heal off if he ended up needing it. Oh, just crazy stuff happening on NA. Game number 11. I told you it was going to set us up big for game number 12.
Oh, dude, just the tech, that's what blows me away. Bro, he's just think in the moment, you're like, I have a misform. It has 2 charges. You could, if he just used both to try and find that player, find Sphinx, track him down, I would be like, yeah, He misforms up to Kanata and drops him the final charge. To just think about the implication. Kanata's like, oh shoot, something's wrong, misform. Gotta go find some, gotta go give that. You giving me time to go look. Oh my gosh, bolts your nuts. Okay. I love Fortnite. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we're gonna take a look at these standings. Your little mind's gonna be blown. So is mine. Get ready, gear up. One final game, Fortnite fam. We'll see you real soon.
Ja, er hält sich die Hand vor dem Mund. Er ist selber schockiert, was alles passiert ist, Mann. Digga, mal sehen, wer gewinnt. Ist Kanada am Stream? Nö. Ja, Bro, das brauche ich nicht. Mach mal auf Pause.
Like I've been sitting here trying to contain myself. It is great to see you. Welcome back to the FNCS. I have not. One game. Thankfully, we go to break so I can yell into the ether and you guys don't have to hear that. That's what's great. We are one game away from concluding NAC Grand Finals, okay? All right. This last game, Rapid Kanata Bolts get themselves a 14 elimination victory royale. Let's take a look at the standings to see how close this is. Now, who's in first place? Of course, it's still Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. But look at the gap. It's only 60 points because of that last game. Okay? Okay, now, obviously, Pollo's going crazy. There's a ton of things. We have a minute and a half. Rapid fire me right now, okay, guys? I'm going to talk to it. You guys are going to pick it up. Pollo versus Kanata. Who could look to win? Could Peterbot decide to land on Pollo right now and say, you know what, Pollo? We're going head-to-head for game number 12. Could Aviv and Muzz going head-to-head right now? Only 17 points separating either trio from that final qualifying spot. And of course, if we go down one more place, Booga is 49 points behind Aviv. He'd have to get 49 points to basically tie it up and then look to fight for those spots. Guys, we have a minute left. Rapid fire. Go!
There is already so much that has happened over the last 2 days, over the last 11 games, where players have changed up their drop spots, changed up how they're playing the game, and made those little differences. And honestly, right now, I think that's what we're going to be seeing. And those little differences could be a drop spot change. But are you going to make that risk? It's high risk, high reward. Peterbot going over to Pollo, landing on Demon's domain to have this final argument of who is better, who can win the off-spawn fight. And what better way to do it than the final game of Grand Finals? But is it too little too late? I don't know.
Just a couple of games ago, we were at 1 point difference between Acorn's trio and Peterbot's trio, and now it's completely flipped the script, right? Acorn now being chased down by Kanata. Kanata went ahead and posted on socials. He was like, it all comes down to the last game. What comes down to the last game, Kanata? The only thing you could possibly be playing for in the last game, because obviously you're already qualified to globals with this great 710 points that you've gone ahead and put up. The only thing you could be playing for right now in the last game is the win. Kanata wants to win as well. What is he gonna have to do, Zeke? I've got no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you understand where we're at? Do you understand why I'm losing my mind? Because there's so many things happening here in NA. We are here at the tail end of the competition. This is it. This is the finish line. We are watching all of this unfold before our very eyes. One final game. Fortnite fam, lock in, okay? For any of these trios, right? Pollo's trio, Kanata, Peterbot, Aviv, Muzz, Booga, any of these trios could either play for the win or play to qualify for the global championships. This is it. The last ride. Casters, take it away.
Monster, I feel right now coming into this game 12 that these players are the gladiators in the arena, and I'm looking out in the distance watching everybody at home, and I got one question: are you guys not entertained? And that entertainment continues because the final game of the tournament starts now.
Game 12 has arrived, and we have ourselves that 3-horse race that we were waiting for. And talk about a better time to make it happen here and now, with Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts hoisting themselves straight into the competition. But you know what? Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, my gosh, talk about absolute masterclass performance so far here. Just perfect execution day in, day out, and we are gonna get what we want to see go down here.
Ring that bell, ding, ding, ding. Let the match begin. All season long, watching on Aussie's stream, 30-something, 30-something. All for this right here. Cole gets the gun. He's able to chase Acorn around, who has absolutely nothing. Agers gets one for himself, but him, he's gonna fall. Peterbot and Ritual are the last two alive in a situation that they can revive Cole, leaving Acorn all by himself.
Just like that, the tables change with a pickaxe and a swing. The support system comes through for Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, and Acorn. You can run, but buddy, I don't think you're going to be able to hide for much longer. They're making sure they have no odds at losing this one, and Acorn is just hiding out here down in the low ground. I think something's going to happen here that's going to give away his position here, but it looks like the real kings of the Demon's domain will be Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Oh my gosh, and already you see that lead be diminished in this one game. Peterbot takes matters into his own hands, is able to drop the first, get the elimination onto Agers, who was the difference maker with the weapons, save Cold, and take down Acorn. This is exactly what we wanted coming into Major 3, and I hope everybody is happy because we got that treat.
I absolutely hate that I was grinning just ear to ear watching this all go down, because Agers, Acorn, and Pollo were so deserving, but at the same time, it just makes you wonder, what can you do to stop Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot? It's like when they want something done, you have never seen a team in Fortnite's history just go out and take it, right? And they're doing it here. And like you said, the point gap now starts to shrink for Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts to have a chance to race to the finish line. They really genuinely do. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, that might be the momentum and honestly the mood shift that they've been looking for, because the last couple games, Jacob, we have had a somewhat out of the ordinary performance from them, right? You know, 14th, 15th, that's not usual.
Looking right now at the points, a 30-point deficit to second place right now. And with those eliminations, they already dropped it down to, I think, 18 points behind Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts. But you know, I know, everybody at home knows who's had their eyes peeled off Fortnite competitive. He's not fighting for second place, so he has to do one of two things. Drop an historic elimination game to not only take the spot over Acorn, Aegis, and Pollo, but pass Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts if they don't go down, or they're going to have to go on another hunt. They're going to have to figure out where Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts are at, take them down, and finish off this game with a win over the game.
Yeah, none of those are easy asks, right? You got to go across this entire map. You have to be deadly accurate now. And, you know, again, yesterday we talked a lot about this. There's contingency plans for teams like Acorn and company, all right? They've been planning this the entire year, but not necessarily a contingency plan for, well, what happens when Kanata's up there? What happens when G Money Rise and Aviv are running things, right? Like, these are just, you know, unforeseen circumstances. And, you know, this last game really is going to be up for surprise. But we know for certain that Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid surely have downloaded what just happened. It's all starting to process here and now. And we're going to get to see if they can actually perform under pressure when it matters most. I know Bolts has been here before, Kanata and Rapid as well. However, it's been a while, right? It's been a while since you had this opportunity unfold here.
I just want to take this moment to say congratulations, though, before this one ends, for Kanata reaching its 28th consecutive FNCS finals. His point lead is so far ahead. You know, he has that one locked in, which kind of leaves only one more spot up for grabs. And you're looking at other teams when you light down that leaderboard. Aviv, G Money Rise, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, Booga, Threats, and Craze would be those top 3 teams to look at. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The lurk, the sneak, Magma's gonna be first, box to box, already Bolts is there, trying to chase down. That could be another elimination if they get this other wipe. This is 12 more points. They're going for the win here.
I like this. This is exactly what they need, because if you don't, you know what's gonna happen. Everyone that's right behind you are gonna start running their way on up. Kanata, Bolts, Rapid, playing as sharp as ever. Front side, Kanata kind of leading the charge here, really showing us just how mechanical he is. Don't forget what he's capable of. Yeah, he might have put that IGL hat on for quite some time, but there's a reason he made it to the top. It was off of his mechanical skills here. Where's the backup, though? They got to end this one quickly so they can get a move on, because this is deviating away from their usual strategy, sitting up in big bases, right? Going for exchanges. This is definitely a stake at earning points, trying to play fast, and we all know when you start switching stuff up, Jacob, bad things can happen.
Just a tough angle right there, exactly that. There's too many risks going down right here in this fight. They do have the elevation advantage, so they're trying to smush that team further and further down. You see Kanata take another approach, going on their layer, and he's trying to just funnel them into one direction from the ground up this time around. Sees the footsteps, no scares towards the left, causers as well. Positions are not going to be hid, but they spot out Kanata. They land that first shot. Not going to be a game changer, but that one surely is. Kanata has just gone down. Bolts and Rapid need to figure out if they want to stay or go.
I'm seeing a little bit of the hesitation from Bolts. I didn't want to call it out too early, but he was only down 20 HP, and he's stopping the chug, almost leaving Kanata out by himself. I have questions about what I just watched go down. This fight should have started and ended so much sooner, but I think we are watching championship jitters on Rapid and Bolts. I'm not even kidding here.
That could quite well be a possibility, because we have not seen this in 12 games so far. This is the first time they're just keying over from Crime City, knowing that, honestly, you can't just expect these players to have a bad game. The only reason why Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are even down is because of contested fight versus one of the other grade teams on the region. So they're trying to just keep as much control underneath their own hands as possible. Unfortunately, Kanata goes down. Bolts immediately uses that launch pad to disengage, but because he did that, Rapid stayed, and that full team is leaving. And so Rapid will have a chance to get the reboot card. This is not the last we've seen of this full trio.
Crazy to think they get to count their lucky stars, you know, to just kind of stay in the running right now. Because if it was any other team, they might have just finished the fight. They might have actually had just enough awareness to recognize, wait, there's still one player left. We actually have this. But Neither here nor there. These are the cards we've been dealt. We get to see it continue to go down. Damage, we know for sure they're going to be way behind on that. So this is only looking better and better for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And by the way, I guess we can solidify here. Well, I guess we can't say for certain yet if Pollo won't be the 5X, but so far so good for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
And they're literally getting everything this game. They got Demon's Domain, they got the off-spawn eliminations, they got the Spire, Island spawning, or could in theory spawn right there, but I think it is going to go towards the north, so not just yet. Not everything quite yet, but you know what they want. They usually get. Taking control over this lobby right now, floating around Foxy Floodgates. There is different amount of rotation here that's naturally in the form of a launch pad. Just trying to wait and see where this next zone goes. I do believe it is going to continue to pull towards the north side of the map. The Rise, Aviv, and G-Money, they are currently in second place when it comes to that global championship spot, and they're not trying to lose control of their own destiny. Great elimination onto Noxie. That brings them from about a 17-point lead to 21.
A big deal. Buzz's team is close, but
the
more G-Money's team starts to break away, the better. Oh, they only get the full team Elam. Look, they only get 4 off of this, so I was under the impression they might have actually gotten a full finish, but this might be the same kind of song and dance we just watched play out with Bolts and Rapids team, where, you know, you get in those positions where the finish line is right there, and you're like, wait, maybe not. Maybe let's not take this fight. You do something a little different. You play a little more passive. We'll see if they end up regretting it later. Not going to finish that fight. Not only for the damage they'll probably need here in the last game, but the points. Those points are going to matter.
Yeah, well said. And you're kind of seeing it affecting their game plan right here. Just traveling towards the whole eastern side of the map. The slow rotation where they're hoping they're not having to run into too many teams. Hoping that the surge they were able to accumulate is going to be enough. But as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual go and contest the Demon's Domain, that leaves Brutal Boxcars free as can be. Spire lands over there, and when teams in the feed see the eliminations, they know who goes down, what's going on, they try to make that a part of their game plan, and that's why Clix, Diabzo, and Higgs back to what they practiced when those teams were actually contesting each other, fighting for the Brutal Boxcars, getting the Spire, getting a huge upgrade in their loot, and those superhero rank upgrades on top of that.
Ich finde es ist wieder spannend, Leute.
We've seen them kind of change the dynamic time and time again, but here it is. So Bolts, Rapid, Kanata, again, a little bit of a rocky start, you know, but seems like they've recuperated themselves. They've kind of got themselves back in the game. I'm looking at the loadouts. They seem to be pretty decent, pretty stable, but we know for certain all this time.
Hat er sie nicht gesehen? Nee, der hat die Awareness da. Eines Pros.
And that's going to have implications here in the coming moments. It may not right now because it's the last game, so things are moving a little quickly, but it will end up coming around eventually.
Yeah, I feel like this tournament's been a game of inches for a lot of these top teams here, playing for the competition. They're also losing a lot of information and priority towards the front side of the zone because they're not seeing all these teams pick their spots because they're so far back behind the curve of what they hope to go up until this point. Booga Craze and Threats, another team on the heels of a global championship slots, and so far they've made it a focus for them to rotate out of Utopia and go as quick to the north side as possible, so that way they can get their position and worry about Surge as a secondary as opposed to first like they normally do.
Yeah, I'm just continuously glancing at that standing, just trying to see who's where, how far do some teams have to go, how consistent have they been, is this a good day, is it a rough day for Booga, Craze, and Threats? They haven't really got to touch that end game, not in the way that we've kind of seen them do in day number 1, where they were breaking top 5 regularly, and they did have a victory royale. So far, though, Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow trying to do the same. They just came off that second place. They got that first place win. Have they managed to break that mid-game curse they've been battling with so far?
If any game is going to be the game to kind of break it, is going to be this one, where they get a favored zone towards the north side of the map this time around. And battling through so many different trials and tribulations throughout this tournament. They're putting themselves in the best position, but so is this team here. Rise, G-Mini, and V. Very, very similar road. Contested one time, non-contested, contested, uncontested. The Mind Games teams are playing on them, but for them to be able to hold tough throughout each and every one of these moments, putting themselves honestly in the right spot, inside of that bubble when it comes to the second and final spot for Globals. As Bolts, Kanata, Rapid once again find themselves in a tough spot at the edge of the zone. That's Golden, that's Mason, and that's Chimp as well, rotating right in front, and then a whole nother trio trying to beat him to the punch. And this is what we're talking about, Monster, when we're saying going down early. Even if you're able to get that healthy reboot, you lose a lot.
Yeah, it's Clix's team that's off in a distance there, trying to get the lead to the front side of the brutal boxcars right now. And you can see them just about to set up and base up on the outskirts. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid likely read this positioning well and say, yep, we're not going to go that way. Gonna have to break off into a different direction, give themselves a little room to work with. Here we get an update from Peterbot's team up top. They're not too far off. They could just end up clashing here with their immediate competition. And if we know anything, we know they probably have been doing their research.
Yeah, trying to figure out when and where Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid are going to make their appearance outside of the zone. They see the first team. I don't think it's them. But for them,
they don't know.
No matter who it is, that's a possible 4 points per elimination. That's a 12-point swing right there if they're able to take down the full trio. A whole nother team making their way in towards brutal boxcars, but you see the marks on the minimap. Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid are not too far away from what is going on here. And if they hear the noise, you know as well as I do, they tend to get a little noisy, seeing what the third party is. How can they use that to their advantage?
You know, they're thinking about, okay, why is this team playing so passive, right? Could this be Kanata's trio? Obviously, you know, these guys are trying to decipher every little read possible to see if they can just get a hint of who's who and where's what. Even those skin details will play a factor in them determining what team's what. So for now, you might have seen enough to recognize that's not the trio they're looking for. Bolts, Kanata, Rapid now on the move here, though, back inside the building of the boxcar. Trying to get that situated here in this game. This is a desperate reform here as the map is pulling pretty further away. They will end up crossing paths with Clix's trio and Peterbot's trio here shortly. I do think that's their team off to the right, and there they might have spotted them.
Yeah, I'm locked in on the colors in the mini-map. Orange for Peterbot's team, green for Kanata. As soon as I see those colors come in close contact with each other, I'm thinking it's on, it's game time. They might not know how close they actually are, but it's definitely going to be a scary situation. Bugha, Threats, and Craze, though, lurking up on Muzz. May not know that's exactly them, but that is the team that they have to go through. One of two teams if they want to qualify for the Global Championship. And for Bugha and Threats, it's to remain perfect in terms of qualifying for these lands.
This is big. This is like their little...
Ja, ist so spannend jetzt.
Right here. We're watching it all go down. Oh, no, Muzz. Okay. Oof. Jumps off the cliff there. Could have got 3-2-1, but that doesn't mean Sphinx or Shadow safe. Oh, Sphinx finds himself a little bit out of position. Threats needs to stop moving or they're going to give away the spot. Crazy's going to end up opening here. There it is. They initiate, but they miss. Sphinx reacts super fast. Luckily, he had dashes on standby, and he backs off. The fight happening right here. Below the threshold for Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid. They haven't done enough. And that's all because of that kind of slow start they had, that initial knock onto them. They will be forced to take this fight right now.
Yeah, they changed things up so much. It's not exactly the change they were looking for. 100 damage below, one well-placed shot could change things up. But right in front of them, that's Golden. That's Mason and their trio on the other side. This is where it gets tricky because now the lobby is starting to gain notice. They're starting to focus their attention in this direction. 284 below. They're falling further and further. This is the recipe for Peterbot Cold and Ritual success, but it's not going to come without a fight. Kanata makes his way in. He gets the knock onto one, but he immediately goes down, and they're not even above the damage threshold. Another one's going to fall. Rapid is out. It's all up to both by himself, and it's Peterbot Cold and Ritual. They're the ones shooting on over, and they get eliminated. Now this is just a one-horse race.
Of course, it's Peterbot Cold and Ritual there to answer the call when it matters. And now all they have to do is ride their way to an endgame and earn 80 more points. Now that is not easy though. Let's make this very clear. This is a big game they're going to need to put up still if they want to be the champions. Agers, Aquin, and Pollo do have an opportunity to still hold the line here.
They just need, you know, mathematically, the quickest math, they just need 1 elimination and a win. 1 more elimination and a win. Obviously, they can close it with even more eliminations there, but it's Peterbot, it's Cold and Ritual. What they have been doing so far, I feel like not very many players can say they can do that exact same thing. And the ones that say they can are probably out of this lobby already. The G-Money, Rise, and Aviv, they're realizing what's going on around the lobby. Timing is of the essence. Eliminations are being taken away, and they're almost 500 damage above the threshold. What is this last game?
Yeah, they have a long way to go. They need to finish this whole entire team, get the wipe here. And he's only got 21 builds, so this is much more than just a fight. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, though, pressure coming in as well for them. They have face-checked the Yamso. Clix and Higgs' trio here on the side. And now Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual do have a track record. They have a historical record. They love to win the last game on these major type tournaments. So I'll keep them in the running here for now. But Aviv, G-Money, and Rise do fall there on the picture-in-picture. And just like that, their spot's now up for grab for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx to potentially overthrow. Or Booga threats increase to jump even higher.
You know, my man Levin on EU is probably
Ja,
saying
aber
this
wieso
right
haben
now.
sie so riskant gespielt, Mann?
Is cinema at its finest. Aviv and them 546 points. I don't know what they're currently at, but starting this game, Muzz was at 521. Starting this game, Booga was at 489 points. This is truly coming down to the wire. A mere elimination, a placement point could play the difference in somebody's FNCS continuing and somebody having to sit at home and watch it all with us.
And this is crazy because it's an end game on the top of a mountain, right? So
Der
naturally, it's
Witz
going to
drum
be
mit
the teams that
dem.
get there early. Peterbot's team
Wieso musste letztes Mal das von zu Hause ausschauen? Also ne, man kann auch da kommen.
actually setting themselves up for
Auch
the
wenn man sich durch Qualt hat.
condition. I think they're noticing all they need to do is get these points. Look, they marked out Taki's base. They could either go for the fight, try to secure the elims, or play it nice, slow, and steady, but give it a second. Yamso, Clix, Higgs, just keeping us entertained here and now on the edge of the mountain here, fighting their way through Curly's trio. They're going to find Cooper there. Just a little bit of an offset as they push off Reet and team.
Much better position than they're in some of the previous games. 500 plus damage above the threshold for them. Just trying to close out strong. They realized what happened this FNCS, but they already have their global championship spot secured. So for them, it's about finishing strong and go next. They got the global championship in their lines of sight for now, but still a comeback is needed. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, 3 eliminations, 500 damage above, and you can kind of see it right there in the minimap. I know there's a marker and a bunch of other players in the way, but they have pulled zone as well.
This is it. Here comes the breakout. Comes the pressure. They have the zone. The stars are lining up. And they say fortune favors the bold. They have been just that all day long, all weekend long, challenging their immediate competitors. Really trying to take fate into their own hands right now. The combination of a few things are starting to happen here. The zone's not going to be forgiving to anyone here. It's going to start pushing its way off the mountain down towards the lake. And that's going to mean you need a lot of material. This is going to be a matter of, can you go the distance? Do you have the stamina? This is a marathon, not a race here in these types of end games, but for Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, they have options. It's not going to be easy, though.
Still 72 points down. Muzz is being spotted on the backside right now. His season is on the line. Is determined by him being able to make it out alive and pass Peterbot. Luckily for him, he slides into home plate. He's safe for now, but there's more innings to go in this game as 500 damage. That might not be enough for them as they spot out Visuals, Braids, and a minute toward the backside of the zone. They begin to make it their focus, and this is where teams have to watch out for. He does have the exotic pistol, the shockwave effect, the first and last bullet in that clip. The way Peterbot uses it, shoots one, reload, so he constantly has that shockwave effect out.
All right, we're in that position now. This is it. Teams fall. Points will be given to others that have managed to stay alive. Shadow, Muzz, and Sphinx. Global championship opportunity on the line right now. Visuals, Braids, and a minute are one of their immediate competitors, but they've already made it, so this is just a matter of points for them right now. A minute, Braids, Visuals, kind of on a edge of the zone here. It's going to push back over the mountain. This is really good for Peterbot and Ritual right now.
That's crazy.
That gives them a lot of time to go in and work with it.
Clean up high ground.
Look, there's no real opportunity available to them yet for eliminations. Finally now, everyone kind of has to come out of those burrow shells. And they have a chance here to earn some points.
704 placement points continuing to move in. Visuals gets one on a vert.
Komm schon, Lads, skillful play, bitte.
Talk about the prize money, and that's exactly
Und nicht diese
down below. Every elimination, every placing could be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000 more dollars in their pockets. But they just have to continue to survive through that chaos that's down below. Meanwhile, they're up above, unchallenged. You talked about the different elevation change that's going on with this zone. Nobody's really going to get a chance to look up, but Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, they claim another elimination. Only their second of the game, but slow and steady wins the race.
This is it. This is very good for them right now. That's going to keep them competitive here. Ritual's going to play through the front side now. Peterbot starting to work his way down. They're starting to gas out of material. They need a refresher yesterday. This is starting to slow down for them. Now notice Peterbot is reloading to force the shockwave damage shots off of these teams here to give them all that distance. Plenty of options here. Muzz starting to open up the edits too.
Peterbot still dropping down. Muzz just trying to put fire down from above, but they get sidelined. They get sidelined. Down goes Sphinx. Muzz forced outside of the zone. No miss for him, so he's gonna go down as well. Shadow, I don't know how much pressure you faced in your life, but it does one or two things. Pressure either bursts pipes or makes diamonds. Now is your chance to shine bright like one.
Wait a second, Peterbot just hit himself back into the storm on accident. They're running low on material. This is the first time in a long time we've seen them not earn any points this late into an end game. They might not have enough. They need to win the game and get a single elim or get a lot of elims. And right now, we're not seeing elims add up. This verticality is working against them. King, PH, Jin, and Phaser take the high ground. Iamso is going up to give us a win for a finish as well.
Peterbot shockwaving them all off of high ground, said, nah, you can hold it for now. Keep my Seymour, because the king is coming back to take his throne. This team doesn't want to take part in just another FNCS monster. They want to take over this FNCS. Prove a point. Claim his sixth
gerade, das Ding ist nicht das Fortnite halt spannende, nicht mehr so spannend ist und so, sondern im Vergleich zu früher nicht mehr so spannend, weil ja, früher war der Fokus mehr auf einen Modus und nicht auf Kooperationen und den Shot und diese crazy Kooperation, die gerade am Laufen sind. Also, warum der Shop so fallig ist, weil es dem jetzt nicht so profitabel geht, würde ich mal vorsichtig ausdrücken. Habe ich das Gefühl.
Ritual is able to get one, but the dust has settled. They got their 4 eliminations. Now they just need to win out. And when the only healthy teams left in this game, minus Cold, of course.
Got a Minish here in the mid-ground. Clix Iamso. Iamso going up for height, just kind of baiting here. But Cold is very, very weak. He's going to go ahead and initiate things down below. Minish, kind of that mid-game factor here. That's a Siphon being rewarded. Cold's going to fall. Peterbot's hit. He doesn't see the side shot come through. And Iamso tags him once. Iamso's going to get the Siphon too. The jump shot. He's invisible. Peterbot can't be seen. Can't be tracked. Misses the Siphon. Iamso's still in the game. But Ritual stands and wins the game by a heel off in the end, and just like that, Jacob, they do it again.
Oh my God, Peterbot.
Ihr Momentum ist es halt einfach.
And what they can agree as probably one of the hardest fought FNCSs of their career. I cannot believe what we have just witnessed. They realized where they were at in terms of the leaderboard. They realized who was in their path, and one by one, they took down first place. They took down second place. I know I called a point estimate, but now I'm even able to second guess it, Monster, because did they do it? Did they complete history? Even now, I'm starting to doubt myself.
I mean, when you end the tournament with a win like that and the elims start to add up, it has to feel like it was enough. But only time will tell. Game 12, one thing's for certain, Ritual, Cold, Peterbot has solidified themselves once again as one of the most legendary trios NA has ever seen, Jacob.
I just couldn't believe it. I know we talked about that threshold for them to win, but
back-to-back FNCS win.
Difference. So many times, Monster, we've seen teams talk about taking it into their own hands. They just did it. But that's going to do it for myself and one of the greatest commentators ever, Monster D Face for Major 3. Next stop is the Global Championship. But Zeke, we need to know who's going there.
Fortnite fam. Did you just watch the game that I just watched? What the heck just happened? Kelly?
18K.
Zeke, from start to finish, that was the best game we could have absolutely got.
Ja, die hatten auch Glück ein bisschen, ja.
Just kept on adding
Ja,
up
ist alles
as the
Mindset.
game went on. I thought that we would have our answer once we saw that Peterbot landed on Pollo over Demon's domain, but when it
Also das
comes
heißt
down
ein
to it in the
bisschen
final moments,
sehr viel
there's just a few
Glück.
points separating them.
Guys, 3 points.
Let us know.
Difference of 3 points. Here we are once again, a difference of 3 points. Your Major 3 champions, Peterbot, Ritual, Cold. 3 points separating them from first and second place. What an insane tournament to think. Vivid to think all year long. We've been watching these guys go head to head, and then they decide, you know what, in Grand, it's not gonna happen. For 11 games, we're not gonna land on you. Game 12, Vivid, game 12, they land on them and go on to win?
How is this
Ja,
the
die haben sie überrascht.
absolutely crazy? Throughout the day, we had a moment where they were 1 point away, and then it seemingly felt like the gap was too big. They couldn't catch back up. Acorn was sitting pretty upon the throne, but the throne, the real one that needed to be claimed to go ahead and take the championship home, was the one over at the POI that they both tried to stake a claim at throughout the entirety of the major. And Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual do the unthinkable. They make the call, Kelly. They go ahead and contest them off spawn. And not only that, not only does it come down to game 12, it comes down to the final elimination. We did some math beforehand. We knew that they needed 7 to go ahead and secure it. They had 6 right there. And the final moments, they pick up the last one. 3 points, Kelly. They win by 3.
So many people were trying to stop their run there. There was so many opportunities for them to go down, but they refused to fall short, having the players from Brazil try to steal height away from them, and it looked like they were gonna do it. But Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual said, no, this is our game, this is our region, and we're going to show you why. Once again, the back-to-back major
Ja, es ist los
and
mit
major
Liveevents,
3
Bro.
champions, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, prove to the world that they are the best team. And now they're going to go to Globals in a month's time and prove it all over again.
I cannot believe the games we got today. I am just blown away. Congratulations to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Wow. We can't forget though, obviously there's still 2 spots going to the Global Championship. Who has qualified? Who secured one of those spots? Well, I can go ahead and confirm Canada, Rapid Bolts.
Yep.
They made one of the 2 spots, but who made the other? If you look on 4th place, Visual, Braids, and Diminish, they're already qualified. We go down 1 more placement. Oh, wow. Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx are going to the Global Championships. We won! We did it, Muzz!
Ja, das ist krass. Sphinx.
Being grieved to going through last last chance qualifier to being contested and now finally going to global championships. Muzz, Sphinx and Shadow, one of the
hat Clix ein bisschen Karma kassiert. Okay, ich
cannot put them out. This was their tournament to show everyone that they deserve to go to globals, and that is exactly where they're going.
Instantly hitting the socials. Muzz is going ahead and showing his emotion, showing what it feels like to go ahead and clutch that one up, right? We're watching the win happen. Peter Pot's taking it home over there in the final game of the day as well. Shadow clutching it up as a solo when Muzz and Sphinx go down, making sure that they are sitting comfy in 5th place. Wow, I can't believe it. You gotta feel a little bit bad for VG Money and Rise, right? They were holding on to that spot for it seemed like the entire day, but unfortunately in the final moments, they went ahead and fell short. And of course, the other trio that's gonna be ecstatic about their qualification as well, it's of course Kanata rapping in bolts. We know exactly what that decal sounds like right now, don't we, Zeke?
Dude, they have got to be just going absolutely crazy. I just cannot believe. And just like, again, think about how this all kind of started with that crazy 14 elimination victory royale, right? We went in and we're trying to win, but guys, they've been playing so consistently all weekend long, putting
Aber man merkt auch, Clix Team wird auch besser als sie es mal waren, weil mit dem ganzen Training, also ist geil, dass Fortnite den Region Lock weggemacht hat, obwohl das mehr Cheaters anzieht.
But you know who will be there is Kanata, which means that he is now the player to make every single grand finals in the FNCS ever. And although I want to give him all of his flowers, I do have to give praise to Bolts during this tournament. He absolutely put on such a show time and time again. We're going down to a solo clutch, bringing out all the eliminations. I am just so glad to see the Bolts that we're seeing this weekend.
I mean, incredible stuff from the trio as a whole. Incredible stuff from the region as a whole. What an absolute classic that we just got to witness. Entertainment through all 12 games, even in the groups, all the way through the grand finals. Oh my gosh.
Man, I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say. I don't know how NA does this every time, man. We get to the finish line, and when we look at these trios, we just think, yeah, that trio's got it right. And when we get here at the finish line, it's like, nope, it's going to be coming down to the wire. It is going to be game 12. They are going to go head to head. Man, Fortnite delivers once again to the players.
So Leute, nächsten Donnerstag
and see a more complete picture of who is going on to the next stage, the global championship.
Yeah.
Here's a look at your players from major number 1, and to think Phaser, King, and PH Zin were competing here this weekend in place 9th overall. That is terrifying. Oh my gosh, Kelly, I'm shaking. I am in place 9, and PH Zin were major number 1, and to think Phaser, King, and PH Zin were competing here this weekend in place 9th overall. That is terrifying. Oh my gosh, Kelly, I'm shaking. I am so hyped right now.
And this is just the first set of qualified teams going into major number 1. We got major number 2 here, which was really the meat and potatoes of all the trios are going to be going on to global championships. But of course, we were still missing a few. But over this weekend, we have found the rest of your trios going to Lyon, France in, oh my gosh, in like just a little over a month. I can't believe we are already so close to the global championships, Vivid.
I can't wait, right? Reading through some of those names, can't wait to see all of those trios up on the stage.
Reason
The
dabei.
storylines, they're all gonna come together in one place. This is what all these players wanted for all year.
Kein
They
Ase
want
dabei.
to qualify.
Ase
So
dabei.
Global's in that list right there. Shows us all of the players who deserve it the most. They've went ahead and earned that. And now they all get to go fight for a global championship. No pressure. No pressure.
Oh my gosh, what an unbelievable weekend of Fortnite. Oh my gosh, this is why I love Fortnite, man.
Yes.
These are those moments that it's just like, this is unlike any other game. Oh my gosh. Kelly and Vivid, just thank you guys so much for being here with us, for breaking things down, for just giving us insight, for making us think about things in ways we've not thought about them.
Okay, ja, das war's. Aber welche Zeit? Ja, okay. Keine Infos. Ja. Alles klar, egal. Ich war da immer noch am Streamen. Das ist Amar. Hä? Wegen Party. Is that crazy?
Damn, doch nicht so Chat. Wie lange noch live, weiß ich mehr. Bisschen noch was. Egal, jetzt habe ich überall auf meinem Mauspad Wasser.
Wait, oh my god. Chat, you gotta realize, in the last week,
Was?
I was certain I wasn't growing. I'm not gonna lie. Like, usually before Grands, I'm like pretty like confident. Or like, I get like...
Okay, Chat, ja, soll ich jetzt noch kurz, also Maxi mal fragen, was er da macht und dann offline gehen?
Was war denn sein Announcement? Oder kommt das erst jetzt? Okay Leute, dann würde ich sagen, das war's mit dem Stream. Ja, das haben wir eigentlich nur zum Anfang geschaut. Eigentlich juckt mich nicht so. Ja, vergesst nicht zu liken, zu abonnieren, die Glocke zu aktivieren und auf alles zu stellen. Benachrichtigungen kriegt ihr nur auf YouTube. Genau, und ja, das ist alles kostenlos mit YouTube und so Sachen. Und unterstützt mich sehr und motiviert mich hier weiterzumachen. Und pusht den Algorithmus für Views. Also, dass mehr Leute sehen. Genau, einmal das und ja, sonst sage ich ciao, wer YouTuber des Vertrauens, macht's gut. Gute Nacht oder guten Morgen, wie es nimmt. Und ja, wir sehen uns dann am Donnerstag, also, oder hören uns am Donnerstag zur nächsten Season.